Translator's Preface and Prologue of The Emancipation of South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. Translator's Preface and Prologue. Translator's Preface. The title of this translation is the second title of the original History of San Martin. This transposition of title is an index to the relation which the translation bears to the original. This latter is truly a biography of San Martin, whose life could not be understood unless very full accounts were given of the events in which he took so prominent a part, therefore the biography is also a history. No man who plays a prominent part in the history of a revolution can escape becoming involved in disputes with his contemporaries, and in many intricate questions which are of interest only to a very small number of their successors. These disputes and these questions greatly affect the career of a man, but have small influence upon the history of a nation. Of such troubles San Martin had his full share. His biographer has entered fully into them, and with much detail has given proofs of the correctness of the view he takes of them. These details are, for the most part, suppressed in the translation, and all matters concerning San Martin himself are greatly curtailed, while prominence is given to the events of the times in which the scene passes. The translation is thus a history in which enter the biographies of the two principal personages, San Martin and Bolivar. This translation is intended only for the general mass of English-speaking readers, to whom minute details are wearisome, and is thus in every part a condensation of the copious accounts which are given in the original of the stirring events described. The student of history will not find in it that ample information which he requires, in order fully to understand the subject in all its bearings. For him the original provides a mine of historic wealth, enriched as it is with notes and with a voluminous appendix. William Pilling, London, March 1893. Prologue. The object of this book is to give a biography of General José de San Martin, combining therewith the history of the Emancipation of South America. It is a necessary complement to the history of Belgrano, written 30 years ago. These two histories display the Argentine Revolution in its two principal aspects. One relates the development of a nation, the other the effect of this development upon the emancipation of a continent. The history is based, for the most part, upon documents hitherto unpublished, some of which are truly posthumous revelations which throw new light upon mysterious or little known events, or current errors resulting from defective information. I believe I have consulted all the books, pamphlets, newspapers, and fly sheets which have ever been printed concerning San Martin, and of manuscripts I have a collection of at least 1,000 documents, bound in 73 thick volumes, which it is my purpose to deposit in the National Library. The most important of these sources of information has been the archive of General San Martin himself, which was placed at my disposal by his son-in-law, the late Don Mariano Balcarce. I have also consulted the archives of this city from the year 1812 to the year 1824, without which it would have been impossible to compile a complete history. The archives of the Director Pueyrredon, which were given to me by his son, have also been of great service to me, as also those of General O'Higgins, Don Tomás Godoy Cruz, General Las Heras, and others. I have also acquired much verbal information from conversations held with many of the contemporaries of San Martin, and with some of his companions in arms. In addition to consulting all available maps and plans relating to the campaigns of San Martin, I have inspected in person the routes followed by the Army of the Andes, and have made sketches myself of the scene of memorable events, when plans were not forthcoming. This book will not be the historical monument which posterity will some day consecrate to the immortal memory of San Martin, but those who do at some future date erect it will herein find abundant materials, stones finished, or but roughly cut, with which solidly to lay out the foundations. Bartolomé MITRE, Buenos Aires, 1887. Here follows, on 25 pages, a list of unpublished manuscripts consulted in the compilation of this work, which manuscripts will be deposited in the National Library of Buenos Aires. William Pilling. End of Translator's Preface and Prologue of The Emancipation of South America. Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 1, Part 1. Historical Introduction. The argument of the book. Three great names stand forth conspicuous in the annals of America, those of Washington, Bolivar, San Martin. Of Washington, the great leader of the democracy of the North, of Bolivar and of San Martin, who were the emancipators of the southern half of the continent. The story of the life work of the latter of these two is the argument of this book. The scene of action passes on a vast theatre, a territory extending for more than 50 degrees of latitude, from Cape Horn to the Tropic of Cancer, and occupies 20 years of strife. The starting point of this history is the Argentine Revolution. It follows the course of this revolution as it spreads over the continent, and its object is to explain the laws which governed the establishment of a family of the new republics, and the fundamental principles from which they sprang. This argument is dual and complex, for it treats both of political revolution and of social evolution. It shows how the Argentine Revolution became a propaganda to the world outside, of the principles upon which it was based, and how, under these auspices, independent and sovereign nations sprang into existence, with forms and tendencies in the same likeness and similitude. It shows the proclamation of a new international law, which only permits of alliance against an enemy in the name of a common destiny, and forbids conquests and annexations. It shows also the failure of the attempt in Colombia to unite the emancipated colonies artificially into a monocracy in opposition to natural law and to the new idea of the rights of man inaugurated by the Argentine Revolution. The two hegemonies, the Argentine and the Colombian, unite to set the seal upon the emancipation of South America. San Martin and Bolivar crossed the continent from the Atlantic to the Pacific by different routes, giving liberty to enslaved peoples, founding new nations, and meeting as together they enclose the colonial system in its last entrenchments. They bring the two opposing systems face to face, the shock resulting in the triumph of the superior principle. Thus considered, the history of the emancipation of South America presents a homogeneous character, with unity of action and with one dominant idea, which in the midst of accidental deviations reveals the existence of a law, giving one accordant significance to facts accomplished. The study of the theatre of the War of Independence shows that the scene passes in two distinct revolutionary areas, one at the south, comprehending the united provinces of the River Plate, Chile, and Upper Peru; the other at the north, comprehending Venezuela, New Granada, and Quito. The strife and the triumph proceed simultaneously in each area until the two revolutions, like to two masses obeying a reciprocal attraction, converge towards the centre. This plan, drawn up and carried out by the two great liberators, emancipates South America by the combined military action of the revolted colonies, which action has at once the ideal unity of a poem and the precision of a machine. The unity of this action is clearly displayed in the general lines of the life of San Martin, and gives to his historic figure an importance far transcending both his deeds and his designs. He was born in an obscure American town, which disappeared as he commenced to figure upon the scene; thus America in its entirety became his country. He grew up as a soldier in the Old World, fighting by sea and on land, in company with the first soldiers of the age, and so prepared himself for his warlike mission, unwitting of his destiny. In the New World he commenced his career by establishing tactics and discipline as his base of operations, and from their combination produced his machine of war. He consolidated the independence of the United Provinces of the River Plate as the point from which he might start for the conquest of South America. In command of the Army of the North, his name is associated with the revolution of Upper Peru. As he passes the Andes in prosecution of his own plan, he became identified with the revolution of Chile, and after consolidating the independence of this country, he initiated the first international alliance in America. He secured the command of the Pacific, without which the independence of America was at that time impossible, and gave liberty to Lower Peru. He then carried the revolutionary standard of the Allies to the foot of Pichincha, where he met the liberator of Columbia. Under the equator, which divides the two theatres of the war, he clasped hands with Bolívar. Thus ended his great campaign. At the apogee of his power he disappeared from the scene, knowing that his mission was fulfilled, that his strength was exhausted, and condemned himself to exile, faithful to the ruling maxim of his life: "Serás lo que debes ser, y si no, no serás nada." Quote, "Thou shalt be that which thou oughtest to be, if not, thou shalt be nothing." From exile he looked upon the results of his life work: the definitive political organization of South America in accordance with geographical divisions, the foundation of a new constellation of independent states in obedience to natural laws, as by him instinctively foreseen. He saw without envy that Bolívar, with whom he shared the glory of the redemption of a new world, wore the crown of the final triumph, though he knew that both as a politician and as a soldier he was his superior. Then the wild dream of Bolívar, that he could found an empire of dependent republics under the auspices of Columbia, faded away, and gave place to the Argentine plan of independent republics heralded by San Martin. Synopsis of the South American Revolution. It has been said that posterity will look upon the emancipation of South America as the most important political phenomenon of the 19th century, both in itself and from the probable extent of its future consequences. The immediate result was to bring into existence a new group of independent nations, founded on democratic principles, in open opposition to the right of conquest and to the dogmas of monarchy and absolutism which yet prevailed in the Old World. These new nations were organized on the principle of equality, and were emancipated from privilege, and thus offered an entirely fresh field for experiment in the development of the physical and moral faculties of man. This movement thus constitutes one of the most drastic changes ever effected in the condition of the human race. The first throes of this revolution were felt at the two extremities and in the centre of South America in the year 1809. In 1810 all the Spanish American colonies rose up in rebellion, as by one innate impulse, and proclaimed the principle of self-government. 6 years later all save one of these insurrections were quelled. The United Provinces of the River Plate alone maintained their position, and after declaring their own independence, they gave to the conquered colonies the signal for the great and final struggle by making common cause with them. In 1817 the Argentine Revolution drew up a plan for the emancipation of the continent, took the offensive, crossed the Andes, and liberated Chile. In union with Chile obtained command of the Pacific, liberated Peru, and carried her arms to the equator in aid of the revolution of Colombia. This vigorous impulse was felt in the extreme north of this southern continent, which in its turn defeated and expelled the champions of the old system, went through a similar revolution, and crossed the Andes to the point where the two forces united. The highlands of Peru became the scene of the final struggle. Then the Spanish American colonies were free by their own strength, and from the chaos sprang up a new world. During the progress of these events, the United States of the North, the pioneers of the Republican era, recognized the independence of the new republics, in 1822, as "an expression of the simple truth," and and declared, quote, "The peoples of South America have a right to break the chains which bind them to their mother country, to assume the rank of nations among the sovereign nations of the world, and to establish institutions in accordance with natural laws dictated by God Himself." End quote. As a consequence of this recognition, the United States, in the year 1823, promulgated the famous Monroe Doctrine, which, in opposition to the bull of Alexander VI, established a new principle of the international law under the formula "America for the Americans." Free England, who at first looked favourably upon the revolution, began in 1818 to lean towards Spain and the Holy Alliance, advocating an arrangement on the basis of the commercial freedom of the colonies. The diplomatists of Washington interfered in favour of their complete emancipation, and Lafayette, in support of this idea, declared to the government of France, quote, "Any opposition which may be made to the independence of the New World may cause suffering, but will not imperil the idea." End quote. Thus, much before the final triumph, the emancipation of the new continent was accepted as an accomplished fact, and the attitude of the United States, supported by England, turned the scales of diplomacy in its favour in 1823, when at the Congress of Verona the party of reaction proposed a contrary policy. Canning, Prime Minister of Great Britain, wrote to Grenville those memorable words which re-echoed through two hemispheres, quote, "The battle has been fierce, but it is won. The nail is clenched. Spanish America is free. Novus seclorum nascitur ordo." End quote. The Battle of Ayacucho was the response to these words, and Canning could then exclaim, quote, "I have called a new world into existence to redress the balance of the old." End quote. The action of America upon Europe. The land discovered by Christopher Columbus, which completed the physical world, was destined to re-establish its general equilibrium at the moment the base thereof was shaken. Before the end of the 15th century, Europe had lost its moral and political equilibrium. After the invasion of the barbarians, which imbued it with a new principle of life without destroying the germ of decay left by the fall of the Roman Empire, its civilization was again on the point of collapse. Not one homogeneous nation there existed. Her productive energy was exhausted, liberty was but a latent hope, privilege was the dominant law, politics were founded on the principles of Machiavelli, all healthy evolution in the path of progress was impossible. A fresh invasion from the East advanced under the standard of the Crescent, and the despotism of Mussulman fanaticism was the last hope of the people. Europe, shut in between the Danube and the Pillars of Hercules, seemed lost. The discovery of a new world alone could save her. This discovery restored harmony to the discordant elements, gave new life to Christianity, and saved the liberties of mankind. The Reformation, which came immediately afterwards, engrafted upon the consciences of men the germ of the democratic principles of the Bible, which, transplanted to a new world, later on regenerated the effete civilization brought from Europe, and spread it as a vital principle of politics all the world over. The popular belief that the fountain of eternal youth was to be found on the new continent discovered by Columbus was no vain imagination. The decrepit civilization of the Old World drew fresh youth and strength from the virgin soil of America. The genius of progress therein latent developed rapidly in the genial air. The opening of this new and vast field to human activity was truly a renovation of social order, in accordance with natural law, and resulted in the organization of a democracy based upon labour. To this end it was only necessary that the European, leaving his old traditions behind him, should, on a vacant continent, work out his own destiny under the guidance of healthy instinct. The colonization of Spanish America. In the repartition of the new continent the worst lot fell to the southern half. Spain and Portugal carried their feudal absolutism to their colonies, but they could not plant there their systems of privilege, of aristocracy, or of social inequality. The good and the bad seed alike were modified by cultivation in a new soil, the natural product being democracy. The mode of colonization contributed to this result. The most trustworthy annals of the Indies recognize the fact that the conquest was achieved at the expense of the conquerors, without any drafts on the royal treasury. Hence arose that spirit of self-reliance which they bequeathed to their descendants. A rebel world grew up under the auspices of absolutism. The colonial constitution, which inculcated a personal despotism and excluded the idea of a common country, contributed fatally to this result. Spanish America was looked upon as the personal property of the Spanish monarch, in virtue of the bull of Alexander VI. Thus the colony did not form a part of the nation, and was united to her only by allegiance to a common sovereign. When the monarch disappeared, his power lapsed to his vassals, the logical and legal result being the separation of the colonies from the mother country. The government of the colonies was entrusted to the Council of the Indies, represented politically by a viceroy, and in law by the Audiencia, the bounds of whose authority were ill defined. In municipal affairs the cabildos, derived from the free communities of the mother country, were nominally the representatives of the people. In them lay the germs of democracy, as they possessed the right to call public meetings for the settlement of their own affairs by vote, which right, for long in abeyance, became an active power when supported by popular force. The great extent of the country, the want of moral cohesion, the admixture of races, the general corruption of manners, the absence of an ideal, the lack of political and industrial activity, and the profound ignorance of the masses, all contributed to produce a state of semi-barbarism, by the side of a weakly civilization, and vitiated the entire social organism. From this embryo was to spring a new republican world, the product of the gems latent within it. The colonization of North America. North America, more fortunate, was colonized by a nation which had practical notions of liberty, and by a race better prepared for self-government. The process commenced a century later. The colonists easily adapted themselves to a climate similar to that of the mother country, and founded there a new home to which they were bound by free institutions. Originally the English colonies were looked upon as crown provinces, and were ruled by privileged companies, and by a council similar to that of the Indies, the monarch reserving to himself, as in Spain, the supreme legislative authority and the right of appointment, without giving any legislative rights. The colonists of Virginia, by their own energy, soon acquired some political rights, which were secured to them by royal charters. This example was followed by the colonists of Maryland. Colonial assemblies absorbed the privileges of the companies, and the royal charters formed later on the basis of republican institutions. After the planters of Virginia and Maryland came the Pilgrim Fathers of New England, who, flying from persecution in Europe, sought liberty of conscience in the New World. Authors of the great Revolution, they were deeply imbued with the republican spirit, and with the democratic spirit of Switzerland and of the Netherlands, in which latter country they had seen their ideal of the ruler of a free people in the austere person of William of Orange, the antitype of Washington. In accordance with these ideals they established at once a form of popular government hitherto unknown, based upon just laws. Finally came the Quakers, who proclaimed freedom of the intellect as an innate and inalienable right, and drew up their constitution on the basis of democratic equality, absolute and universal, in this anticipating the most advanced of the modern era. Under William Penn they established the representative colony of Pennsylvania, the nucleus and the type of the great republic of the United States. Such was the genesis of democratic liberty, destined to become universal. Colonial policy in both Americas. The commercial monopoly which Spain adopted as a system on the discovery of America had an influence quite as evil upon herself as upon her colonies. The intention was that Spain should draw to herself the wealth of the New World, by keeping in her own hands the exchange of European manufacturers for the products of America. Every industry which might compete with those of the peninsula was prohibited in America. At first Seville, and afterwards Cadiz, was declared to be the only port from which ships laden with merchandise could sail, or at which they could land cargoes of colonial produce. All direct trade between the colonies themselves was forbidden. The restrictive system was completed by collecting all the merchant vessels into annual or biennial convoys sailing in charge of ships of war, to or from Portobello and Panama. Merchandise so introduced was carried across the isthmus and distributed by way of the Pacific and by land to Potosi, where the southern and Atlantic provinces could supply themselves at prices 500 or 600 per cent. Over the original cost. Such a system could only spring from a mind enfeebled by the possession of absolute power, and could only be tolerated by a race of slaves. Before 1 century had elapsed, the population of Spain was reduced by 1/2. Her manufacturing industries were ruined, her mercantile marine no longer existed, her trade was in the hands of foreign smugglers, and the gold and silver of the New World went everywhere except to Spain. Note. The sole purpose for which the Americans existed was held to be that of collecting together the precious metals for the Spaniards, and if the wild horses and cattle which overrun the country could have been trained to perform this office, the inhabitants might have been altogether dispensed with, and the colonial system would then have been perfect. Unfortunately, however, for that system, the South Americans, finding that the Spaniards neither could nor would furnish them with an adequate supply of European products, invited the assistance of other nations. To this call the other nations were not slow to listen, and in process of time there was established one of the most extraordinary systems of organized smuggling which the world ever saw. This was known under the name of the contraband or forced trade, and was carried on in armed vessels, well manned and prepared to fight their way to the coast, and to resist the coast blockades of Spain. This singular system of warlike commerce was conducted by the Dutch, Portuguese, French, English, and latterly by the North Americans. In this way goods to an immense value were distributed over South America, and along with the goods no small portion of knowledge found entrance, in spite of the increased exertions of the Inquisition. Many foreigners too, by means of bribes and other arts, succeeded in getting into the country, so that the progress of intelligence was encouraged, to the utter despair of the Spaniards, who knew no other method of governing the colonies but that of brute force. From the Journal of Captain Basil Hall, Royal Navy, Fellow of Royal Society, on the coasts of Chile, Peru, and Mexico, in the years 1820, 1821, 1822. When Spain, taught by experience, sought to remedy the evil, it was already too late. Her colonies on the southern continent were lost to her. Neither force nor love nor a common interest bound the disinherited children to their parent. The separation was complete, and the independence of the colonies a question of time and of opportunity. The colonial system of Spain was not an invention, it was an ancient tradition, it was the economic theory of the epoch reduced to practice. England followed the same system, committing even greater errors in the establishment of privileged companies, such as the East India Company, giving territories to them on a feudal basis, the monarch reserving absolute authority over commercial relations. In practice these errors furnished their own remedies. Tyrannical laws fell into disuse from the resistance of colonies armed with municipal rights. Thus the results sought by England were achieved without great violence, and with advantage both to the mother country and to her colonies. The navigation laws of 1650 to 1666 gave supremacy to the mercantile marine of England, and by shutting out foreign competition from her markets, monopolised the trade with the colonies. This monopoly in skilful hands colonized North America and corrected to some extent the errors of the system. In 1652, under Cromwell, freedom of commerce was established between England and her colonies, the right being given to the colonists to tax themselves by the votes of their representatives, and to regulate their own customs duties. This was almost independence. Even when their charters were mutilated or abrogated by the Stuarts, this doctrine was respected by common consent. When England disregarded it, came the Revolution. The Emancipation of North America. A special question of constitutional law concerning customs duties was the immediate cause of the revolution in North America. The revolution of South America arose from a question of fundamental principles. The stamp tax imposed by England on her colonies was repealed on the ground that it was an internal law, but Parliament sanctioned the imposition of customs duties on the ground that they were an external tax, the produce of the colonies being subject to the will of the king. The colonists protested and took a further step, declaring that the Mutiny Act had nothing to do with them, as it was sanctioned by a parliament in which they were not represented. They called out their municipal militia, and so, in 1774, commenced the great struggle for the emancipation of America. During 10 years their resistance had been kept within the limits of the laws, but from this moment they took their stand on the wide basis of natural and ideal right, independent of law and of tradition. The Declaration of Independence, on the 4th of July 1776, was the proclamation of an innate universal human right, of a new theory of government independent of precedent, inspired by natural law, by philosophy, and by political science. This declaration became, as has been said, "the profession of faith of all the liberals of the world." The echo of these theories was heard in France, and by her it was transmitted to the Latin nations of both hemispheres. The people embraced them with enthusiasm. Up to that time two schools of politics had divided the empire of free thought. The historical school, led by Montesquieu, looked upon the Constitution of England as the finished work of experience and of human logic. The philosophical school, led by Rousseau, denied the value of experience, and thought to establish liberty and the sovereignty of the people by seeking "the best form of association for the defence and protection of each associate against the force of all, so that each one should obey only himself and remain free as before." This second doctrine, formulated in the Constitution of the United States, became a new principle in political science, and as such made with general acceptance throughout the colonies of South America. The most important feature of the revolution of North America is not the achievement of her national independence, but her emancipation, political, intellectual, and moral, in the name of human rights and in constitutional form. From this moment English constitutionalism ceased to be a model, and the English constitution to be the ideal, even amongst the English themselves, who have had to recognize their descendants and political pupils as their masters. The spirit of free England, anticipating the verdict of posterity, justified insurrection in America. Statesmen and thinkers such as Chatham and Burke sympathized in the movement, declaring, "there is no monopoly of principle," but its effect upon France was still more marked, being the outcome of the reasoning of her philosophers. Thus it was that America reacted for the second time upon Europe with most beneficial effect. On the third occasion the part of teacher is played by South America. The affiliation of the revolution of South America. Hardly was Peru conquered by the Spanish race than it became the theatre of civil war. The conquerors, headed by Gonzalo Pizarro, rebelled against their king in the name of their rights as conquerors, cut off the head of the king's representative, and burned the royal standard. Hardly had one generation time to grow up in America ere a son of Hernán Cortés, in whose veins flowed the blood of the celebrated Indian Doña Marina, inspired to give independence to Mexico in the name of the same territorial rights invoked by Pizarro. The far-off colony of Paraguay was from the first a turbulent municipal republic. The colonists deposed their royally appointed governors with shouts of "Death to tyrants!" elected rulers of their own, and did as they liked for more than 25 years, 1535 to 1560. These and many other similar facts prove that the colonization of South America was imbued from the commencement with the principle of individuality and with the instinct of independence, which naturally resulted in emancipation and democracy. These insurrections were outbursts of Castilian spirit, but early in the 18th century Creoles began to call themselves with pride Americans, and for the first time is heard in Potosi the cry of "Liberty." In 1711 the half-breeds proclaimed a mulatto king of Venezuela. In 1733 the Creoles rose in arms and compelled the abrogation of the commercial monopoly of the Compañía Guipuzcoana de Caracas. In 1730 2,000 half-breeds of Cochabamba, in Upper Peru, made armed protest against the poll tax, and acquired the right to elect Creoles as officers of justice to the exclusion of Spaniards. In 1765 the Creoles of Quito rose in armed insurrection against the imposition of direct taxes. None of these outbreaks had as yet any definite political character. The embryonic Republic of Paraguay gave the first example of a revolutionary movement based upon the sovereignty of the people. José Antequera, by birth an American but educated in Spain, appeared on the scene during a dispute between the governor of Paraguay and the Cabildo of Asunción. The people named him governor by acclamation. He placed himself at their head, in opposition to the theocratic rule of the Jesuits, who were ruining the country. He fought pitched battles against the royal troops, and was blessed as a saviour, but died on the scaffold as a traitor to his king. After his death, his pupil, Fernando Mompox, organized the popular party under the name of Comuneros, deposed another governor, and established a governing junta, but was also overcome. In 1781 the Comuneros broke out in insurrection in New Granada, but the movement was suppressed. These were not events of great historical importance, but they show that throughout the period of Spanish domination the rule of the mother country was irksome to the Spaniards themselves, and was hateful to all Americans. The moral revolution of South America. There can be no revolution until the ideas of men become the conscience of the mass, and until the passions of men become a public force, because "it is men and not events which constitute the world." The revolution was accomplished in the men of South America before the end of the 18th century. After that all his actions have one object and one meaning. Emancipation was no longer an instinct, it became an active passion. Spanish, through jealousy of England, joined France in aiding the rebels of the north, and her recognition of the independence of the new republic was virtually the abdication of her own authority over the south. Aranda, one of the first statesmen of his time, advised his sovereign in 1783 to forestall the inevitable future by making one infant king of Mexico, one king of Peru, and one king of the mainland, taking to himself the rank of emperor. The King of Spain shut his ears to these counsels. The revolution of 1789 proved that the ideas embodied in the Declaration of Independence were of universal application. The monarchs of Europe took the alarm and formed reactionary leagues. To South America these leagues were conveyed by educated Creoles, who, travelling in Europe, learned them from French writers. The Rights of Man was translated, printed in secret, and circulated through New Granada by Antonio Nariño. Charged with this as a crime, no proof could be brought against him, as no copy of the book could be found, tortures failing to extract information from suspects. He was banished to Africa, his property confiscated, and his original copy of the work was burned by the public executioner. From the men of culture, the new ideas filtered to the masses, transforming their minds by the creation of an ideal, which each one interpreted in accordance with his own talents, interests, and prejudices. End of Part 1 of Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Historical Introduction, Part 2. The precursor of the Emancipation of South America. During some years previously an ardent apostle of human liberty had wandered about the world. He was a dreamer with confused ideas and undisciplined attainments, a generous-minded warrior, above all a man of strong will. A soldier of Washington, a comrade of Lafayette, a general under Dumouriez, a companion of Madame Roland in her prison, a confidant of Pitt in his schemes of insurrection in the colonies of Spanish America, distinguished by Catherine II. Of Russia, whose favours he put aside in deference to his austere mission, looked upon by Napoleon as a lunatic with a spark of the sacred fire. Francisco Miranda, a native of Caracas, was the first to foresee the great destinies of Republican America, and the first to raise the banner of freedom on the southern continent. He it was who organised the revolutionary efforts of South Americans in Europe, establishing an understanding with the Creoles of the colonies. It was he who, towards the close of the 18th century, founded in London the political society, the Gran Reunión Americana, to which they were all affiliated. In this society were initiated in the mysteries of future liberty O'Higgins of Chile, Nariño of New Granada, Montufar and Rocafuerte of Quito, Caro of Cuba, who represented the Patriots of Peru, Alvear, an Argentine, and others who later on became illustrious. Here the two great liberators, Bolívar and San Martin, took an oath to work out the triumph of the cause of the emancipation of South America. This society was the type of the secret societies which, transplanted to the theatre of action, impressed its seal upon the characters of those who directed the revolution of South America. They inoculated it with the true American idea, which, heedless of frontiers and disregarding all obstacles, looked upon the enslaved colonies as one, with one aspiration, with one love, and with one hatred of their common master. This gave cohesion to the revolution in America, and ensured triumph by the union of all forces to one common end. Here was the point of contact of all Creoles, wherever they might work for independence and for liberty. Here is the explanation of the identity of the original movements, in spite of the isolation of each colony. Miranda sought to interest the whole world in the cause of independence. Chiefly he sought the help of England. 3 times, from 1790 to 1801, he obtained a promise of moral and material support from Pitt, with the co-operation of the United States. European complications and the hesitation of the cabinet at Washington prevented the fulfilment of these promises. In 1791 he published a letter to the Americans, in which he attacked the colonial system of Spain, declaring that nature had separated America from Spain by the interposition of the ocean, thus emancipating her sons from the mother country, and that they "were free by natural right received from the Creator, that the moment had arrived for opening up a new era of prosperity, and with the aid of Providence to raise up in America a grand family of brothers united by a common interest." Failing in his attempt to secure the help of England and the United States, Miranda ventured upon the enterprise by himself. In the year 1806 he made 2 attempts to kindle the fire of revolution in his native country. He landed on the mainland at Ocumare with 200 men, and at Vela de Coro with 500. None responded to his call, but the cry was heard, and its echo resounded throughout 2 worlds. England, on the death of Pitt, abandoning his projects for the emancipation of the colonies of Spanish America, attempted to conquer them for herself, and was twice defeated at Buenos Ayres in 1806 and 1807. Miranda was pleased at this defeat, and in 1808 wrote to congratulate the Cabildo of Buenos Ayres. At the same time he wrote to the Cabildo of Caracas, giving notice of the invasion of Spain by Napoleon, advising them to take charge of the government and to send deputies to London to arrange the future course of the New World. At the same time he published in London a pamphlet written in English by an Englishman, in which, from the defeat of the English, was drawn a lesson, based upon the opinion of General Auchmuty, that the Creoles would only make alliance with England on condition of their own independence. Miranda translated this pamphlet into Spanish, and added a sketch of a constitution for the new states proposed, the dominant idea of which was a federal republic on a basis of independent cabildos. As the victory of Buenos Ayres made a great noise in the world, and more especially in the hearts of Americans, this propaganda fell in with the new sentiment of nationality, disclosed in the words of Don Cornelio Saavedra in his address to the Patricios of Buenos Aires in 1807. Translator's note: a native regiment which had taken a prominent part in the repulse of the English, "Those born in the Indies, whose spirits are undaunted, are in no way inferior to the Spaniards of Europe, and in valour give place to none." The races of South America, the Creole. 5 races, which for historic purposes may be looked upon as 3 only, peopled the southern continent at the outbreak of the War of Independence: the European Spaniards, the Spanish American Creoles, and the half-breeds; also the indigenous Indians and the Negroes from Africa. The Spaniards formed a privileged class, and by reason of their origin enjoyed both political and social pre eminence. The Indians and the Negroes formed the servile class. The half-breeds, derived from a mixture of 3 races, formed an intermediate class, and in some places were in a large majority. The Creoles, direct descendants of Spaniards, of pure blood, but modified in character by contact with the half-breeds, were the true sons of the soil, and constituted the basis of society. Generally the most numerous, they were always the civilizing force of the colony. They were the most energetic, the most intelligent and imaginative, and with all their inherited vices and their want of preparation for freedom, were the only ones animated by an innate sentiment of patriotism. Those born in South America thus formed a race apart, an oppressed race, who saw in their ancestors and in their contemporaries not fathers and brothers, but masters. The colonial system placed to a certain extent all natives of the soil upon the same level, and drew a broad line of distinction between the Spanish American colonists and their mother country. Spain, by reason of distance, yielded to her colonists greater freedom and more municipal rights than she gave to her own sons in their own land, but her absolute government could not bind her colonies to her by the tie of nationality. Men of Spanish birth looked upon the colonies as feudal territory, over which they, as beings of a superior race, were the natural lords, and thought that if only a shoemaker remained in Castile, that this shoemaker had the right to govern all America. The natural aspiration of slaves is for freedom, and that of oppressed races, who know their own strength, is to assume their place in the human family. In this double aspiration lay the germ of revolution in America. In 1780 the indigenous race under Tupac Amaru, a descendant of the Incas, rose en masse in Peru against their oppressors, but were naturally defeated. They possessed no great social force, and did not represent the cause of civilized America. The day of the Creoles had not yet come, but they saw nothing to admire, to love, or to respect in Spain. An absolute king, generally an imbecile, was the sole point of contact between them. Their mother country was to them neither a country nor a mother. The instinct of independence became a passion, even more vehement in those who resided in Spain than in those who had never left their own hearths. Thus it was that the leaders who did most for the revolution came from Spain. In the struggle each race took its own special part. The Creoles formed the vanguard and directed the movements. The indigenous races formed the first line in Mexico, but elsewhere they were only useful as auxiliaries. In South America the half-breeds formed the rank and file of the armies of the revolution. The Argentine gaucho, with the fatalism of the Arab and the strength of the Cossack, gave the type to the cavalry, renowned for the impetuosity of their charge from La Plata to Chimborazo. The Llaneros of Venezuela, Translator's note: men of the plains, from llano, a plain, half-breeds for the most part, formed the famous squadrons of Columbia, whose feats were celebrated from the Orinoco to Potosi. The Rotos, Translator's note: countrymen, of Chile, mostly of Indian blood, formed with Argentines in solid battalions, who measured their strength with Spanish regiments, victors over the soldiers of Napoleon in the Peninsula. The manumitted negroes gave their contingent to the American infantry, showing the warlike qualities of their race. In Upper Peru the indigenous races kept alive for 10 years the flames of insurrection when the patriot armies were defeated. The cholos of the highlands of Peru espoused the cause of the king, and were highly esteemed as infantry by the Spanish generals, more especially on account of the extraordinary rapidity of their marches. The Creole of South America is a sturdy offshoot of that civilizing Indo-European race to which is reserved the government of the world. It is his mission to complete the democratization of the American continent, and to found a new order of things destined to live and progress. He has impressed the peculiarities of his character upon the new nationalities. When the revolution broke out in 1810, it was said that South America would become English or French; when it triumphed, that the continent would sink back to barbarism. By the will and the work of the Creole it became American, republican, and civilized. The first throes of revolution. The initial outbreaks of the year 1809 were in some parts of a more radical character than were those of the following year, when the first political formula of the rebellion was merely a demand for relative and provisional independence, for a compromise between democracy and monarchy upon the basis of autonomy. The doctrine that on the disappearance of the monarch his sovereignty reverted to his people was for the first time boldly proclaimed in Mexico. From this it was deduced that they had the right to appoint governing juntas for their own security, and owed no allegiance to those established in Spain at the time of the French invasion. Hence arose disputes between the Creoles and the Spaniards, and between the Audiencia and the Viceroy, which at the end of 1809 changed the movement into a conspiracy for independence. In Quito the commotion assumed more definite terms. The colonial authorities were overturned, and a governing junta was set up, which took to itself the attributes of sovereignty, and raised troops for its own defence. They exhorted the peoples of America by a proclamation to follow the example, announcing that "law has resumed its authority under the equator," and that "the rights of men were, by the disappearance of despotism, no longer at the mercy of arbitrary power." The authors of this premature revolution were overcome and put to death in prison. In Upper Peru, the city of Chuquisaca was the first to move. In May 1809 the Creoles, at the instigation of the Audiencia, tumultuously deposed the constituted authorities, and set up an independent government. In July the city of La Paz followed the example. Under the name of the Junta Tuitiva, an independent government, composed exclusively of Americans, was established, which raised an army and hung on the gallows those who denied its authority. Both these revolts were suppressed by the combined arms of the neighbouring viceroyalties of Peru and La Plata. The leaders of the insurrection of La Paz died either on the field of battle or on the gallows. One of the latter, before being thrown off, cried out, "The fire which I have lighted shall never be quenched." Their heads and limbs were nailed to the posts which mark out the public roads in that country, but before they had rotted away the fire was again burning in Upper Peru. By the quelling of these conspiracies it was thought that the danger was averted, but as was said by the Viceroy of Peru 50 years before, on the first revolt of the Comuneros of Paraguay, "it was but covering up of the fire with ashes." The growth of the revolution. In the year 1810 the drama of revolution unfolded itself upon a vast continental scene, with a unity of action which from the first attracted the attention of the world. All the Spanish American colonies, with the exception of Lower Peru, arose in rebellion simultaneously, and proclaimed one political doctrine. Some historians have thought that this movement was the result of external impulse, and that the subsequent separation was as the falling of unripe fruit. Others, being informed, looked upon this separation as a necessity. "The union of Spain with America, possible under an absolute regime, was incompatible with representative government, and with the political equality of the citizens." The truth is that the South American revolution was inspired by an innate sentiment of patriotism, in obedience to conservative instinct, and by its nature tended to independence. The divorce of the colonies from the mother country took place at a critical moment, when their union was hurtful to them both. If America was not prepared for self-government, and if her attempts at self-government almost exhausted the forces already weakened by the struggle, what would then have been her condition had she remained under the rule of unnatural laws which condemned her to a lingering death, a prey to vices inoculated by an evil system? It cannot be denied that without the invasion of Spain by Napoleon in 1808, and the consequent disappearance of the dynasty of Spain, the revolution would have been delayed, but this does not imply that America was not ripe for emancipation. The opportunity was nothing more than the spark setting fire to the combustibles already prepared for burning. The provisional government, established in Spain, anticipated the complaints of the colonists, and recognised by its acts the justice of their cause, fomenting their resistance as much by its concessions as by its refusals. The Regency of Cadiz called upon Americans to join the National Cortes, thus raising them to the rank of freemen, but at the same time gave them only one deputy, chosen by itself, for each million of inhabitants, while to the natives of the peninsula, for the most part under the yoke of the foreigner, it gave one deputy for each 100,000. The essential difference lay in the divergence of their political opinions. The Regency maintained, "The American dominions are an integral part of Spain," from which it deduced the right of Spain to rule America in the absence of the sovereign. Americans, as we have already seen, maintained that the Crown was the only link between them. Take away the fundamental divergence of opinion, and the reason for the revolution disappears, the insurrection loses its legality, and the question becomes one of national representation, having no relation either to independence or to autonomy. The colonial authorities were deposed without resistance by the force of public opinion, and new ones were instituted without any rupture of relation with the mother country, though all foresaw the logical end of the process. In answer to this moderate policy, the Regency refused to the colonies that freedom of trade which it had proposed to give them, avoided the mediation of England, and, without attempting to arrive peacefully at an understanding, stigmatised the Americans as rebels, and declared war against them, punishing as high treason in them that which the Spaniards themselves had done in Spain. It was then, in 1811, that Venezuela declared herself independent, and gave herself a republican institution. South America was ill prepared for the struggle. She had neither soldiers nor politicians, she had to improvise all she needed. Spain, in alliance with England, and supported by the first nations of the world, was mistress of the seas. Her armies, triumphant in Europe, were stronger than before the French invasion. Nevertheless, South America, unaided, accepted the challenge, and triumphed all alone. The meeting of the Cortes and the promulgation of the Constitution of 1812, instead of reconciling the mother country with her colonies, fanned the flames of insurrection, and by concessions encouraged the spirit of independence. When in 1814 the King was restored, America was still governed in his name, and the movement having been crushed in Venezuela, the revolution was placed in a false position. The refusal of America to surrender without conditions to absolute power was replied to by the proclamation of a war of conquest, and amicable arrangement was no longer possible. In 1820 despotism triumphed in Europe under the banners of absolute kings allied against the liberties of the people, but in South America the cause of independence, fostered by the example of the United States, was successful. From this epoch the reaction of American thought is felt in the Parliament of England, and influences even Spain herself, where the armies collected to stamp out revolution in America turn against the absolute king and re-establish a constitutional regime. This is a critical moment. Upon the triumph or the defeat of revolution in South America depend the destinies of two worlds. 5 years later on, victory crowned her efforts. America is republican, independent, and free. From this movement the current of history, which has for 3 centuries carried despotism from the east to the west, now turns back. The action of the principles of American regeneration flows from west to east, and spreads over Europe until stopped by the barrier of Islamism. Greece cries out for emancipation, and Europe, instead of joining to crush her aspirations, runs to help her. Portugal becomes free by the example and influence of her American colonies, who send back to her her absolute kings, transformed into constitutional rulers. In France the revolution of 1789 revives in a compromise between monarchy and a republic, its champions being a comrade of Washington and an immigrant prince who had studied American democracy at close quarters. Take away the South American revolution of the year 1810, suppose it to be suppressed in 1820, or eliminate the final triumph of 1825, and the Republic of the United States remains the sole representative of liberty, and the world, even with the help of free England, lies grovelling under the sway of absolutism. Attempts at monarchy in South America. Had the idea of Aranda been adopted in 1783, it is probable that a bastard monarchy would have been established in America, upon which time would have impressed the seal of democracy. Had the King of Spain removed his throne to America in 1808, as did he of Portugal, it is possible that the course of the revolution might have been changed under dynastic auspices, delaying the advent of the Republic, and perchance accelerating constitutional stability. These two opportunities being lost, the revolution could only develop in accordance with its own nature, and become essentially a republican movement. The Pilgrim Fathers of New England and the Quakers of Pennsylvania carried with them the seed of republicanism. The Cavaliers who colonized Virginia became republicans by founding a new country of a distinct type, which produced Washington. The Spanish colonists of South America brought with them no such ideas, but only germs of individualism, from which time developed desires for independence and for equality. The indigenous races knew nothing of any form of government except monarchy. The Creoles were born republicans. The idea of establishing a monarchy never sprang from a Creole brain, and when proposed was looked upon by them only as a compromise, or as an artificial expedient when it was not a folly. In 1808 the English Constitution was the ideal of thinkers trained in the school of Montesquieu. In 1810 the social contract of Rousseau was their gospel, and the revolution of that year assumed spontaneously a popular form, producing municipal republics, whereby the course of opinion became exclusively democratic. When early reverses damped the republican hopes of Argentine leaders, they looked to the establishment of a monarchy under the protection of the great powers as a means of securing independence and constitutional freedom. In 1814 it was proposed to crown an infant of Spain King of La Plata. In 1816 the same Congress which declared the independence of the Argentine provinces embraced the idea of crowning a descendant of the Incas at Cuzco, and uniting Peru and the River Plate under his rule, a proposition quenched in ridicule. The same Congress in 1819, after swearing to and promulgating a republican constitution, sought in Europe for a king, lowering their character in the eyes of the world, and bringing accusation of treachery upon themselves from their own countrymen. This reaction took place precisely at the time when the perseverance of the republicans had gained for them universal sympathy, when the United States threw her shield over the infant peoples to protect them from the attacks of the Holy Alliance, and when England, after declaring that she would not recognise "the revolutionary governments of America," became convinced of her mistake. The agents of this policy were men such as Rivadavia, who stands in America second alone to Washington as the representative statesman of a free people, such as Belgrano, the type of republican virtue, and such as San Martin, who, a republican at heart, had no faith in democracy, yet founded republics, which by natural law became democracies. When San Martin ignored this law, his career as a liberator came to an end. So also, later on, fell Bolívar in the attempt to convert democracy into monocracy. The only American liberator who in his folly crowned himself emperor, Iturbide in Mexico, died on the scaffold, a presage of the sad end of another emperor, whose corpse was sent back to Europe as a protest against the imposition of monarchy. The Empire of Brazil is apparently a proof of the possibility of establishing monarchy in America, but the contrary is the fact. Brazil is a democratic empire, founded upon the principle of sovereignty of the people, without any privileged class or hereditary nobility, and has nothing monarchical about it except the name. Retrospection. When the war was over and the continent at peace, Bolívar exclaimed, "I blush to say it, independence is the only good we have achieved at the cost of all else." Even at this price independence was solid gain, for it was life. The continuance of the colonial system was death by decomposition. Independence was, moreover, the establishment of the democratic republic, a system under which all losses may be retrieved. South America has no reason to complain of the task allotted to her in working out the destiny of humanity. In the first decade of this century, the Republic of the United States was a sun without satellites. The apparition of a group of new nations from the colonial nebula of the South formed, for the first time in the political world, a planetary system of republics governed by natural laws. An entire continent, almost one half the globe, extending from pole to pole, and washed by the two greatest of the oceans, became republican. At that time there were but two republics in the world: in Europe, Switzerland; in America, the United States. The influence of the latter was not yet felt, but the new system of republics soon became a power of the first rank. The republics of South America were strong enough to conquer their independence, but they lacked the elements of self-government. They had passed at one bound from slavery to freedom, and it took them more than one generation to eradicate evils produced by 3 centuries of misgovernment. In the war they had expended not only their blood, their treasure, and their vital energy, but also their intellectual strength. Wealth came to them with independence, but the want of the elements of self-government made them an easy prey to anarchy and despotism, from which the conservative instinct at length saved them. Still they suffer the evils of inexperience, but nothing is lost while republican institutions, the great work of the revolution, are preserved. No people so ill prepared for the change could have done better. Even the United States passed through a critical period of transition, which imperilled their existence as an organised nation. The republics of South America have suffered greatly from misgovernment, but the instincts of the people have ever been superior to the incapacity of their rulers. Had they continued subject to Spain, they would have died of inanition. Had the English invasion been successful, they might now be colonies of England, such as Australia and Canada, and might possibly be richer in material wealth than they are, but they would not be independent nations, charged with the mission of creating new elements of progress. They would but feebly reflect the far-off light. South America would but exist as an appendage of Europe, and Europe would be subject to the Holy Alliance of absolute kings. If South America has not realised all the hopes awakened by the revolution, still it cannot be said that she has faltered in her course. She has resolved for herself the problem of life, educated herself in the hard school of experience, and by sorrow has purged away her vices. Giving the lie to sinister presage, which condemned her to absorption by inferior races, the energetic Creole has assimilated them, giving them freedom and dignity, or, when necessary, had suppressed them. With help from the most superior races of the world, acclimatised upon her hospitable shores, the reins of government have been secured to him. Her regenerated population doubles itself in 20 or 30 years. Before the end of the next century, South America will number 400 millions of free men, North America 500 million, and all America will be republican and democratic. To these great results, following the example of Washington and equal to Bolívar, will have contributed, with such talents as he possessed, the founder of 3 republics, the emancipator of one half of South America, whose history will now be told. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 2. San Martin in Europe and in America, 1778–1812. José de San Martin was born on the 25th of February, 1778, at the town of Yapeyú in Misiones,
and was the fourth son of Captain Don Juan de San Martin, who was at that time Lieutenant Governor of the department of Yapeyú. When he was 8 years old the family went to Spain, and he became a pupil in the Seminary of Nobles at Madrid, where he remained only 2 years, and learned little beyond the rudiments of mathematics and something of drawing. Before he was 12 years old he joined the Murcia regiment as a cadet. The uniform of this regiment was white and blue, the same colours the mature soldier afterwards carried in triumph over half a continent. His first campaign was in Africa, where he received his baptism of fire in the battle against the Moors. When in garrison at Oran in 1791, the city, at that time besieged by the Moors, was destroyed by an earthquake. In 1793 he joined the army of Aragon, and served under Ricardos against the Republicans of France on their own territory. This experience was of great value to him, as Ricardos was the best tactician among the Spanish generals of that day. After 2 successful actions at Masden and CUYO, Ricardos was forced to retire to the foot of the mountains, where he maintained his position for 20 days against the constant attacks of the enemy, and San Martin so distinguished himself that he was promoted to the rank of sub-lieutenant. In the following May, after the death of Ricardos, the Murcia formed part of the garrison of Port Vendre, which, after beating off 2 attacks of the French, was forced to retreat to Coyur, and there surrendered. San Martin gained another step by his conduct in these affairs. In 1795 the peace at Basilea freed the young lieutenant from his parole. In the following year his father died, and the Treaty of San Ildefonso brought Spain as an ally of the French Republic into collision with Great Britain. On the 14th of February 1797 the Murcia, on board the Spanish Mediterranean squadron, took part in the disastrous affair of Cape St. Vincent. On the 15th of August 1798 San Martin was marine officer on the Santa Dorotea, when that ship was captured after a desperate defence by the English 64-gun ship Lion, and being thus for the second time debarred from active service, he devoted his leisure to the study of mathematics and drawing. In the year 1800, at the head of a company of his old regiment, he took part in the Syrio-Comic War with Portugal, known as the War of the Oranges, and was present at the siege of Olivenza. After the Peace of Amiens in 1802, his regiment was employed in the blockade of Gibraltar and Ceuta, and in 1804 we find him in garrison at Cadiz, as second captain of a light infantry regiment, where his conduct during a pestilence was as honourable to him as had been his conduct in the field. By the Treaty of Fontainebleau in 1807, France and Spain divided Portugal and her colonies between them, and a column of 6,000 Spanish troops under Solano invaded Portugal. The regiment to which San Martin was attached captured the town of Yelve, but took no further part in the campaign. The émeute of the 2nd of May at Madrid gave the signal for an outbreak of popular indignation against the usurpations of Napoleon. The news reached the army of Solano when on the march for Cadiz. Solano was at first undecided what course to adopt, but his appointment as Captain General of Andalusia and Governor of Cadiz being confirmed by the French, he, on the 28th of May, issued a proclamation condemning their insurrection. The people flocked in crowds to the palace, shouting for an immediate attack upon the French squadron lying in the harbour. In the confusion some shots were fired. San Martin, who was officer of the guard, withdrew his troops into the house and closed the door. It was blown in by a cannon shot, but time had been gained for the escape of Solano across the roof to a neighbouring house, where, however, he was soon afterwards found and cruelly butchered. This tragedy was never effaced from the memory of San Martin, and without doubt greatly affected his policy on many subsequent occasions. In spite of his love of liberty, he ever after looked with horror upon mobs, and upon governments who relied upon them. He considered that intelligence supported by orderly strength should hold the government of the world. Nevertheless, his reason and his heart must have told him that the cause of Spain was just, and that the executions on the Prado of Madrid on the 2nd of May were more barbarous and less justifiable than was the murder of Solano. About this time it is said that Miranda visited Cadiz in disguise, but for this report we can find no foundation. He was the founder and organizer of the secret societies to which South Americans throughout Europe were already affiliated, but Spain was the last country in Europe in which such societies were established. Cadiz, being the one port open to American trade, became naturally at this time the centre of the revolutionary propaganda. In the early years of the 19th century an association styled Sociedad de Lautaro, or Caballeros Racionales, had ramifications all over Spain, and was affiliated with the Gran Reunión Americana, established in London by Miranda. The society had in Cadiz alone, in the year 1808, more than 40 members, some of them grandees of Spain. Those of the first grade were pledged to work for the independence of America. Those of the second swore, "to recognize no government in America as legitimate unless it was elected by the free and spontaneous will of the people, and to work for the foundation of the republican system." Of this society San Martin became a member. An American by birth, a revolutionist by instinct, and a republican by conviction, he was, perchance, without knowing it, an adept of Miranda, and was destined to make the dream of the master a reality, when the bones of that master lay rotting on the mud banks upon which his eye might at the time often rest. At the same time with San Martin, 3 other members joined the lodge: Alvear, who was his confidant till he became jealous of his fame; José Miguel Carrera, who was to die cursing him; and, most modest of all, the naval lieutenant Matias Tapiola, who was afterwards his right arm on many a hard-fought field. San Martin was the least brilliant and the poorest of them all. His comrades recognized the superiority of his talents as a soldier, and said that he did the thinking for them all, but in the great revolutionary drama that all foresaw, they assigned to him only the place of a stern warrior. Alvear and Carrera, the most arrogant and the most ambitious, were to be the heroes. The general rising in Spain found San Martin in his place as an officer of light infantry under the command of Colonel Menacho. He was soon promoted, and his regiment joined the 2nd Division of the Army of Andalusia, commanded by Marquis de Coupigny. When the French under Dupont crossed the Sierra Morena, he was placed in charge of the line of the Guadalquivir. On the 22nd of June 1808 he led a mixed column against the advanced guard of the enemy, and charged a detachment of cavalry with such impetuosity, at the head of 21 hussars, that he killed 17 of the enemy, took 4 prisoners and all their horses, and retired in triumph in the face of very superior numbers. This action was greatly applauded by the whole army, a badge of honour was given to all who charged with him, and he was appointed captain in the Bourbon regiment, "on account of distinguished conduct in the action at Argonilla." This small triumph was the precursor of one of the greatest victories of the epoch. Before 1 month had elapsed, the imperial eagles of Napoleon were beaten by the army of recruits inspired by patriotism, and Captain San Martin was mentioned with distinction in the order of the day of the Battle of Bailén. The road to Madrid being opened by this victory, the army of Andalusia entered the capital in triumph, and San Martin received, with his commission as lieutenant colonel, a gold medal for his conduct in the battle. He was afterwards present at the disaster of Tudela, and in the retreat to Cadiz, and in 1810 was appointed aide-de-camp to the Marquis of Coupigny. In 1811 he took part in the bloody battle of Albuera, where the French were defeated by an allied army against General Beresford, the same who 5 years previously had capitulated to Liniers at Buenos Ayres. The same year he joined the Sagunto regiment, the escutcheon of which was a sun with this motto: "Hoe nubila tolunt obstantia solvens," dissipates clouds and removes obstacles. This was the last Spanish standard under which San Martin fought, and its symbol was identical with that of the flag of the yet unthought of Army of the Andes. The prophecy of the dying Pitt was realized. Napoleon had stirred up against himself a national war, and was irredeemably lost. Spain allied with Great Britain, in saving herself, saved Europe from his brutal domination, and the American Creole, having paid with usury his debt to the mother country, could now honourably leave her. San Martin had fought under her flag for 20 years. He had seen the strategy of great generals, had learned the tactics of every arm in the service. The pupil was now a master able to give lessons. He turned his eyes to his own country, and seeing her in difficulty, resolved to return and consecrate his life to her service. The confidant of his projects and sentiments on this occasion was a singular personage. Lord Macduff, afterwards Earl of Fife, was a Scotch noble, descended from that Shakespearean hero who slew Macbeth. He was in Vienna when the Spanish insurrection broke out in 1808. He came over at once, and enlisted as a simple volunteer. As such, he took part in most of the great battles of the time, in one of which he was seriously wounded, and was given the rank of a General of Spain for his services. Then it was that San Martin and Macduff became acquainted. Their generous natures had a profound sympathy each for the other. Their friendship was enhanced by the dangers they shared, and continued so long as both lived. By his help, and by the interposition of Sir Charles Stewart, a diplomatic agent in Spain, San Martin obtained a passport for London, and received from his friend letters of introduction and letters of credit, of which he made no use. In London he met his comrades Alviar and Sapiola, and other South Americans who were there at the time. All belonged to the secret society founded in London by Miranda, in which Bolívar had just taken the oath, before leaving for Venezuela in company with the illustrious master. San Martin and his two comrades were initiated in the 5th and last grade, and in January 1812 embarked on the George Canning for the River Plate. On the 9th of March they reached Buenos Aires, accompanied by various officers, who came to offer their swords in the cause of independence. The moment was a critical one in the history of the American Revolution. The serious work was just commencing. The real struggle between patriots and royalists was yet to come, and the discordance of the various elements of society only now became apparent. The Argentine Revolution had provoked insurrection in Chile, both by diplomacy and by example. Her first army of volunteers had marched to Upper Peru with the object of striking the enemy in the centre of his power, and in November 1810 had won the first victory of the war at Suipacha, but was 8 months later defeated at Huaqui and compelled to retreat to Tucuman. Buenos Aires had attempted to gain command of the rivers by arming a small squadron, which was destroyed by the enemy in the Paraná. A Portuguese army of 4,000 men held the line of the Uruguay. Paraguay had commenced a system of isolation, almost of hostility. The movement in Chile, at first successful, was in 1812 threatened by an expedition from Peru, and the young republic unfortunately put her trust in José Miguel Carrera, who, with some attractive qualities, possessed no solid talents, either military or political. In this same month of March an earthquake destroyed the city of Caracas. Reaction triumphed over Miranda in Venezuela. Only in New Granada did the revolutionary cause maintain a footing for some time longer. In 1815 all the insurrections in South America had been suppressed, save only the Argentine Revolution, which was never overpowered. Meantime the Viceroyalty of Peru, holding a central position, with a strong army and the command of the sea, was the centre of reaction, and the masses of the people not yet implicated in the revolution began to look unfavourably upon it, as their eyes were opened to the perils it invoked, and to the sacrifices it involved. The Argentine Revolution has as yet no fixed plan. In so rudimentary a state of society, the actual leaders had but little power to direct the latent strength of the people, and even among themselves opinions were divided, some believing that the centralization of power in the city of Buenos Aires was the only means of ensuring the success of the revolutionary movement, while to others decentralization seemed the only necessary condition of national life. The revolution arose in the city. Its legality was based upon municipal rights, and could not long maintain its original form. It could only live by a wider popularity based upon the sovereignty of the people at large. Fortunately, the men, at this time at the helm, were the most intelligent, energetic, and foreseeing who ever acted together on this stage. The first executive government, installed on the 25th of May, 1810, was a junta, in imitation of those established in Spain to resist the domination of the French. Modified a year later by the admission of deputies from the provinces, it became a many-headed monster, useless alike for debate and for administration. It was succeeded by a triumvirate under the name of the Executive Government, which, by the aid of those men, saved the State from shipwreck. Such was the situation of the United Provinces of the River Plate when San Martin landed on Argentine soil. 26 years before, while yet a child, he had left his native land. Now he returned in the ripeness of manhood, tempered in the struggles of life, tutored in the art of war, initiated in the mysteries of secret societies formed for the propagation of the new ideas of liberty. The new champion brought to the American cause tactics and discipline applied both to politics and to war, and, in embryo, a vast plan for a continental campaign which should embrace half a world and should result in its independence. It has been said that San Martin was not a man but a mission, and in truth seldom has the influence of one man upon the destinies of humanity been greater than his. He was at once the arm and the head of the Argentine hegemony. He combined the evolutions of armies with those of nations, marking each evolution with some achievement either political or military, obtained great results with the least possible means, and without waste of strength, and showed how a people may be redeemed without being oppressed. His character is even yet an historical enigma. The grandeur of those whose names attain immortality is measured not so much by their deeds or by their talents, as by the effects their memory has upon the consciences of men, causing them to vibrate from one generation to another in sympathy with an idea or with a passion. The moral grandeur of San Martin consists in this, that nothing is known of the secret ambitions of his life, that he was in everything disinterested, that he confined himself strictly to his mission, and that he died in silence, showing neither weakness, pride, nor bitterness at seeing his work triumphant and his part in it forgotten. San Martin was a man of stalwart frame. His face was the reflex of his mind, a fiery spirit hidden under a studious reserve of manner which at times exploded. His head, which was of medium size, he carried very erect. His thick black hair he always wore cut short. The straight, high forehead indicated the presence of a strong and healthy brain. The darkness of his complexion was deepened by exposure. His large black eyes were fringed by long lashes and overhung by heavy eyebrows, which met when he frowned. These eyes were the characteristic feature of his face, disclosing the intensity of his nature, but hiding his purpose. His nose was long, aquiline, and prominent; mouth small, with firm red lips; teeth strong and white. His chin and jaw showed strength of will and the absence of animal passions. His voice was rough, his gestures simple, and his whole person inspired at once respect and sympathy.
Note: Captain Basil Hall, who paid a visit to San Martin in the month of June 1821, on board the schooner Montezuma, then at anchor in the Callao Roads, thus describes his personal appearance: "General San Martin is a tall, erect, well proportioned, handsome man, with a large aquiline nose, thick black hair, and immense bushy whiskers, extending from ear to ear under the chin. His complexion is deep olive, and his eye, which is large, prominent, and piercing, jet black, his whole appearance being highly military. He is thoroughly well bred, and unaffectedly simple in his manners, exceedingly cordial and engaging, and possessed evidently of great kindliness of disposition. In short, I have never seen any person the enchantment of whose address was more irresistible." End of note.
San Martin gave verbal orders with great precision, and in ordinary conversation was fond of a joke. He wrote laconically, in a style of his own, and was much given to reading French authors. Very reserved and of warm affection, he was a great observer of men, studying how he might best avail himself of such talents as they possessed. Haughty by nature, unobtrusive both by temperament and by system, he forced upon himself a stoical disregard of injuries. He was studiously moderate and patient in the elaboration of his plans. A slave to duty himself, he was tolerant of human frailty in others, but could be severe when severity was requisite. He was, as with truth and with posthumous justice he has been styled by Vicuna Mackenna, "the greatest of the Creoles of the New World." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 3 The Lautaro Lodge, 1812 to 1813. The Provisional Junta, which was established at Buenos Aires on the 25th of May 1810, was a simple evolution of historic and municipal rights, and was legalized by the election of deputies to it from the Cabildos. This body was subsequently reconstructed, but this measure and the creation of Provincial Junta were retrograde movements, arising from a latent tendency to decentralization, in which lay the germ of the federal system of the later day. The next step was the creation of a triumvirate, which, being a more centralized form of government, responded to the immediate needs of the revolution, and was a necessity of the time. In the Junta the conservative and revolutionary elements of society were both represented, but the triumvirate represented no party, and was merely an anonymous dictator. The revolution had as yet no defined policy, and thus afforded no basis for the development of the democratic idea. A legislative assembly was convened, formed of deputies from the various provinces, which drew up a constitution which virtually gave back the executive power to the Cabildos. This assembly was dissolved by the triumvirate, a measure greatly applauded by the public, but which attacked the fundamental principle of government. The triumvirate then drew up and decreed a constitution of its own, providing for the periodical election of the executive by a mixed assembly of notables and the representatives of different towns, who should also act as a legislative council until the convention of a national congress. These measures were far from satisfying the requirements of the Democratic party, who called for the immediate convocation of a national congress, which would give form and life to the republic, though government was still carried on in the name of the king. The triumvirate opposed the convocation of a constituent assembly, considering the time for this had not yet come. Hence came about a fourth political revolution, more dangerous and more important than any of the others. San Martin returned to his native country a man unknown, but with a certain repute as a brave soldier and a skilful tactician. His comrade, Alvear, on the contrary, came of a family already well known in the River Plate. Ambitious of glory and of power, and of brilliant imagination, he was a great contrast to San Martin, and assumed an attitude of protection to him, recommending him to the government of the United Provinces as a good soldier. 8 days after his arrival, San Martin was confirmed in his rank as a lieutenant colonel, and was entrusted with the organization of a squadron of cavalry, in which Alvear held the rank of major and Zapiola that of captain. This was the origin of the famous regiment of mounted grenadiers, which fought in all the battles of the War of Independence, which gave to America 19 generals and more than 200 officers, and of which, after shedding its blood and spreading its bones across the continent from La Plata to Pichincha, a remnant returned under the command of a trooper who in 13 years had fought his way up to the rank of colonel, and brought back their old standard with them. The experience of San Martin in Spain had taught him that success is not possible in a long war without a solid military organization. He had seen the Spanish armies, ever routed in spite of their heroism, when remoulded under English discipline, triumphed over the first soldiers of Europe. He knew that Spain, once free from war in the Peninsula, would send her best troops and her best generals to America. Coolly he studied the situation, and came to the conclusion that the war was but commencing, that the armies of the revolution had no consistence, that there was no plan of operations and no preparation for future emergencies. He said nothing of this publicly, but quietly set to work to found a new military school. Under his command, the first squadron of the Mounted Grenadiers became the school of a generation of heroes. He did as Cromwell did in his day. He made one regiment the model for an army. Under strict discipline, which did not repress individual energy, he formed soldier and officer alike, one by one, instilling into them a passion for duty and that cool courage which is the secret of success. His first work was to instruct the officers, who under his guidance became the monitors of the future school. To the companions of his voyage he added men who had already seen service in the war, preferring those who had risen from the ranks, but took none of higher ranks than lieutenant. To them he added cadets, chosen from respectable families of the city of Buenos Ayres. He was their master both in tactics and in the use of arms, and taught them both to study and to manoeuvre with heads erect. Their nerves he tried by nocturnal surprises, those who failed being dismissed, as he wished "to have only lions in the regiment." He also established a sort of vigilance committee among them, and in extreme cases gave permission to fight duels. On the first Sunday in each month he presided at a meeting of this committee. In the adjoining room each officer wrote on a blank ticket an account of any misconduct he had observed. These tickets were folded and dropped into the hat of the major, and were then inspected by himself. If among them was any accusation, the accused was sent from the room while the matter was discussed. The committee of inquiry was named and directed to report at a special meeting, where each officer gave his opinion in writing, and a secret ballot decided whether the accused should remain in the corps or not. In the first case the President, in the name of the committee and in their presence, gave the full apology to the accused. In the second, a special committee was appointed to wait upon him and procure his resignation, he being at the same time notified that if he continued to wear the uniform he would be forcibly stripped of it by the first officer he met. This tribunal had a concise and severe code which classified transgressions worthy of punishment, from the act of ducking the head in danger to that of refusing to fight a duel, be it just or unjust, also striking a woman, even if insulted by her, and included all sorts of personal misconduct. The troopers were all carefully selected, short men not being admitted. He subjected them to strict discipline, and armed them with the long sabre of Napoleon's cuirassiers, telling them that with this weapon they could split like a melon the head of any Goth they met. Translator's note. A term of opprobrium given at that time to Spaniards. End of note. In their first skirmish they gave practical proof of the truth of this lesson. Finally, he gave to each trooper a war name, forbidding him to answer to any other. Other squadrons were formed on the model of this one till a regiment was embodied, and the government sent San Martin his commission as colonel with these words: "Government sends you a commission as colonel of the Mounted Grenadiers, and hopes that by the continuance of your steadiness and zeal you may present the country with a corps capable alone of securing the liberties of your fellow citizens." Meantime San Martin had married Doña Maria de los Remedios Escalada, a beautiful girl of one of the first families of the city. San Martin made no pretence of being a politician, but among friends he spoke plainly his opinions. "Until now the United Provinces have fought for no one knows what, without a flag, and without any avowed principles to explain the origin and tendency of the insurrection. We must declare ourselves independent if we wish to be known and respected." With these ideas he did not hesitate to join those who desired the convocation of a Constituent Congress, but he saw the necessity of establishing some powerful nucleus of political force which should bring superior intelligence to influence popular movements, preparing among a few that which should be apparent will of all. This idea he, aided by Alvear, carried into effect by the installation of the celebrated secret society known as the Lautaro Lodge, which exercised so great and so mysterious an influence upon the destinies of the revolution. This lodge was established in Buenos Ayres about the middle of the year 1812. Its members were of all political parties, but the majority were of the party at that time dominant in the State. The society was organised in various grades. In the first, neophytes were initiated according to the ritual of the Masonic lodges, which were introduced into Buenos Ayres prior to the outbreak of the revolution. In the higher grades, they were initiated into the higher purposes of the society, and behind these was hidden the central lodge, Logia Matriz, in which lay the supreme power of the society. The declared object of the lodge was "to work systematically for the independence and happiness of America, proceeding with honour and justice." Thus membership was exclusively confined to men of American birth. By its constitution, if any of the brotherhood was elected supreme ruler of the State, he could take no important step without consulting the lodge. He could not appoint a diplomatic agent, general-in-chief, governor of a province, judge of an upper court, high church dignitary, nor general officers, and could not punish any member of the brotherhood by his own authority. It was a law of the society that all the members should mutually assist each other in all the exigencies of civil life, that at the risk of life they should uphold the decrees of the lodge, and should inform it of anything which could influence public opinion or affect the public security. To reveal the secret of the existence of the lodge, "by word or by sign," was punishable by death by such means "as might be found convenient." This penalty was, however, only intended to have a moral effect. By the addition of the constitution it was arranged that when any brother of the Logia Matriz was named general of an army or governor of a province, he should have power to establish an affiliated society with a smaller number of members. The society failed to secure the adhesion of the members to the then government, but most of the popular leaders joined the lodge, and its ramifications soon extended to all classes, the most notable adherent being Dr. Don Bernardo Monteagudo, who had great influence among the younger citizens. Very exaggerated ideas have been held as to the influence of the Lautaro Lodge. Events have been attributed to its action, and it had been held responsible for executions and crimes with which the society had nothing whatever to do. It has been made the scapegoat of all the mistakes and errors of the epoch. The Lodge of Lautaro was not a machine of government or of speculative propaganda. It was an engine of revolution, of war against a common enemy, and of defence against internal dangers. In this sense it greatly contributed to give tone and direction to the revolution, concentrating the forces of government, giving unity and regularity to political evolutions, and a vigorous impulse to military operations. Under its auspices was created the first popular assembly, which gave form to the sovereignty of the people. To it was due that spirit of propaganda which characterised the Argentine revolution, and the maintenance of the alliance with Chile, which gave independence to half the continent. But there was danger in the secrecy of its debates, and in the irresponsibility of its collective power, which was manifest when it became a tool in the hands of personal ambition. The limited sphere in which its influence was felt proves that the Argentine revolution was impelled by forces of much greater power, and obeyed general laws over which it had no control. The Portuguese army, then holding the left bank of the Uruguay, had agreed to retire within the frontier, in pursuance of an armistice arranged on the 26th of May 1812, by the interposition of the English minister, between the United Provinces and the court of Rio de Janeiro. The Spanish flag yet floated on the walls of Montevideo, but the road was now open, and a strong patriot army was concentrated on the right bank of the Uruguay. In Buenos Ayres public spirit revived on the discovery of a vast conspiracy of European Spaniards under Alzaga, which was to have broken out on the 5th of July, in concert with the forces of Montevideo, and the Spanish squadron in the roadstead, aided by the Portuguese army, which had not yet retired. The Triumvirate punished the conspirators with great severity, and the base of operations was solidly secured. In the north the situation was less promising. The Royalist army, after completing the subjugation of Upper Peru, advanced in triumph to the heart of the United Provinces, and invaded the province of Tucuman. The relics of the patriot army were in retreat, under command of Belgrano, and it was only hoped that they might reach Cordoba in safety. At this critical juncture Belgrano, disregarding the positive orders of government, turned on the enemy, who were double in number to his own forces, and completely routed them on the 24th of September, near to the city of Tucuman, capturing flags and cannon, and thus saved the Argentine revolution. By the constitution drawn up by the Triumvirate, it was established that one of their number should retire every 6 months. On the expiration of the first 6 months, they convened another assembly to elect one in place of the outgoing Triumvir. This assembly, repeating the errors of the previous one, took upon itself the attributes of a representative body. Government dissolved it as it had the former one, and called upon Don Manuel Martin Pueyrredon to fill the vacant chair. But the national spirit was no longer confined within the limits of the municipality of Buenos Aires, and demanded the immediate convocation of a national congress, elected by the people. The Triumvirate proposed that a third assembly should devote itself to drawing up a plan for the election of the congress. This assembly accordingly met on the 6th of October, in the midst of the excitement caused by the news of the victory of Tucuman, and elected as Triumvir a nominee of the executive. Public opinion saw in this only a continuance of the provisional system, and was greatly incensed, both against the Triumvirate and against the Assembly. Behind the popular movement was the Lautaro Lodge, under the direction of Monteagudo, who secured the concurrence of San Martin and his grenadiers, as also that of Alvear. The movement was much more carefully prepared than that on the 25th of May 1810, or than that of the 5th or 6th of April 1811. The leaders drew up a plan of operations, defining the parts to be played by the people, by the corporations, and by the troops. They chose beforehand the numbers of the future government, and even made a programme of the policy they should pursue. At 11:30 on the night of the 7th of October, the troops of the garrison commenced to defile into the Plaza Victoria, and took up positions in front of the Cabildo. The grenadiers, with sabres sheathed, were headed by San Martin and Alvear. After them came Colonel Ortiz Ocampo with the 2nd Regiment, and Lieutenant Colonel Pinto with the cavalry. At daybreak on the 8th the bell of the municipality was rung, and the people commenced to assemble. Soon 300 persons, among whom were the principal members of the religious orders, occupied the galleries of the chamber, and presented to the Cabildo a petition, with more than 300 signatures, asking, "under protection of the military, for the suspension of the Assembly and the deposition of the Triumvirate, so that the Cabildo, reassuming the authority delegated to it by the people on the 22nd of May 1810, might immediately create a new executive, charged to convene a truly national assembly." The Cabildo acceded to everything, declaring by proclamation that the Assembly, when convened, should have supreme power, within limits defined by the towns, in order to draw up a constitution. They also appointed an executive, consisting of Don Juan José Passo, Don Nicolás Rodriguez Peña, and Don Antonio Alvarez Jonte, under the rules of the Provisional Statute, all which was submitted to the people and approved by the acclamation. This revolution, which was municipal in its form, was essentially national and democratic in its tendency. The principle of the sovereignty of the people was recognised by calling a General Congress. The old tradition which gave supremacy to the capital were set aside, and the first bold step was taken in the path of independence. The new Triumvirate lost no time in setting about their appointed task. The Constituent Assembly was speedily convened. The victorious army of Tucuman was strongly reinforced, and another army was despatched to besiege Montevideo. Thus, in the space of 7 months from the arrival of San Martin in Buenos Ayres, the aspect of affairs was completely changed. Government was consolidated, its policy defined, public spirit was aroused, and the revolution, with 2 armies, boldly displayed the flag of independence. But the military situation was precarious; everything depended upon the result of a battle. Montevideo was a fortress of the second class, was defended by 355 guns, of which 175 were in battery, was garrisoned by more than 300,000 troops and by 2,000 militia, and was further protected by a squadron of 14 ships of war, mounting 210 guns, and by a flotilla, while the United Provinces had not even a gunboat. Here was the centre of reaction, and the natural base for any expedition from the peninsula, while the state of relations with Brazil increased the danger from this quarter. The Royalist army, beaten at Tucuman, had been strongly reinforced, and lay entrenched at Salta, waiting the arrival of another party from Upper Peru. Government summoned a council of military chiefs, of whom San Martin was one, and of influential citizens, to aid the Cabildo in devising measures to meet these threatening dangers. It was decided that Montevideo must be taken at any cost, and that Belgrano should be instructed to drive the enemy from Salta, in order to open the road to the centre of the Spanish power at Lima. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 4 San Lorenzo, 1813 to 1814. On the 31st of December 1812, the vanguard of the army sent against Montevideo, under the command of Colonel Rondeau, completely defeated a strong sortie of the garrison and laid siege to the city. On the 31st of January 1813, the General Constituent Assembly met in Buenos Ayres. The majority were members of the Lautaro Lodge, so there was no longer that anarchy of opinion which had neutralized the former assemblies. For the moment it fulfilled popular aspirations. The nominal sovereignty of the King of Spain was eclipsed, his name disappeared for ever from public documents, the escutcheons of Spain were torn down, titles of nobility, the Inquisition, and judicial torture were abolished. The effigy of former monarchs was substituted on coins by the seal of the United Provinces, a sun with rays and a Phrygian cup, within a wreath of laurel. The colours of the Spanish flag were replaced by the blue and white of the patriot cockade, and the last link with the mother country was broken by declaring the supremacy of the national courts of law. Everything was reformed, even to the prayers of the priests and the songs of the people, who now, in inspired verse, saluted "a new and glorious nation with a conquered lion at her feet." Note: a quotation from Old Mortales, the Argentine national hymn. So was inaugurated the sovereignty of the Argentine people. A formal declaration of independence was now all that was wanting for the establishment of a republic. The armies in the field swore obedience to the Assembly, and marched with enthusiasm under the new flag upon the fortifications of Montevideo and upon the entrenchments of Salta. Only upon the water did the spirit of revolution as yet make no progress. The maritime power of Spain seemed invincible in America. Her ships of war dominated the coasts from California on the Pacific to the Gulf of Mexico on the Atlantic. The sailors of Montevideo dominated the River Plate and its affluents. One day they bombarded Buenos Ayres, another they spread terror along the banks of the Uruguay, and sacked defenceless towns on the Parana. Batteries were thrown up on the banks in front of Rosario and at Punta Gorda, which only diverted attack from these points to other more defenceless. In October 1812 the towns of San Nicolas and San Pedro on the western bank of the Parana were cannonaded and sacked. Then, with the object of diverting the attention of the Patriots from the siege of Montevideo, cutting off all communication by the rivers with the interior, and of procuring supplies for the garrison of Montevideo, a flotilla was organized under the command of a noted smuggler, Ruiz by name, on which was shipped a detachment of infantry, led by a red-haired Biscayan named Zapala, a man of colossal stature and of approved valour. The Government of Buenos Aires, hearing of this expedition, ordered the battery at Rosario to be dismantled and the guns to be sent higher up the Paraná to Punta Gorda, where the garrison was strengthened. The Colonel of the Mounted Grenadiers also received orders to march with 2 squadrons for the protection of the coast from Zárate to Santa Fé. The Royalist expedition, under convoy of 3 small ships of war, concentrated at the mouth of the Iguazú, below the delta of the Paraná, about the middle of January, and were there delayed by a north wind, so that when San Martin reached the coast they were only commencing the ascent of the main valley. Keeping his troops out of sight, San Martin, disguised in the hat and poncho of a countryman, kept watch upon their movements from the bank, by day and by night. On the 28th of January they passed San Nicolas, and on the 29th anchored above Rosario without having as yet made any attempt to land. Escalada, commandant of Rosario, collected 22 men carrying muskets and 30 horsemen, and with a small gun prepared to make what resistance he could. At daybreak on the 30th the flotilla cast anchor inside the island of San Lorenzo, which lies in the middle of the river about 17 miles to the north of Rosario. The western bank here consists of high bluffs, affording no landing places except where narrow paths were cut through them to the water's edge. In front of one of these cuttings the flotilla anchored. Beyond the low trees which bordered the edge of the bluff stood the lonely monastery of San Carlos, a 2-story building with a belfry on the roof. About 100 men landed, but all the provisions they could obtain from the peaceful friars were a few fowls and melons. All cattle had been withdrawn from the coast. As the monastery bell struck 7:30, a cloud of dust was seen on the Rosario road. It was Escalada with his 50 men and his 1 small gun. The Spaniards retreated with drums beating to their boats, and Escalada opened fire upon them from the edge of the bluff, but was obliged to draw off as the guns of the flotilla had much longer range than his 1 piece. On the night of the 31st a Paraguayan prisoner escaped from the flotilla, swimming ashore on a bundle of sticks. From him the Patriots learned that the whole force of the enemy did not exceed 350 men, that they were mounting 2 small guns, intending to land next day in greater force for the purpose of searching the monastery for treasure which they supposed to be hidden there, and that after securing the treasure they intended to proceed up the river, passing the batteries of Punta Gorda by night if they could not destroy them, and so cut off the trade with Paraguay. Escalada sent out messengers with this news, one of whom met San Martin and his grenadiers, who, following the windings of the river, had been left behind by the flotilla, which was favoured by a southerly breeze. Fortunately the wind now chopped round to the north and delayed the intended landing, so that when San Martin, by forced marches, reached the post house of San Lorenzo, 3 miles from the monastery, on the night of the 2nd of February, nothing yet had been done. At the post house he found fresh horses waiting for him, sent there by Escalada. In front of the post house stood an old carriage without horses. 2 troopers rode up to it and asked, "Who is there?" "A traveller," answered a sleepy voice. Another horseman rode up, saying, "Be careful, this is not an enemy, but an Englishman on his way to Paraguay." The traveller put his head out of one of the windows of the coach, and thinking he recognised the figure and voice, said, "Surely you are Colonel San Martin?" "If so, you have a friend here, Mr. Robertson," answered the other. And so it was. This was the well-known traveller, William Parish Robertson, who was destined to witness the memorable events of the next day, and to record what he saw. The 2 friends laughed together at their unexpected meeting in the dark, and San Martin spoke of his project. "The enemy has double the numbers of men that we have, but I doubt if they get the better of us." "So say I," replied the Englishman, offering his visitors wine to drink to their success, and asking permission to go with them. "Agreed," answered San Martin, "but take care, it is no part of your duty to fight. I will give you a horse, but if the day goes against us, you must run for it." Then, giving the order to mount, he put himself with his friend at the head of the silent troopers, and soon after midnight reached the monastery, which they entered by a gateway in the rear of the edifice. All the cells were vacant, not a sound was to be heard in the cloisters. The gate being shut, the troopers dismounted in the large courtyard. The colonel enjoined silence upon them, and forbade them to light fires. "It brought to mind," says the English traveller, "the Greek host hidden in the bowels of the wooden horse so fatal to Troy." San Martin, with a night glass, ascended the tower of the church, and saw by their lanterns that the enemy was yet there. He then carefully reconnoitred the country around him, and from information furnished by Escalada, formed his plans. On the river face of the monastery, a level plain, apt for cavalry manoeuvres, extended for 350 yards to the edge of the bluff. Two winding paths, one only of which was practicable for infantry information, led to the beach below. He then withdrew his men from the courtyard and formed them, holding their horses by the bridle, behind the cloisters and outhouses, leaving Escalada and his volunteers within the edifice. At dawn he again mounted the tower. At 5 o'clock, as the shades of night melted away, boats laden with armed men were seen to leave the flotilla for the shore. At 5:30, two small columns of infantry marched up the main path. Then San Martin came down from his post of observation, and meeting Robertson at the foot of the stairs, said: "In 2 minutes more we shall be upon them, sword in hand." A few paces off his orderly held his charger ready, a fine cream-coloured horse, fully caparisoned. In a moment he was in the saddle. Drawing his curved sabre, he galloped off to his grenadiers, who were now to enter into action for the first time, and in a few words exhorted them to remember his lessons, and above all not to fire a shot, but to trust to their lances and sabres. He put himself at the head of the second squadron, and gave command of the first to Captain José Bermudez, directing him to attack the flank and cut off the retreat of the invaders, and added: "We will meet in the centre of the enemy's column. There I will give you further orders." The enemy, about 250 strong, had in the meantime advanced some 200 and odd yards. They came on quickly to the sound of drums and fifes, and with a flag, in two parallel columns of half companies, with two 4-pound guns between the columns and a little in the advance. Then was heard for the first time the war clarion of the mounted grenadiers. From the right and from the left of the monastery the two squadrons dashed forward at full gallop, sabre in hand. San Martin led the attack on the left, Bermudez that on the right. San Martin, being nearest, was the first to fall on the enemy. The fire of the two guns failed to check the onset. The heads of the Spanish columns were thrown into disorder, but, falling back, opened a heavy fire of musketry. San Martin with his squadron encountered the column led by Zabala in person. His horse was killed by the first volley, and a fierce hand-to-hand fight raged round him as he lay upon the ground caught by the leg by his fallen steed, in which he received a slight sabre cut in the face. A Spanish soldier ran forward to bayonet him, but was run through the body with a lance by a grenadier named Baigorria. Another trooper, named Juan Bautista Cabral, sprang from the saddle and released his leader from the fallen horse, and fell himself, pierced by two mortal wounds, shouting: "I die content, we have beaten the enemy." Almost at the same moment, Cornet Bouchard killed the bearer of the Spanish ensign and captured the flag. The other column was also driven back by the charge of the squadron led by Bermudez, and the Spaniards abandoning their guns retreated to the bluff, where they attempted to form square under protection of the guns of the flotilla. Bermudez, leading a second charge upon them, was mortally wounded by a cannon shot, and Lieutenant Manuel Diaz Velez, carried away by his enthusiasm, fell with his horse over the bluff, with a ball in his forehead and two bayonet wounds in his chest, but the Spaniards were driven headlong to the beach, leaving behind them, besides their flag, their guns and 50 muskets, 40 dead and 14 prisoners. Many of those who escaped were wounded, one of these being Zabala, their leader. The grenadiers had 15 killed and 27 wounded, among whom each of the United Provinces had at least one representative. Lieutenant Diaz Velez, being taken prisoner, was carried on board the flotilla. San Martin, assisted by Robertson, generously furnished the flotilla with fresh supplies for their wounded, and arranged for an exchange of prisoners, giving up those he had captured for 3 previously taken by the boats and for his wounded officer, but Velez died in the arms of his comrades a few hours after. One of these released prisoners was a Paraguayan named José Félix Bogado. He at once enlisted in the regiment, and during 13 years' service with it, from San Lorenzo to Ayacucho, won his way up to the rank of colonel, and then returned to Buenos Aires accompanied by 7 of the original troopers of the corps. Still covered with the blood and dust of the fight, San Martin signed the despatch announcing his victory, under the shade of an old pine tree which still stands in the garden of San Lorenzo. The affair of San Lorenzo, though of little military importance, had a most beneficial effect upon the Patriot cause. The safety of the towns on the banks of the Paraná and Uruguay was secured. Communication with Entre Rios, which was the base of the army besieging Montevideo, was maintained. The expected supplies to this city were cut off. The trade with Paraguay was preserved, and above all a new general given to the army and new vigour to the spirits of the men. 3 days afterwards the discomfited flotilla descended the Paraná, laden with wounded instead of plunder, and carried the news to Montevideo. At the same time San Martin returned to Buenos Aires, and the enthusiasm of his reception somewhat deadened the calumnies which had already begun to embitter his life. On the 2nd of February the Spanish army entrenched at Salta was completely routed by General Belgrano, the 3rd victory in less than 3 months. The revolution of the 8th of October and the influence of the Lautaro Lodge were justified by these results. When San Martin returned to Buenos Aires he found that political parties confined within the limits of the capital, weakened by local animosities, and ultimately enclosed by the 4 walls of the Lodge, had degenerated into circles ruled by personal influences, and like most of the influential men of the day he became imbued with the belief that a constitutional monarchy, backed by Europe, was the true solution of the political problem. Neither he nor they saw that the sentiment of the people was essentially republican. Secret societies have been at times the only means of organization left to an enslaved people, but they have never accompanied the development of revolutionary ideas. As a general rule they have produced nothing beyond abortive conspiracies. Among a free people they are impotent. Thus the continuance of the secret and irresponsible influence of the Lautaro Lodge could have no other effect than to weaken the power of the General Assembly, its own creation. Within the Lodge itself there soon arose 2 distinct parties. One strove only for democratic independence, the other was a personal party with Alvear at its head, which presently absorbed the whole society. The dream of Alvear was military glory and a dictatorship. His friend Carrera was at this time, May 1813, both a dictator and a general in his own country. He took him as his model, but was clear-sighted enough to see that their circumstances were not identical. In June 1813 the Army of the North a second time invaded Upper Peru under the orders of Belgrano, but was badly beaten at Vilcapugio on the 1st of October, and almost destroyed at Ayohuma on the 14th of November. The remnant retreated to its former position, and Belgrano requested to be relieved of the command. The United Provinces had not at this point any general conspicuous for military genius. The laurels gained by Don Antonio González Balcarce at Suipacha were blighted at the Desaguadero. His brother, Don Martín Balcarce, was in Chile in command of Argentine auxiliaries. The victory of Don José Rondó in front of Montevideo was the first and last of his career. He lacked the qualities of a commander-in-chief. Belgrano was wanting both in tactical knowledge and in warlike instinct, but was the best of them all. Of the generals of division, none had as yet shown any capacity for separate command. The revolution which had been so far opposed by mediocre generals and badly organized troops had now to contend against skilful generals and well disciplined troops. Alvear applied for the command of the Army of the North. San Martin, who considered the expedition against Montevideo of more importance, willingly gave place to him, but Alvear, ever vacillating and loth to leave the field of politics, changed his mind and recommended San Martin for the post. San Martin was anxious to free himself from the trammels of party in order to gain freedom of action in the course he had marked out for himself. He accordingly accepted the command of a reinforcement for the Army of the North, and received instructions to assume the command in chief if he should deem it advisable. This reinforcement consisted of the 7th Battalion of Infantry, 700 strong, 2 squadrons of the Mounted Grenadiers, and 100 artillerymen, and reached Tucuman before the close of the year 1813. Soon after, San Martin and Belgrano met at Yatasto on the road to Salta, and swore friendship to each other, an oath most faithfully kept by both. These two celebrated men had never met before, but had for some time corresponded. San Martin presented himself as a subordinate, but Belgrano looked to him as a master in the art of war, and regarded him as his successor. After some delay, due to the reluctance of San Martin to supersede his friend, he at length assumed the command on receipt of positive orders to that effect from Government, Belgrano remaining with him in command of a regiment. Belgrano died in the belief that San Martin was the tutelar genius of South America, and San Martin to the end of his days honoured the memory of his illustrious friend as that of one of the purest patriots of the New World. On the 22nd of January 1814 the executive power was concentrated in one person who took the title of Supreme Director. Don Gervasio Antonio Posadas was selected by the Lodge to fill this post, and was duly elected by the General Assembly. No one was more surprised than himself at this appointment, for which his only special recommendation was that he was the uncle of Alvear, who for the present contented himself with the command of the army of the capital, until such time as he could take command of the army of Montevideo, and there achieve such military glory as should entitle him to supreme power. The first care of San Martin, on assuming command of the Army of the North, was to insist upon the regular payment of his men. There existed in the army chest a sum of $36,000 drawn from Upper Peru, which Government had directed should be paid over to the General Treasury. San Martin disobeyed the order and applied the money as he wished, giving Government at the same time his reason for doing so. Government approved of his conduct as justified by necessity, for the army was at the time in the last stage of destitution. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 5. Upper Peru, 1814. The military policy of the United Provinces had three distinct ends. First, to construct a new nation within the geographical limits of the old Viceroyalty of the River Plate. Second, to aid in the establishment of other South American nations, who would be their natural allies. And third, to carry their arms beyond their frontiers for the removal of obstacles to their expansion. Hence the expedition to Paraguay and Montevideo, the aid given to the insurgents in Chile, and the war waged with the Viceroyalty of Peru. The Army of the North, as the embodiment of this threefold policy, was styled the Auxiliary Army of Peru, and its mission was to incorporate the provinces of Upper Peru as a portion of the old Viceroyalty, to capture Lima, the centre of Spanish power in South America, and to bring Lower Peru into an alliance similar to that already contracted with Chile. For 4 years Upper Peru had been the battlefield of the Patriots and Royalists. It was now completely in the power of the latter. The 4 provinces known as Upper Peru are shut in by mountain ranges, and have no fluvial communication with either ocean. Situate within the tropics, their high tablelands and intervening valleys furnish at once examples of perpetual winter and perpetual spring, and yield all the natural products of the globe. Upper Peru is divided by 2 spurs from the Andes into 3 districts. The western range runs parallel to the Pacific Ocean from the desert of Atacama, which is a high tableland, to the first valleys of Lower Peru on the coast, cutting off an arid and thinly peopled district. The central plain, well peopled but inclement, is the natural road from the Argentine Republic to Lower Peru, and was the theatre of operations during the preceding campaigns. The eastern range, with lofty peaks covered with perpetual snow, looks down upon a truly intertropical paradise. At its foot extends to the west the smiling valley of Crisa, where stands the city of Cochabamba, with easy access over the hills to the central plateau and to Chuquisaca by valleys on the south east. Behind Cochabamba, and to the east of the range, lies the Valle Grande, which collects the mountain streams and delivers them to the Amazon. More to the northeast lies Santa Cruz de la Sierra, in the midst of a vast grassy plain, which slopes gradually away to the confines of Brazil, Paraguay, and the Argentine Chaco. The social organization of Upper Peru was a continuation of the system of the Incas, complicated by the antagonism of races. Europeans had established themselves in 6 cities, whose former inhabitants, driven out to the ice-covered hills or to the torrid valleys, worked as serfs for their lords and masters, as cultivators of the soil, or as miners. The lower class in these cities consisted of half-breeds, and formed the greater part of the population. All the rest of the country was peopled exclusively by 2 indigenous races, who paid a capitation tax and had no civil rights. The language of the conquerors was unintelligible to the mass of the people. In this country the first rebellion against the domination of Spain was quenched in blood in 1809, but news of the revolution of Buenos Aires in 1810 rekindled the smouldering embers. The movement was supported by Argentine troops under Balcarce, who won the first victory of the war at Suipacha, but was afterwards totally defeated on the Desaguadero. The Patriots of Cochabamba, being thus left alone, fought another battle by themselves at Sipe Sipe on the 13th of August 1811, but were defeated. The repulse of the second invasion under Belgrano in 1813 was another great disappointment to them, but still the spirit of the people was not crushed. There was, however, no cohesion among them. They had the courage to resist and to die on the field of battle or on the scaffold, but they were unable to concert any plan of action. Thus these successive disasters greatly weakened the ties which bound them to the Patriots of Buenos Aires, but vain were the efforts of the Spaniards to overcome the passive resistance of the people. Heads of rebels were exposed along the public roads. The properties of such as had fled were confiscated and sold. Towns were sacked. Military commissions terrorized the country. Prisoners taken in the last campaign were sold as slaves to the owners of the vineyards and plantations of Peru, but still insurrectionary movement constantly broke out. Even the Indians, armed with nothing more than clubs, slings, and arrows, braved death with the utmost stoicism, certain that they would be avenged. The Spanish general, unable either to retreat or to advance, established his headquarters at Tupiza, and while a portion of his army kept open communications in the rear, his vanguard advanced to Salta, constantly harassed by the country people, who rose in arms on the retreat of the Patriot army to Tucuman. The army which had twice defeated the armies of the United Provinces was almost entirely composed of natives of the highlands of Lower Peru. They were men inured to hardships and privations, untiring on the march, faithful to their flag, obedient to their officers, and undaunted under fire. They were half-breeds, who spoke the same language as the people of the country in which they fought. The climate of this country was the same as that of their own, and they were accustomed to the peculiar requirements of mountain warfare. All this gave them great advantage over the Argentine troops on that field of action, and the remembrance of defeats disheartened the Patriot army. Belgrano, after the rout of Ayohuma, had left Colonel Don Juan Antonio Alvarez de Arenales as Governor of Cochabamba, and commandant of the Patriot forces in the rear of the enemy, and Colonel Don Ignacio Warnes as Governor of Santa Cruz de la Sierra, under the orders of Arenales. Only men of their stamp could have undertaken the desperate enterprise of keeping alive the flames of insurrection in the mountains of Upper Peru after such disasters. Arenales is one of the most extraordinary characters of the Argentine Revolution. Born in Spain and educated in Buenos Aires, he embraced with ardour the American cause, and took a prominent part in the insurrection at Chuquisaca in 1809. Taken prisoner, he was sent to Peru, and remained in the casemates of Callao till set at liberty by the Cortes of Cadiz in 1812. At the time of the battle of Tucuman he was in Salta, and there headed a patriotic movement which was immediately quelled. Previous to the battle of Salta he had joined the army of Belgrano, and accompanied it to Upper Peru. To austere manners, tenacity of purpose, and untiring activity, he added the virtues of a good citizen, great talents as an administrator, inflexible will, and a brain fertile in warlike stratagems. His face never displayed any signs of either pleasure or pain, and his stern look and voice, joined to this lion-like head, marked him as one born to command, but under all lay a warm heart, more anxious to do right than to win glory. Warnes was of English descent, but was born in Buenos Aires, and in 1807 he had distinguished himself in defence of his native city. San Martin, on learning from Belgrano the character of Arenales, at once opened communications with him, and on 2 occasions sent him arms and ammunition, with officers to aid him in his operations. While Belgrano was in Upper Peru, Colonel Landivar, a Spaniard, was made prisoner at Santa Cruz de la Sierra. The man had been one of the most merciless agents of Goyeneche, and was kept for trial by the General, "not for having fought against our system, but for the murders, robberies, burnings, violences, extortions, and other excesses perpetrated by him in contravention of the laws of war." It was proved that he executed 54 prisoners of war, whose heads and arms had been cut off and nailed to posts on the public roads. The accused alleged that he had only ordered the execution of 33 individuals, and that in obedience to express orders from Goyeneche, which he produced in evidence. The defence was ably conducted by an officer of the Grenadiers, who pleaded that the prisoner, having acted only in obedience to the orders of the superior, could not be looked upon as other than a prisoner of war. The court pronounced sentence of death, which sentence was laid before San Martin on the 13th of January 1814, who at once signed it without consulting Government. This trial gives an idea of the mode in which the war was waged in Upper Peru. The cruelties of the Spaniards produced reprisals on the part of the insurgents, which so filled the land with bloodshed that "the inhabitants looked calmly upon these scenes, no one hesitated to risk his own life, and all sought to shed the blood of those of the other party." Such was the war into which Arenales now entered as leader of the 5th insurrection of Cochabamba. The Royalist army being in possession of the central plateau, the position of Arenales at Cochabamba was untenable, but the road by the Valle Grande was open to him. He could join Warnes at Santa Cruz de la Sierra, and communicate with the Argentine provinces by the Chaco, and from Santa Cruz he could march over well-wooded plains to Chuquisaca. On the 29th of November he commenced his retreat with 60 musketeers, 4 small guns, a few cavalry, and a crowd of countrymen armed with clubs and slings, who covered his flanks and rear. In the valley of Misque he attempted to make a stand, but was forced across the Cordillera to the headwaters of the eastern streams. Overtaken at Chillán, he beat off his pursuers and reached the Valle Grande, where he recruited his forces, forming an infantry battalion of 165 men and 2 squadrons of cavalry, and was joined by some guerilla chiefs. The insurrection spread, and Pezuela despatched Colonel Blanco with 600 men and 3 light guns to subdue it. On his march Blanco met with 6 heads nailed to posts, a gage of defiance from the guerillas who swarmed in the adjacent valleys. On the 4th of February the 2 armies met. The Patriots had at first the advantage, till a part of their raw troops were seized with panic. The Royalists captured their guns and remained masters of the field. Blanco shot his prisoners and cut off the heads of 3 leaders, after which he retreated to Chillán for reinforcements. Arenales retreated to the frontier of Santa Cruz, taking his arms and spare ammunition with him on muleback. Reinforced by Warnes, he halted at Abapo on the Rio Grande, and in March had 204 infantry and 4 small guns. Warnes refused to recognise his authority and took up a position for himself at Orcas with 1,000 men, advancing his outposts to Herradura and Petacas, passes of the Cordillera considered impregnable, as they were nothing more than flights of stairs cut in the sides of the mountain. At the same time the Indians of the Chaco, along the banks of the river of Pilcomayo, rose up in favour of the Patriots. Guerilla chiefs aroused a part of the province of La Plata, and the towns in Blanco's rear were again in insurrection. Pezuela despatched Colonel Benavente with 500 men against this new insurrection, but in spite of sundry advantages gained by both columns, Benavente was so weakened that he was soon reduced to inaction, and Blanco, whose troops suffered greatly from fever, was forced to evacuate the Valle Grande early in April and retreat to Misque. Arenales, while encamped at Tumina, received information that Blanco, resuming the offensive, had forced the passes of Herradura and Petacas, and had dispersed the division under Warnes. He at once marched towards the scene of action, and met Warnes at the head of only 300 men. The latter, learning wisdom by his reverses, placed himself under his orders. Blanco had in the meantime taken the city of Santa Cruz, and was now coming in search of them with 600 men, of whom 1/2 were regular infantry. On the 24th of May the Royalists came in sight, and the Patriots retreated by a narrow defile, leaving a small party to draw on the enemy. At dawn on the 25th they reached the town of La Florida, on the river Piray. Arenales took up a position on the right of this small river, in an open space where the bank was about 2 yards high. Below the river spread out, while in front lay a wide plain. His flanks were protected by dense brushwood. The town was behind him. He planted his guns on the open, placed his cavalry in ambuscade on each flank, with Warnes in command on the right and De la Riva on the left. At the foot of the bank he opened a trench, concealed by sand and brushwood, where he stationed his infantry, kneeling, and awaited the attack. His entire force numbered about 800 men. Just before noon the same day a dropping fire was heard in the woods in front. It came from the outposts, who were retreating before the enemy. Soon after that the Royalist column debouched from the wood, preceded by skirmishers. Blanco drew up his men on the plain, with strong cavalry reserves on the flanks, and opened fire with his 4-pounders. Then, as the infantry advanced firing, the Patriot guns opened upon them. When the skirmishers entered the river, the entrenched infantry poured in a volley, and springing from their shelter, charged through the smoke with such impetuosity that, aided by the cavalry on the left, they completely routed the enemy, Colonel Blanco remaining dead upon the field. Arenales headed the pursuit in person, with so little caution that he was attacked by a group of fugitives, who left him for dead, with 14 wounds, 3 of them in the face. His men rushed in and saved him, carrying him on their shoulders back to the camp. 2 flags, 2 guns, 200 muskets, 100 killed, and 99 prisoners were the trophies of this victory, while the Patriots lost only 1 man killed and 21 wounded, including their leader. Such was the action of La Florida, which saved Santa Cruz de la Sierra and compelled the retreat of the Royalist army from Salta. It gives the name of one of the principal streets of Buenos Aires. For it Arenales was raised to the rank of general, and a badge of honour was decreed to the troops engaged. Arenales was no sooner well of his wounds than he marched with his division and reoccupied the Valle Grande, routing a Royalist force of 200 men at Postrer Valle on the 4th July, but was on the 5th August himself defeated at Sumapaita. Afterwards reinforced by Padilla with a body of Indian slingers, he forced Benavente to retreat from Tomina and again reoccupied the Valle Grande. 18 months he maintained this extraordinary war at the cost to the enemy of 1,300 men killed, wounded, and missing, entering Cochabamba at last in triumph, and joining the Argentine army with 1,200 men. Over the vast plains of La Plata the revolutionary spirit has spread almost unopposed, but where mountain ranges marked out the limits of Upper Peru the movement could only advance by force of arms. The map of the old Viceroyalty did not coincide with that of the social revolution of the United Provinces. Upper Peru had been the high road from Buenos Aires to Lima in time of peace. It now remained for San Martin to decide whether the same road was strategically the proper road to Lima or not, in time of war. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 6 The War in the North, 1814. The Army of the North, when reinforced, barely numbered 2,000 men, mostly recruits, among whom desertion was frequent. Disorganized, short of officers, and badly clothed, it was quite incapable of making head against the enemy. Jujuy and Salta were held by the victorious Spaniards, who threatened the whole of the northern frontier. San Martin was more especially troubled by the lack of officers and the general want of discipline in the troops. Pezuela, the Spanish general who had defeated Belgrano at Vilcapugio and Ayohuma, had established his headquarters at Tupiza, on the frontier of Upper Peru, and ordered a levy of 2,000 to 3,000 men in the highlands of Lower Peru. He also formed 2 battalions out of contingents from the nearest valleys of Chichas and Ciuti, raising his army to about 4,000 regulars. His vanguard under Ramirez, 1,500 to 2,000 strong, with 8 guns, occupied Jujuy, and his cavalry scoured the country as far as Salta. San Martin's outposts also reached almost to this city, and at this time the men of the city and of the country round about rose en masse and formed a sort of vanguard to the Army of the North. San Martin had at that time no regular plan. He neither knew his own resources nor the designs of the enemy, and confined his efforts to the reorganization of the army. After consultation with Colonel Dorrego, who commanded the advanced posts, he determined to confide these positions to the district militia, and to concentrate his regular forces in Tucuman. In carrying out this plan he received most valuable assistance from the devotion of the country people, who masked all his movements and prevented the enemy from discovering anything either of his intentions or of his strength. His first step was the construction of an entrenched camp to the north of the city, which put a stop to desertion, and he increased the number of his troops by recruiting. Here he stood on the defensive, and limited his efforts to aiding the popular movements in Salta, Cochabamba, and Santa Cruz de la Sierra. In this entrenched camp, which is known to history as the citadel of Tucuman, he established a school of instruction, holding up the mounted grenadiers as a model for the rest of his force. Belgrano was a most docile pupil, but Dorrego, though his talents were highly esteemed by San Martin, was sent off to Santiago del Estero for insubordinate conduct. Belgrano soon afterwards left the army, giving as his last advice to his friends the maxim, "that war must be waged not with the arms alone, but with the force of public opinion," which maxim was at that time exemplified by facts, for the Royalist armies held only the ground on which they stood, and their movements were paralysed by the popular insurrections all around them. In the province of Salta the revolutionary movement was most pronounced. The first popular manifestation in the city produced the organization of the civic militia. In 1810 the urban guard was raised by the voluntary enlistment of youths of respectable families. Then arose spontaneously among the peasants of the Campagna a corps of cavalry, with the instincts of the Cossacks and the qualities of the Mamelukes, headed by a chieftain who made his name famous for deeds of prowess. Martin Güemes had first borne arms against the English in the reconquest of Buenos Ayres in 1806, and in the memorable defence of 1807. He with his men formed the vanguard of the first Patriot army which invaded Upper Peru. His horsemen penetrated as far as Potosi, and covered every movement of the Patriots. At Suipacha he did good service. In 1811 he escorted the prisoners of the campaign to Buenos Ayres, where he was appointed to the General Staff with the rank of captain. In 1813 he took part in the second siege of Montevideo, and was absent from his native province at the time of Belgrano's expedition, but when San Martin took command of the army he was at Santiago del Estero on his way back. The insurrection of Salta in the face of the victorious enemy was carried out with equal deliberation and courage. The population emigrated en masse, the peasants abandoned their huts, and the towns were left desolate. In the capital even the tongues were taken from the church bells, lest the enemy should use them to celebrate their victories. 2 old friars alone remained in each convent to administer the sacraments to the sick and aged who could not go away. When the Royalist vanguard occupied the city of Salta, a lieutenant named Ezenarro was detached with 30 men to occupy a district 32 miles to the south in the valley of Lerma. The first Sunday after his arrival, one of the men of the place, after morning mass, said, "We must rise again against this canalla." "With what arms?" asked another. "With those we take from them," said yet another. A proprietor, named Luis Burela, put himself at their head, surprised the guard, disarmed Ezenarro and his men, and sent them prisoners to Tucuman. Then, with the arms they had captured, they marched to within 10 miles of Salta, where they were met by a company of Spanish troops, whom they charged at once and completely routed, taking most of the men with their leaders prisoners, and sending them also to Tucuman. Another proprietor, named Pedro Zapala, followed the example of Burela, armed his peons and some volunteers, and took the field. So began the resistance to the enemy, in which the whole people speedily joined, so that Salta became a bulwark to the United Provinces impregnable to Royalist arms, solely by the force of public opinion roused to action. The province of Salta, which at that time formed a part of the jurisdiction of Jujuy, enters within the first spurs of the Andes, which branch from the second of the 2 ranges which enclose Upper Peru, and has the same physical characteristics, plains, mountains, and an intermediate tropical zone. Its possession was thus of great importance to the invaders, as it was the gate to Argentine territory. The occupation of Jujuy opened the road to the plains and valleys of Salta, but even the occupation of Salta itself did not secure their position. The agricultural lands, from which alone supplies could be drawn, lay in valleys to the south of the capital, and it was this part of the province the guerillas undertook to defend. The nature of the country eminently adapted it to guerilla warfare. The inhabitants were a hard-working race of men, strong, active, and inured to hardships, individually brave, and with a natural instinct for the class of warfare they waged. They were horsemen accustomed to go either up or downhill at full speed, whose ordinary equipment enabled them to gallop unharmed through thorny brushwood. They were good marksmen, either from the tree tops or from horseback, or on foot from behind their horses if need were. San Martin made no mistake when he entrusted to them the task of keeping the Royalists at bay, while he was engaged in the reorganization of the regular army at Tucuman. He had seen in Spain what might be accomplished by this class of irregular troops. Pezuela, deceived by false despatches which San Martin caused to fall in his hands, believed that these raw levies were the vanguard of the Patriot army advancing on Salta, and in consequence lost much valuable time waiting for reinforcements. In March the Royalist vanguard advanced from Salta into the valley of Lerma in search of supplies, under the command of Colonel Saturnino Castro, a native of Salta, who had the repute of being the first cavalry officer of the Royalist army of Peru, and whose valour had decided the day at Vilcapugio. The guerillas, who became known to history as the Gauchos of Salta, greatly harassed the progress of the expedition, swarming in the woods along the line of march, cutting off stragglers, driving in small detachments, and firing upon the main body from any convenient shelter. On the 24th, Vide's and the Guachipas River, at the end of the valley, descried 56 of the enemy, under Captain Fajardo, approaching them. Captain Saravia collected 30 men armed with short muskets, and a group of peasantry with clubs and pikes charged upon them and completely routed them, killing 11, including the captain, and making 27 prisoners, while he had only 3 men killed and 1 wounded. Meantime Güemes had entered the Sierra to the east of Salta, and on the 9th and 18th 2 parties of his gauchos surprised 2 detachments of the enemy. On the 29th he came so close to the city that Castro sallied out against him for about a league with 80 men, but was completely routed with the loss of half his force. For this feat Güemes was named Commandant General of the vanguard, and on the recommendation of San Martin was raised to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Güemes then occupied the approaches to the city and harassed the garrison by daily attacks upon the suburbs. Being reinforced from Jujuy, the Royalists then organized 2 expeditions of 500 men each. One, composed of a battalion of infantry and a squadron of light horse, under Colonel Alvarez, marched early in June into the valley of Lerma. At the town of Sumalao, Alvarez found the vanguard of the Guachipas awaiting him. The Patriot outposts were driven in, but the main body, sheltered by trees and broken ground, poured so heavy a fire upon him that he was forced to return to the city, with many killed and wounded, and with the loss of all the supplies he had seized. The other column, also composed of infantry and cavalry, was under the command of Colonel Marquiegui, who, like Castro, was a native of Salta, and of great repute for skill and knowledge of the country. This column marched to the east and was met by Güemes in person, who made so stubborn a resistance that it was also forced back to the city, and the siege was re-established. Pezuela had drawn in his reserves and advanced to Jujuy. Thence he sent orders to Colonel Marquiegui to march with 100 infantry and 150 horse by the north-eastern frontiers of Tucuman and Santiago del Estero, to the rear of the advanced guard of the Patriots on the river Pasaje. Marquiegui carried out his instructions with great skill, captured several forts, and learned from prisoners that the army of San Martin consisted only of 3,000 recruits, and that the vanguard, which gave them so much trouble, was nothing but a swarm of undisciplined gauchos. But he also learned that the object of the campaign, which was the relief of Montevideo, was now impossible, that city having already fallen. When news of this expedition reached Tucuman, Güemes was immediately reinforced by 100 infantry and 100 mounted grenadiers, and Marquiegui retreated, marching 100 leagues in a semicircle, but was prevented from carrying off either horses or cattle. This was the last attempt at invasion. 5,000 men were not enough to capture Tucuman, much less to conquer the country. Pezuela withdrew his troops beyond the frontier and sent off a strong detachment to Cuzco, to crush an insurrection which had broken out in that city. The object of the Royalist invasion was, by a powerful diversion, to compel the Argentine Government to withdraw their army from the Banda Oriental for the protection of the northern provinces, but meantime that Government had armed and equipped a small naval force, which, under the command of an Irishman named Brown, had on the 16th May defeated and almost destroyed the Spanish squadron stationed at the Montevideo, which city soon after surrendered to the Argentine army then besieging it under the command of Alvear. Before the conclusion of these events, the General of the Army of the North had disappeared from the theatre of war. San Martin, after careful study of the question, had clearly discerned that the road by Upper Peru was not the true strategic line of the South American revolution. His idea was to carry the war to the west, to pass the Andes, to occupy Chile, to secure the dominion of the Pacific, and to attack Lower Peru on the flank, continuing military operations to the north merely as a subordinate detail of the main design. This plan, the merits of which were not appreciated by his contemporaries until it was crowned with victory, is looked upon by posterity as not merely the most simple, but as the only possible plan which could give the desired result. It was then held to be folly, whilst in reality the folly lay in persevering in the attempt to reach Lima with insufficient means and by an impracticable route. Knowing that it would be looked upon as folly, San Martin kept his idea to himself, as his secret, as he himself styled it in confidential intercourse, waiting to disclose it for the day when he should hold in his hand the thunderbolt which was to shatter the power of Spain in America. 3 months after taking command of the Army of the North, he wrote to his friend Don Nicolas Rodriguez Peña, "Don't flatter yourself with thinking of what I can do here. I shall do nothing, and nothing here pleases me. Our country can do nothing more here than act on the defensive, for which war the brave gauchos of Salta suffice, if aided by 2 squadrons of regular troops. To think otherwise is to throw men and money into an abyss. I have already told you my secret. A small, well-disciplined army in Mendoza to cross to Chile and finish off the Goths there, aiding a government of trusty friends to put an end to the anarchy which reigns. Allying our forces, we shall then go by sea to Lima. This is our course and no other." This idea, which was a secret in 1814, and which would, if divulged, have caused its author to be looked upon as a lunatic, is the idea which has given San Martin his place in the history of the world, and which finally changed the destinies of South America. With such plans in his head, San Martin could not rest content with the command of the Army of the North. Further, his rival, Alvear, after crowning himself with the laurels of victory at Montevideo, aspired also to those of Peru. Doubtless, with his enterprising character and sparks of genius, he would have broken the routine of the previous campaigns, and San Martin was willing to yield his post to him, asking for himself, as for a resting place, the government of the obscure province of Mendoza, by which he threw dust in the eyes, not only of the enemies of America, but also in those of his own friends, imitating the tactics of William the Silent, to whose character his own bears some analogy. In addition he was, towards the end of April, attacked by an affection of the lungs, which obliged him to leave Don Francisco Fernandez de la Cruz in command of the army, and to retire, by the advice of his physician, to the Sierra of Cordoba, in search of a drier climate. On the 10th August, 1814, the ex-general of the Army of the North was appointed Governor of Cuyo. From that moment he lived only for his idea. Mendoza was the starting point in the realization of his plans. It was the soil whence sprang the legions which were to liberate America. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 7. The Chileno-Argentine Revolution, 1810 to 1811. In September 1814, San Martin took charge of the government of Cuyo. The revolution of Chile had then lasted 4 years and was about to succumb, a prey to intestine discords and to the arms of Peru. In order to understand what followed, we must first know what preceded the appearance of San Martin upon the scene. Never were two peoples more analogous and less alike than the peoples of Chile and of the United Provinces. Both countries were situated at the southern extremity of the new continent, under the same degrees of latitude, but while one was shut up between the mountains and the sea, the other spread over vast plains. The first was agricultural, the second pastoral and commercial. Chile possessed a territorial aristocracy and a population of half-breeds, whose relations were somewhat feudal in character. The Argentine people were by nature democratic. Both peoples sprang from the same origin and were in temperament alike. The colonization of Mexico and Peru was an imitation of the feudal system of Europe. The labour of an enslaved race was utilized for the production of the precious metals. The colonization of the River Plate and of Chile was effected by the colonists themselves. Assimilating in some degree the indigenous races, they conquered their territories from a warlike people, and, in so doing, developed their own aptitude for war, while they supplied themselves with the first necessaries of life by their own labour. While the colonists of the River Plate crossed immense deserts and reached the Pacific by way of Upper Peru, the colonists of Chile crossed the Andes from Arauco and established themselves to the east of the Cordillera at Mendoza, opening for themselves a road to the Atlantic. Thus the city of Mendoza, capital of the Argentine province of Cuyo, was a bond of union between the two countries. During the colonial epoch, Chile had vegetated into obscurity amid peace and plenty, but the provinces of the River Plate had lived in a state of almost constant warfare with their neighbours, the Portuguese, the English, and the Indians, which gave them some knowledge of their own strength, and inoculated them with new ideas. These ideas filtered across the Cordillera to Chile, and there smouldered, till in the year 1810 the flames of revolution burst out in both countries almost simultaneously. The Kingdom of Chile, as it was called, was colonized under the auspices of Peru, but was in 1778 separated from the Viceroyalty and placed under the orders of a governor, who was at the same time President of the Real Audiencia. These two authorities, with the cabildos granted to some cities, constituted the whole political, judicial, and municipal system of the colony. The separation from Peru inspired the colonists with instinctive ideas of independent autonomy, till the death of the then Governor Muñoz Guzman on the 10th of February 1808 plunged the hitherto pacific colony into a fever of expectancy. The home government followed no fixed system in the appointment of the superior authorities in the colonies. Their nomination came from the Crown direct. Sometimes vacancies were provided for beforehand. Sometimes the colonists were empowered to make a provisional appointment, but latterly that power was, as a rule, vested in the Audiencia. In 1806 all this was changed by royal decree, which enacted that, in case of a vacancy, the military official of the highest rank then in the colony should assume the vacant post. On the death of Muñoz Guzman, the Audiencia of Chile raised its own president to the vacant office. The officers stationed on the frontier of Araucania protested against this appointment, and proclaimed Colonel Don Francisco García Carrasco provisional governor and captain general, and the Audiencia was forced to yield. The new captain general took with him to the capital, as his secretary and councillor, a man who had for many years resided in Concepcion, who had great influence in the south and was highly thought of throughout the country. This was Dr. Don Juan Martinez de Rozas, an Argentine born in Mendoza, who was at that time 49 years of age. He was a graduate of the University of Cordoba, and a fellow student with Dr. Castelli, through whom he afterwards entered into political relations with Belgrano. In various official positions in Chile he had gained experience of public affairs, and his wife was a daughter of one of the principal families of the South. Of a passionate character, he was at the same time prudent, was well read in the current literature of the day, and was the leading spirit in a group of men who discussed among themselves the future destinies of America. The new Captain General was a man of limited intelligence, violent in his proceedings, and with no firmness of character. Thus he soon made himself hated, and was despised by all. His one passion was cockfighting. His greatest pleasure was in listening to jokes, and his affections were concentrated upon a domestic of African race, through whose hands all favours were bestowed. The whole aim of Rozas was to make him an instrument for social and political reform. To this end he strove to raise the Cabildo of Santiago into a position analogous to that of Buenos Aires, and to use it as a counterpoise to that of the Audiencia. The Governor, by his advice, added 12 members to this body, influential citizens, most of whom were men of advanced opinions. The immediate result of this innovation was to inoculate this assembly with revolutionary ideas. Ferdinand VII being now a prisoner of Napoleon, the Creoles thought that the time had come to replace the colonial system by a government of their own, but the Spaniards, who thought only of preserving their own privileges, protested against this idea. The two parties soon came into collision. The Governor cancelled the decree which added 12 members to the Cabildo, and quarrelled first with the Audiencia and then with Dr. Rozas. The Spaniards strove to reconcile him with the Audiencia, and advised him to fortify the hill of Santa Lucia, which commands the city, and to arm their partisans. But finding their counsels set at naught, they denounced him to the Viceroy of Buenos Aires as unfit for the post he held. He, on his part, appealed for help both to the Viceroy of Buenos Aires and to him of Peru. At the same time several leading Chilians, aided by young Argentines resident at Santiago, opened communications with the popular leaders of Buenos Aires. Carrasco then tried what intimidation would do. On the 25th of May, 1810, the same day on which the Viceroy of Buenos Aires was deposed by the people, he ordered the arrest of 3 of the principal citizens of Santiago as advocates of revolutionary ideas. The municipal authorities protested, and convened an open cabildo, which cited the Governor before them. He thought at first of resistance, but 3,000 men filled the plaza. He could not depend upon the troops, and at the request of the Audiencia he presented himself amid the shouts of the populace who clamoured for his deposition. A new procurator, elected by the Cabildo, the previous one being among the prisoners, opened the case by declaring that it was the will of the people that the prisoners should be set free, and that the Cabildo would remain sitting till it was done. This was the first time that such a thing as the will of the people had been heard of in Chile, and the speech of the new tribune was loudly applauded. Carrasco yielded, and decreed not only the liberation of the prisoners, but also the dismissal from their posts of those which had aided in the arbitrary measure. He also accepted the control of an assessor, without whose authorization his judicial acts should, in future, be invalid. These decrees were endorsed by the Audiencia, which was a virtual dismissal from office of the last Governor and Captain General of Chile. From that day the latent spirit of revolution gained ground, but the efforts of the Patriots were as yet limited to theoretical discussions. Their headquarters were in Santiago, the warlike province of Concepcion was their base, and their teachings came from Buenos Aires, the Athens of the New World, as it is styled by a Chilean historian. The growth of public opinion in Santiago, and the news constantly arriving from Spain, more especially that of the Battle of Ocaña, kept the interest alive. The south of Chile, whose capital was Concepcion, virtually formed a distinct country. The people called themselves Penquistos, to distinguish themselves from their northern neighbours, who styled themselves Chilians. Their troublesome neighbours, the Indians of Araucania, had accustomed them to war. Their pastoral and agricultural pursuits made them strong and hardy. Their society included a class of free peasantry, among whom the army of the frontier found recruits, and from whom sprang the most distinguished leaders on both sides in the war which followed. The man of most influence in this district in 1809 was Dr. Rozas, who, after his quarrel with Carrasco, returned to Concepcion and began openly to work for independence. He advised that Chile, without renouncing her allegiance to her captive sovereign, should provisionally appoint a national government, after the example set by the provinces of Spain, which idea he advocated in a manuscript circular, for at that day there was no printing press in Chile. Among the co-workers with Rozas was a wealthy proprietor of the south named Don Bernardo O'Higgins, son of the celebrated viceroy of the same name. Educated in Europe, he spoke English, and was, by reason of his Irish descent, partial to the institution of England. A disciple and confidant of Miranda, he had been affiliated in his lodge, swearing, as did San Martin and Bolívar, to work for the liberty of the New World. Carrasco kept the prisoners in jail in spite of his promise to the Cabildo, and issued a decree establishing a special Junta to keep watch over the advocates of the new ideas. The excitement in Santiago increased, and 800 armed citizens demanded the institution of a governing Junta, in imitation of that established in Buenos Aires on the 25th of May. The Audiencia prevailed upon Carrasco to resign his power into the hands of the Count de la Conquista, a Chilean noble who was 85 years of age. The Patriots were not satisfied, but as they succeeded in surrounding the new governor by councillors in whom they could trust, they for a time acquiesced. About the end of July an emissary from Belgrano and Castell crossed the Andes. The Patriots, stimulated by the news he brought, determined to persist in their previous design, and induced the Count to converge and open Cabildo on the 18th of September. To ensure their triumph, the Cabildo called out the city militia, and the proprietors of Santiago filled the suburbs with their armed tenantry. They were also joined by some officers of the garrison. In spite of the protest of the Audiencia, the Count laid down his baton of command, and the Cabildo appointed a governing Junta of 7 members, of whom Dr. Rozas was one, the Count being named President. The new government was accepted by the whole country, but nothing was changed until the arrival of Dr. Rozas, who on the 2nd of November entered the capital in triumph between lines of troops, amid salvos of artillery, the clang of bells, music, and loud acclamations. All that night the city was illuminated and fireworks blazed in his honour. Never had Santiago witnessed such an ovation. The Chilean revolution resembled that of Buenos Aires, in that it was parliamentary and legal, imitated and carried out within the precincts of the municipal forum, and that it triumphed by the force of opinion, without violence, in the name of the public will. Both followed the same formula, the resumption of their own rights, without a rupture with the mother country, and protesting fidelity to the legitimate sovereign. The first was an aristocratic revolution, the second was democratic and radical, but both were essentially American and obeyed the same historic law. Thus from the beginning the two nations were bound together by fraternal ties and by common cause. The news of the installation of the Junta of Chile was received in Buenos Aires with transports of joy, and the thunder of their guns on the 11th of October reverberated in the hearts of the Chilean people. Buenos Aires proposed at once an alliance offensive and defensive, assuring the Chileans that England would recognise any constitution they might give themselves, now that Spain had fallen. Rozas, in return, presented a plan for a vast continental confederation, which idea found an eager advocate in Álvarez Jonte, the Argentine envoy, who, as a practical exposition of it, asked Chile for an auxiliary force in aid of the Argentine government against the reactionary movement, which had its headquarters in Montevideo. The Cabildo opposed the project, but Rozas had the majority of the Junta with him, and in 1811 a decree was published for the despatch of an auxiliary force of 500 men, and authorizing the Argentine envoy to enlist 2,000 recruits. This sealed the alliance of the two countries and united their destinies for good or evil. Of the promised contingent, 100 dragoons and 200 infantry reached Buenos Aires on the 14th of June, 1811, and met with an enthusiastic reception. The Patriot party soon became divided into two factions. The Radicals, who aimed at independence, were headed by Rozas, and had in their front line the Argentine residents. The death of the Count de la Conquista in February 1811 left Rozas at the head of affairs, but his power was more apparent than real. Against him, at the head of the moderate party, was ranged the Cabildo, sustained by the Creole aristocracy, whose timid temporizing policy almost placed them in line with the party of reaction. The Royalist, called the Goth or Saracen party, recognized the leadership of the Audiencia, accused Rozas of personal ambition and even of aspiring to the crown. Rozas had no such ambition and lacked even the spontaneous courage of a man of action. Through all this opposition he carried on his plan of reform, of which freedom of commerce was the most important feature. This was proclaimed in February 1811, with the result that in a few months the revenue was doubled and was soon after quadrupled. He also raised troops and summoned a General Congress of Deputies from the provinces, whose election was based upon the limitations established by municipal precedent. The 1st of April was the day appointed for the elections. That same day a part of the garrison of Santiago mutinied under Colonel Figueroa, who was a friend of Rozas. At first the daring Royalist was successful, and occupied the Plaza, placing himself under the orders of the Audiencia, who, however, declined all responsibility. Rozas, who alone of his colleagues preserved his presence of mind, ordered the rest of the troops to march against the mutineers. The two forces met in the Plaza, and opened fire on each other simultaneously at close quarters. The affair soon ended in favour of the Patriots. Young Manuel Dorrego of Buenos Aires, at that time a student of the university, particularly distinguishing himself in the fight. Figueroa took refuge in the convent, where he was captured by Rozas at the head of a party of citizens, was tried the same night, sentenced to death "as a traitor to his country and the government," and was shot the next morning at 4 o'clock. The bodies of 5 of the mutineers who had been killed were hung on a gallows in the Plaza on the afternoon of the 1st, and next day proclamation was made that all who conspired against the State would be similarly punished. Immediately afterwards the Audiencia was dissolved, and with it disappeared the last semblance of monarchical authority in Chile. Meantime the election passed off quietly in the rest of the country. In the centre the Creole oligarchy triumphed, the great proprietors being elected by their tenants without opposition. But in the south, and in some of the northern districts, the Radicals were successful. Following the example of Buenos Aires, the deputies were incorporated with the executive, in spite of the just protests of the Cabildo, which revenged itself by procuring the election of 12 deputies for the capital in place of the 6 it ought to have had according to the electoral census. On the 6th of May the interrupted election took place in Santiago, the candidates of Rozas being defeated. From this day his power waned. Congress met on the 4th of July. Out of 40 members, Rozas could only count upon 13 votes. On the same day the Junta resigned, and the High Congress assumed the executive power. Rozas, in an eloquent speech, gave a sketch of his policy, which he recommended for their adoption, and was listened to with deep attention by the whole Assembly. For the moment all the discordant opinions vibrated in harmony. It is an interesting question whether this early establishment of the parliamentary system was of benefit or was an evil to Chile. The Chilean historian, Vicuña Mackenna, considers it premature. He says, "The dictatorship of a Caesar rather than that of a Cicero," would have been preferable for a people without constitutional education. Gervinus thinks that it assured to Chile later on that tranquillity so wanting in the other republics of South America. Lastarria, more philosophical than either, observes that the establishment of the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, even under such restrictions as placed them in the hands of a few only, was the true way to weaken colonial prejudices and to arouse the idea of a dignity of man. The fact is that it was the natural outcome of the feudal character of Chilean society. In the parliamentary drama the people played the part of the Greek chorus, which repeated the words of the principal actor. Chile soon remedied the error, copied from Buenos Aires, of incorporating Congress with the executive, which shows the existence of a hidden force neutralizing the effect of an evil example. The revolutions of Holland and of the United States had shown the world that a regular Congress was compatible with a dictatorship, and even in South America it was seen later on that no dictatorship, however powerful, could disregard the will of the people from whom its authority was derived. In Chile, less than in any other colony, was this possible. Nevertheless, it is certain that Rozas convened this Congress in obedience to a solemn promise exacted from him by O'Higgins as a condition of his support. The moderate party, which had a large majority in Congress, knew not what use to make of their power. They were without experience, without plans, and had no fixed ideas. Most of them desired only peace and security for their properties. The minority had clearer views. They aimed at raising their leader to the head of the State and at independence. On the 27th of July an English ship of war reached Valparaiso, whose captain was commissioned by the Viceroy of Peru with credentials from the Regency of Spain to receive the subsidy which Chile was expected to contribute for the maintenance of the war in the peninsula. $1,600,000 had been deposited in the treasury for this purpose. The Moderates and the Royalists were for paying the amount at once, but O'Higgins, speaking for the Liberals, said, "Although we are in a minority, we shall know how to supply that defect by our energy and our courage. We are sufficient to oppose effectually the delivery of this money, of which our country, threatened with invasion, has need." This bold protest decided the question in the negative. The Liberals afterwards proposed the appointment of an executive of 3, one for each of the 3 territorial divisions of the country, the North, the South, and the Centre. The Moderates accepted the idea, but put off the election. The Liberals then attempted to intimidate Congress by popular tumults, sadly compromising their leader by these sinister manoeuvres. Congress showed more firmness than could have been expected from its composition, and the defeated minority seceded from the Assembly. The majority then named 3 of their own party as the Junta, and Rozas, looking upon his cause as lost, retired to Concepcion, where he was received in triumph, and set up an opposition Junta, the South recalling its members from Congress. Congress then drew up a constitution so unworkable that it only served to show their utter lack of all political knowledge. It never came into operation. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Progress and Fall of the Chilean Revolution, 1811 to 1814. The disappearance of the Radical party in Congress, the reactionary policy of the Conservatives, and the proceedings of Rozas in Concepcion had more evil effect upon the course of the revolution in Chile. Liberalism became anarchy, and the Moderates became mixed up with the Spanish party. At this junction Don José Miguel Carrera returned to his native land. Carrera was a scion of one of the most distinguished families in Chile, and was at that time 27 years of age. He had fought in Spain against the French, and brought with him a major's commission, granted by the Junta of Galicia, and the brilliant uniform of an hussar. He had 2 brothers, officers in the army of Chile. The elder, Juan José, was a man of Herculean strength, but of feeble intellect, wanting in moral courage, and full of envy of his more talented brother.
The youngest and most amiable of the three was named Luis, and was at that time 20 years of age. In danger he was always found of the front rank, and was devoted to José Miguel. These three had a sister, Javiera, of great beauty and of masculine strength of mind. She was skilful in intrigue and ambitious, but was distinguished both by social and domestic virtues. Her intrepid spirit made her an Egeria of her brothers. José Miguel was a man of action, and a thinker so far as his unruly nature would permit; of vehement passions and licentious life, a ready writer and a brilliant speaker; of good presence and of attractive manners, but with an overweening sense of his own importance. He was a sort of an Alcibiades shorn of his great qualities. Carrera presented himself publicly to Congress, dressed in his brilliant uniform, offered his services and his sword, and then entered into secret negotiations with the Liberal party, through the powerful family of Larrain. With them he organized a popular demonstration, by which the Government was upset on the 4th September. A new Junta of 5 members was appointed. 6 of the members of Congress for the capital were dismissed as illegally elected, and 3 seats were declared vacant. Congress had hesitated to grant the request of the Government of Buenos Aires for 40 quintals of gunpowder from the factory in Chile. The new Government sent off 200 quintals. It reduced the taxes, reformed some abuses in administration, encouraged industry, armed the militia, and had the glory of making Chile the first nation in America to abolish slavery. The principal posts were monopolized by the Larrain family, greatly to the disgust of Carrera. One of this family boasting that the legislative, executive, and judicial presidencies were all held by them, Carrera asked, "And who has the presidency of the bayonets?" Dazzled by his popularity, he now not only thought of how to overturn the new Government, and even sought and obtained help from Spanish party to this end. On the 15th November, Juan José Carrera mutinied with his battalion and seized the barracks of the artillery. Luis headed the artillerymen and dragged the guns into the street, the roll of their wheels on the pavement giving the signal for a fresh revolution. José Miguel put himself at the head of the mutiny, and summoned the Executive and Congress to meet and hear the petitions of the people. He was joined only by the Spanish party, who shouted for the dissolution of the Junta and of Congress. The next day an open Cabildo was convened, which named a new Junta, composed of José Miguel Carrera as representative of the capital, Gaspar Marin for the north, and Rozas, or in his absence Don Bernardo O'Higgins, for the south. This resolution was presented to Congress by the military chiefs, and Congress, after some delay, authorized the appointment of the new Junta. On the 27th November, on pretext that he was in danger of assassination, Carrera made several arrests. He himself took one of the prisoners to the barracks, made him kneel before a crucifix, and by threatening him with immediate execution, forced from him a declaration against the others. The trial which followed proved the innocence of the accused. Called to account by his colleagues and by Congress, he, on the 2nd December, demanded the dissolution of the latter, occupied the Legislative Palace with troops, and forced from the Assembly a decree to that effect. Marin and O'Higgins protested and withdrew from the Junta. Carrera replaced them by one of his own partisans and by a noted leader of the Spanish party. The two political parties, which represented the aristocracy and democracy of Chile, disappeared, and the country fell under the domination of a military oligarchy, which, setting aside laws, juntas, and congresses, depended only on the army for support. Juan José Carrera was raised to the rank of brigadier general, and his brothers were made lieutenant colonels, with special decorations for their services. Public opinion was entirely against the Carreras. All eyes turned to the south and to Rozas as the only man who could vindicate the law. Rozas protested against the mutiny and offered his assistance to Congress, but he was in an anomalous position. By leaving the capital and setting up an opposition Junta at Concepcion, he had entered upon dangerous ground and had sapped the base of his moral power. He had destroyed the territorial unity of the revolution, and had aroused provincial jealousies. Thus Carrera, though destitute of political principle and seeking only his own aggrandisement, was the true representative of the cause of national unity. The centre of Chile is divided from the south by the river Maule. Carrera stationed an army on the north bank, while, through the intervention of O'Higgins, he conferred with Rosas. On the 12th January 1812 a convention was drawn up by 3 plenipotentiaries, which recognised the south, centre, and north as 3 distinct provinces, each of which should name 1 member of an executive, until a constituent congress could be convened. Carrera was in no haste to ratify this convention till an army from the south advanced to the line of the Maule. A collision was prevented by an interview on the 25th April between the 2 leaders, who verbally agreed to the ratification of the convention and the reinstallation of Congress. This agreement was hailed with joy throughout the country, and Carrera was received in triumph on his return to Santiago. It was not patriotism nor fear of the Penquistos which induced Carrera to restore the Congress he had dissolved. The Argentine Government, appealed to by the Government of Concepcion, had offered their mediation, but the most serious matter was that the province of Valdivia had on the 12th March declared itself Royalist, and proclaimed Carrera Captain General of the kingdom, an appointment which he indignantly rejected. Valdivia occupied the extreme south of the country, had a seaport with fortifications which were considered impregnable, and was supported by the archipelago of Chiloe, where the people were all Royalists, and had a Royalist garrison. Early in 1812 the first printing press was established in Chile, and on the 13th February appeared the first newspaper, entitled La Aurora de Chile, edited by Camilo Enriquez, a priest, assisted by an Argentine named Vera y Pintado, and by Irrizarra of Guatemala. From the United States, together with the printing press, came Mr. Poinsett, as consular agent, who introduced a new element into the political opinions of the country, democratic ideas, which new ideas found at first little acceptance save in the army, where they were fostered by Carrera as a counterpoise to the federal ideas which had gained strength during the recent events. On the night of the 9th July a revolutionary movement broke out in Concepcion, headed by the partisans of Rozas, but secretly fomented by the Spanish party, which dissolved the provincial Junta. Rozas went to Santiago, whence he was banished by Carrera to Mendoza, and died there on the 3rd March 1813. Carrera was now without a rival, and the revolution gained in unity and in strength. The various parties commenced to fuse together, with his authority as a common centre, and the desire for independence became more marked. When Consul Poinsett celebrated his national anniversary on the 4th July, the flag of the Stars and Stripes was seen entwined with an unknown tricoloured flag, bearing a lone star in one of its corners. This unknown flag was the new flag of Chile. On the 16th July the tricoloured cockade was worn by all the citizens of Santiago, and on the 30th September the new flag was formally recognised as the national ensign. Nevertheless, independence was not then declared, still government was carried on in the name of Ferdinand VII, while the Carreras went about the city at night in disguise, with groups of young men, pulling down the escutcheons of the Creole aristocracy. In order to test his popularity, Carrera then sent in his resignation, which the Cabildo refused to accept. In consequence of a misunderstanding with his brother, Juan José, who was still envious of him, he repeated his resignation, but in conjunction with his brother Luis, reserved the command of the army. His father, Don Ignacio, was appointed to succeed him, and supported by Don Juan José, adopted a reactionary policy, which was opposed by José Miguel and Luis at the head of the troops. The two brothers, assisted by two friends, then drew up a plan for a constitution, which was presented to the Junta by one of their adherents. This plan created a Senate of 7 members, and contained 2 clauses which provided that "Ferdinand VII was king on condition of accepting and swearing the constitution made by the people," and and "no decree emanating from authority outside the territory shall have any effect, those who obey it being punished as traitors to the State." These clauses were accepted by the Junta, but Don Ignacio Carrera, being afraid to sign them, retired from the Government, and Don José Miguel returned to office. Carrera was again Dictator, and opposition was silent in the face of a new danger. A Royalist army had invaded Chilian territory and occupied the south. He was now the champion of a noble cause. All the military chiefs, even those who opposed his policy, obeyed him willingly. The people saw in danger the justification of a strong government. The military repute he had brought with him from Europe caused him to be regarded as the first soldier of his country. Abascal, Viceroy of Peru, was then more than 70 years old. By firmness and prudence he had maintained peace in his viceroyalty in the midst of the commotions which stirred all Spanish America. More than that, he had made Peru the centre of the Royalist reaction, had crushed rebellion in Upper Peru, had made war on the Argentine provinces, had sent an expedition to Quito, and had kept Chiloe under his orders. He had watched the Chilean revolution from its commencement, waiting for a favourable opportunity to attack it. Antonio Pareja, an experienced soldier, was named Commander General of Valdivia and Chiloe, and early in 1813 reached the island with 5 vessels, a number of officers, 50 soldiers, and $50,000. He quickly organized the militia of the archipelago with the garrison as a nucleus, and crossed to Valdivia with 1,400 men, where he incorporated the garrison of that fortress, raising his force to over 2,000 men. These he arranged in 3 divisions, each with 6 guns, and, re-embarking, sailed northwards, keeping his destination secret. 3 days afterwards, on the 26th of March, he landed in the Bay of San Vicente, taking the town of Talcahuano in the rear, and threatening Concepcion in front. Talcahuano was taken by assault. The garrison of Concepcion mutinied and gave up the city. Thus speedily he was master of the south, and further strengthened his force by the garrisons of Arauco. With 2,000 regulars, from 2,000 to 3,000 militia, and with 25 guns, he opened the campaign early in April. At Chilian the country rose in his favour, increasing his force to 6,000 men, with whom he occupied the line to the river Nuble, which lies to the south of the Maule. Carrera was equally active. He proclaimed himself General in Chief with full powers, declared war against the Viceroy of Peru, set up a gibbet in the Plaza of Santiago on which to hang all those who should hold communications with the enemy, and caused the imposition of a forced loan of $260,000 upon those hostile to the revolution, which measures inspired general enthusiasm and confidence. On the 1st of April he established his headquarters to the north of the Maule, with merely an escort, and gave orders for the concentration of the army at Talca. His friend, Consul Poinsett, accompanied him as a volunteer, and the same day he was joined by O'Higgins, who forgot his resentment, an example followed by Mackenna, who was a talented engineer. Calling in the militia of the south, who remained faithful, in 20 days he was at the head of 10,000 men, from whom he organized an army of 2,500 regulars, badly armed, and as many lancers of the militia, with 16 field pieces. The campaign opened with a piece of good fortune which greatly encouraged the Patriots. It chanced that an officer sent with 500 men to surprise the vanguard of the enemy at a pass on the Maule misunderstood his orders, and on the night of the 27th of April fell in with the main body of the Royalists, some 5,000 or 6,000 strong. Not knowing who they were, he attacked them and captured the whole of the artillery. At dawn the enemy recovered from their panic, pursued him and recaptured the guns and prisoners. The loss of the Patriots in killed and wounded was 4 times that of the Royalists, but the moral effect was that of a victory. The greater part of the irregular cavalry deserted from Pareja, who nevertheless advanced to the Maule. The army was drawn up to force the passage, when the men from Chiloe and Valdivia threw down their arms and refused to go further. They cared nothing for the Royalist cause beyond the Maule. Pareja, lying on a stretcher, stricken with a mortal disease, ordered a retreat, on which the rest of the irregulars dispersed, and he was left with little more than 1,000 men. Carrera knew nothing of what had occurred, and let 15 days pass before he made up his mind to cross the river. The Patriot vanguard, under Luis Carrera, came up with Pareja on the 15th May, as he was about to pass the Nuble. The Royalists halted, the dying general mounted on horseback for the last time, and placed Captain Sanchez in command. Sanchez at once occupied some rising ground, where he threw up an entrenchment with his baggage, and formed his infantry in square, and opened fire with 27 guns upon the Patriots, checking their advance. Carrera then took the command, and on the arrival of Don Juan José with the 2nd Division, drew up his infantry in line with cavalry on the flanks to surround the enemy. Don Juan José, without waiting for orders, attacked the position and was driven back. The same fate befell another battalion which followed his example. The guns were dismounted at the first shot. The cavalry which had passed to the rear of the enemy were dispersed by artillery fire, and the infantry fell back in disorder. The 3rd Division, under O'Higgins and Mackenna, then came up and prevented the advance of the enemy, which would have turned the repulse into a rout. Night put a stop to this strange affair, and Carrera retreated in disorder to San Carlos. Sanchez crossed the Nuble with all his artillery, without further molestation, and retreated to Chilian with a loss of 6 killed and 15 wounded. This battle of San Carlos showed that Carrera was destitute of military talent, but he had the strength of mind to reject the counsels of his disheartened officers, who advised him to withdraw the army beyond the Maule, and for the first time drew up a definite plan of operations. With one part of his army he occupied Concepcion and Talcahuano, cutting off the retreat of the enemy by sea, and despatched O'Higgins with his division to Arauco, securing the south, but in these manoeuvres he lost much time, and one detachment of 650 men left in reserve on the Nuble was captured by a Royalist force from Chillán. Sanchez was an obscure soldier, born in Galicia, of no real genius, but quick-sighted, of great tenacity, and devoted to the cause he served. At Chillán he entrenched himself, aided by the people, who were all Royalists, and by the preaching friars, who had there a convent, which soon became a well-provisioned citadel. When Carrera, against the advice of O'Higgins and Mackenna, determined at the end of July to besiege Chillán, it was already winter, the season of heavy rains. On the 3rd August, Mackenna established a battery of 6 guns, at 450 yards from the trenches. The following morning Sanchez made a vigorous sally, but was driven back. The same afternoon he made another attack upon a reserve battery, under the fire of his own redoubts, a ball from which blew up the ammunition of the battery, causing great confusion. Carrera ordered the battery to be abandoned, but his officers disobeyed him, and O'Higgins coming up to the rescue, the enemy was again repulsed. The losses were considerable on both sides, but the sufferings of the besiegers were augmented by the inclemency of the weather. A convoy of ammunition for Carrera was intercepted by Royalist guerillas, 30 miles from the encampment, and delivered to Sanchez, whose supplies were running short. On the 5th Sanchez made another attack upon the advanced battery, which was bravely repelled by Luis Carrera. The Patriot general then ordered an assault upon the town, which was beaten off by the townspeople themselves. The spirit of the Patriot army was broken. Deaths and desertions greatly reduced their numbers. Carrera summoned the garrison to surrender. Sanchez replied by proposing an armistice, during which the Patriots should recross the Maule. A council of war was called, and against the advice of Mackenna the siege was raised. On the 14th August the Patriot army encamped on the banks of the Itata, and from this moment their cause declined. Carrera again fell into the error of dividing his army. He posted one division near the mouth of the Itata, under command of his brother Juan José, to protect the line of the Maule, and O'Higgins was despatched with a weak division to secure his frontier on the Bio Bio. With the rest of his forces he went to Concepcion, while his guerillas scoured the country in every direction. This was just what suited Sánchez, who could do nothing with a strong force in front of him. He had plenty of irregulars who knew the country well, and split up his force into flying columns to the north and south. The depredations of the Patriots stirred up the resistance of the people, and various detachments were cut up in detail. O'Higgins could not prevent the reconquest of the line of the Bio Bio and the occupation of Arauco, by which supplies were drawn by the Royalists from Valdivia and Chiloe. At the end of September, Carrera was shut up in Concepcion, and the Patriot army was blockaded in 3 separate divisions. He ordered their concentration at Concepcion. Juan José Carrera reached the Membrillar, near to the junction of the Diguillin with the Itata, early in October, where he was forced to entrench himself. Carrera then marched to meet O'Higgins and joined him at the pass of El Roble, some 10 miles to the east of Membrillar. The united forces, about 1,000 strong, encamped on ground badly chosen. Sánchez, joining the irregulars with a division from the Chillán, attacked them there on the night of the 19th of October. In the confusion, Carrera jumped his horse into the river and went off to join his brother, receiving a lance wound in his flight. His absence was not noticed, but O'Higgins, after 3 hours' firing, led a bayonet charge upon the enemy, and drove them across the river. When Carrera returned to the camp he saluted O'Higgins as "the saviour of the division and of the country," and in his official despatch spoke of him as "the first of the soldiers capable of uniting in himself the glories of Chile." These words were his own abdication, his military star was eclipsed. After this affair, Carrera again changed his plan. He left his brother and O'Higgins at the confluence of the Diguillin and Itata, protected by field works, and returned to Concepcion. This destroyed his prestige in the army and in the public opinion. The press gave the signal of general discontent. Even from the pulpit the disastrous influence of the 3 Carreras was condemned. When Carrera took command of the army, his place as Dictator was for a time filled by his brother Juan José. When he also took the field his 2 colleagues resigned. The corporations and the Senate then named a new Junta of 3, chosen from the moderate party, 2 of whom were enemies of Carrera. The new Junta were active in furnishing supplies, until the raising of the siege of Chillán and the revolt of the province of Concepcion produced strained relations between them and Carrera. The capital became excited by the adverse course of the war, and the Liberals of 1811 clamoured for a change in the constitution. The press advocated the adoption of a more republican system. On the 8th of October a meeting of the corporations, convened by the Junta, confirmed them in power, but directed that the seat of government should be removed to Talca. Don José Ignacio Cienfuegos, a man of great influence in the south and an enemy of Carrera, joined the Junta, and Larrain, an ex-president of the late Congress and also an enemy of Carrera, was left in charge of the affairs at Santiago. Government had organized in the capital a new battalion officered by their own adherents, and had asked for a supply of arms from Buenos Aires. The 300 Chilian auxiliaries came back from that city, and the Argentine government, in return for their services, had decreed that an Argentine auxiliary force of equal number should march to the assistance of Chile. This column, raised in the province of Cordoba and Mendoza, crossed the Andes under the command of Don Juan Gregorio Las Heras, and were warmly welcomed. Their first duty was to escort the Junta to Talca, where Colonel Don Marco Balcarce took command of the contingent. The Junta, on receiving news of the affair at El Roble, resolved to remove Carrera from the command, and first thought of replacing him by Balcarce, but yielding to national sentiment, decided to appoint Colonel O'Higgins, whose tried valour and civic virtues gave him great popularity, both in the army and throughout the country. The appointment, in February 1814, had an evil effect upon the army, where Carrera still had many partisans, splitting it into 2 parties. Carrera left for the capital accompanied by his brother Luis, but on the road they were taken prisoners by a party of Royalist irregulars under Barañao and carried off to Chillán. The army of which O'Higgins took command consisted of about 2,500 men dispersed in factions, disheartened, and badly armed and equipped. On the 31st January a reinforcement of Royalist troops landed at Arauco, consisting of 800 men and 6 guns, under Brigadier General Gainza, appointed by the Viceroy as successor to Pareja. 8 days later he crossed the Bio Bio and joined Sanchez at Chillán, without meeting an insurgent on his march. O'Higgins stationed one division of his army at Membrillar, while with the rest he marched to the line of the Bio Bio to intercept the supplies of the enemy. This plan was as bad as those of Carrera. Mackenna, left in command at Membrillar, had under his orders on the 14th February 800 infantry, 100 dragoons, and 16 guns. Soon after, the country around was occupied by the light troops of the enemy, so that he was obliged to make sallies in force to procure supplies and forage. On one of these occasions, when he had taken a considerable number of cattle, his rear guard was attacked by a much stronger force, which was driven off with heavy loss by Las Heras with 100 of the Argentine auxiliaries. Meantime a Royalist detachment of 300 men had crossed the Maule, and on the 4th March attacked the city of Talca, from which the Junta had already withdrawn. The feeble garrison made a stout resistance under Colonel Spano, a Spaniard who had joined the Patriots in 1809, but was overpowered, Spano dying wrapped in the tricoloured flag he had so bravely defended. This blow spread consternation in Santiago. The people crowded to the Plaza, and Irizarry proposed the appointment of a dictator, following the example of the Roman Republic in times of danger, and Colonel Lastra, governor of Valparaiso, was named supreme dictator. The new government in a few days organized a force of 1,500 men with 6 guns, and placed in command a young man named Don Manuel Blanco Encalada, but these raw troops were repulsed in an attack upon Talca, and were afterwards completely routed at Cancha-Rayada on the 27th March. The position of Mackenna at Membrillar became very difficult. The loss of Talca cut his communications with the capital. He threw up more entrenchments and remained steadily on the defensive. O'Higgins started to his assistance on the 16th March, leaving weak garrisons in Concepcion and Talcahuana. It was time. Gainza was already between them. On the 19th O'Higgins drove in the Royalist vanguard at Cuyo, and Gainza, withdrawing the garrison from Chillán, fell next day upon Mackenna, but was beaten off with the loss of 80 killed. On the 23rd O'Higgins joined Mackenna, and next day moved off northward with 2,600 infantry, 600 cavalry, and 20 guns. Gainza, harassing his rear, marched in the same direction. Victory would lie with him who could first cross the Maule. O'Higgins, by a skilful manoeuvre, captured the pass, and throwing up defences of brushwood in his rear, beat off an attack, and crossed on the 4th April. Gainza crossed by a different pass on the same day, and tried to stop the march of the Patriot army at a pass on the Claro River. On the 7th O'Higgins forced the pass, and the two armies faced each other between that river and the Lontué. At Quecherangas O'Higgins threw up entrenchments, and on the 8th and 9th beat off attacks of the enemy, giving time for the arrival of reinforcements from Santiago. Gainza then retreated to Talca, and the garrisons of Concepcion and Talcahuano capitulated. By this time the Anglo-Spanish armies had driven the French from Spain, and the Government of Spain called upon the insurgent colonies to send deputies to Cortes. In Mexico the Royalist armies were triumphant. The rising star of Bolívar at Caracas was about to suffer eclipse. The revolutions of Quito, Venezuela, and New Granada were crushed. Lima, still the great centre of reaction, prepared yet another expedition to the conquest of Chile. Only in the United Provinces of the River Plate did the revolution still hold its ground. In these circumstances, Hillyar, Commodore of the British Squadron of the Pacific, offered his mediation to the Viceroy of Peru for the pacification of Chile. His offer was accepted, and he reached Santiago just after the successful defence of Quecherangas. Government appointed O'Higgins and Mackenna to conduct the negotiation. It was accordingly arranged on the 3rd May that Chile should return to the state of the year 1811, under the rule of a provisional Junta subject to the Regency of Spain; that the Royalist troops should withdraw from Chile within 1 month; that Chile should send deputies to the Peninsula to settle all disputes, and should do what she could to help the cause of Spain. This arrangement, which is known as the Treaty of Lircay, was badly received in the Royalist camp, and also by public opinion in Chile, and resulted in nothing more than a truce. It is a question whether these terms were agreed upon in good faith by either party. So far as Gainza was concerned, they saved him from certain defeat. Don Francisco Antonio Pinto, diplomatic agent of Chile in London, was instructed to repair to Madrid in representation of her interests, but the Royalist troops were not withdrawn, and the Government remained in the hands of Lastra as Supreme Director. Chile was resolved upon liberty at any cost, and public opinion, which had forced on the treaty, was now equally pronounced against it. The alliance between Chile and the United Provinces was de facto at an end, and the Argentine auxiliaries were withdrawn from the army to Santiago. On the 22nd July a mutiny in the barracks restored the Carrera to power. They proclaimed themselves the saviours of the country. By the Treaty of Lircay, Don José Miguel and Don Luis were excluded from the arrangement for a mutual exchange of prisoners. They were to be sent by sea to Valparaiso, and thence banished into honourable exile, but escaping from their prison at Chillán, they had reached the capital and raised this mutiny, in which style of work Don José Miguel displayed more skill than he had done in the field against the national enemy. A provisional Junta was named by the noisy shouts of an open Cabildo, of which Carrera made himself president. Had Carrera torn up the Treaty of Lircay, he would have had both reason and patriotism on his side, but his first step was to confirm the clause relating to freedom of commerce with Peru, and to exhort the people to preserve peace. As before, he had neither ideas nor courage, and in his hands Congress, army, and revolution were all lost together. In spite of the protests of Las Heras, the Argentine auxiliaries were ignominiously expelled from the capital, on the pretext that it was their duty to assist the Government when called upon. O'Higgins counselled them to observe absolute neutrality in all civil disputes, following the example of the Chilian auxiliaries in Buenos Aires in the revolution of 1812, and at the invitation of the Cabildo marched his army upon Santiago. Carrera met him on the plains of Maipó, where, for the first time, Chilian blood was shed by Chilians, and O'Higgins was defeated. Meantime, the Viceroy of Peru had refused to ratify the treaty of peace, had despatched a fresh expedition to Talcahuano, and General Osorio, at the head of 5,000 men, was now marching on the capital. In this emergency O'Higgins put himself and the remnants of his force under the orders of Carrera, who speedily collected 5,000 or 6,000 men, who might have done something had they been well fed, but neither he nor O'Higgins showed any capacity for command. The latter, with 1,700 men, was cut off from the main body and shut up at Rancagua, where he defended himself with desperate valour for 32 hours against the whole army of the Royalists, till, his ammunition being exhausted, he cut his way through the enemy at the head of 300 men, and rejoined Carrera, who had retreated to Santiago. Here all was confusion, and the people, having lost confidence in their own leaders, were ready to shout for the King. Las Heras, marching south with the Argentine auxiliaries, met O'Higgins in full retreat towards the Cordillera, and protected the rear until the fugitives from Santiago were safe on Argentine soil. Carrera busied himself only in trying to secure the public treasure, which he packed on mules and carried off with him beyond Santa Rosa, but he was overtaken, and the treasure fell into the hands of his pursuers on the slopes of Las Pepeles on the 11th October. On the night of the 13th he crossed the snow line on the summit, bidding farewell to his country, which he was never to see again. So ended the first period of the revolution of Chile, which is styled "the time of the old country." The new country was yet to come. Argentines and Chilians in alliance were yet to raise from the dust the banners of Rancagua, and to bear them triumphant to the equator. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. CUYO, 1814 to 1815. The district of Cuyo lies to the east of the Cordillera, between 31 and 35 degrees of south latitude, and extends eastward to the 66 degree of west longitude, where the Andean formation dies away in the vast plain of the Argentine Pampa. Here the snow waters flowing from the mountain ranges lose themselves in lakes, or cut for themselves channels through the sandy soil, forming a network of inland rivers, which flow on indeterminately till they disappear. Peopled by colonists from east and west, this region was the point of union between two separate peoples, in whose alliance lay the destinies of all the Spanish colonies washed by the Pacific. Mendoza, San Juan, and San Luis were grouped together to form the province of Cuyo, when San Martin was named governor in 1814. Here he found the materials he required for the great enterprise he had in view. In 1810 the inhabitants of this province were barely 40,000 in number, but they were a hard-working, thrifty race, easily amenable to discipline. Traders from Mendoza and San Juan crossed the Andes to Chile, and Pampa to Buenos Aires, with troops of carts drawn by bullocks, or with troops of pack mules laden with wine, dried fruits, and flour. The men of San Luis were graziers of cattle and of sheep, famed for their skill as horsemen and as Indian fighters. Without knowledge of the character of this people it is impossible to comprehend how San Martin could in this one province raise an invincible army which, sustained by it alone for 3 years, liberated 2 republics and spread the principles of the Argentine Revolution over an entire continent. Determined to keep free from all personal obligations to the instruments of his policy, San Martin refused to occupy the house allotted to him by the Cabildo of Mendoza, gave up half his salary as governor, and in 1815 sent his wife back to Buenos Aires, in pursuance of the system of rigid economy which he imposed upon himself and carried out ruthlessly in every department of his administration. In January 1815 he was promoted by Government to the rank of General of Brigade, which appointment he accepted only on the understanding that he should resign as soon as the State was secured from Spanish domination, and steadily refused any further promotion. Some historians have seen in this systematic self-abnegation an imitation of the Cardinal who hobbled on crutches to seize the keys of St. Peter. Doubtless he had his ambitions, but no such design appears in the course of his life, which was consecrated to his own people to the complete sacrifice of all personal interest. According to him, Chile was the citadel of America, and must be reconquered at any cost. In Mendoza he met many of the fugitives who crossed the Andes after the disaster of Rancagua, and speedily learned from them that the collapse of the revolution was due to the incapacity of Carrera, and to see in O'Higgins the man of the future. He and the Mendocinos received these fugitives with open arms and with generous hospitality, but Carrera, though an exile on foreign soil, arrogated to himself a position as chief of an independent nation, and as such issued decrees from the barracks where he and his suite were quartered. San Martin asserted his authority with firmness and with great prudence, but these Chilians introduced an element of disorder into the province. Conflicts were frequent between the police and the dispersed soldiery, who refused obedience to any but their own officers, and continued the internecine dispute which had resulted so fatally on the plains of Maipó. San Martin put a summary end to this disorder by surrounding the barracks where Carrera and his partisans were lodged, with the troops of Las Heras and O'Higgins. Carrera was forced to retire to San Luis, where he afterwards proceeded to Buenos Ayres, and his adherents dispersed. At the same time a commission of Chilians was appointed to collect the remnants of the treasure brought from Santiago, which was lodged in the coffers of the Province, until such time as it might be employed for the liberation of Chile. Thus was Carrera crushed by the man of iron, and his insensate ambition no more troubled the destinies of his native country. Nevertheless he was well received in Buenos Ayres by Alvear, who about that time became Supreme Director of the United Provinces. He and Carrera were kindred spirits; together they had served in Spain, and together they had dreamed dreams of power and dominion in their own land. Now jealousy of San Martin became a further tie between them. In January 1815, San Martin, alleging the state of his health as a reason, sent in his resignation to the Supreme Director, who at once accepted it, and named Don Gregorio Perdriel as his successor. Perdriel proceeded at once to Mendoza, but the leading men of the city assembled in open cabildo, and, supported by the mass of the people, refused to accept this new governor, and insisted upon the withdrawal of his resignation by San Martin. Perdriel was recalled to Buenos Ayres, and Alvear was himself deposed in April by a mutiny of the troops in the capital. General Rondeau, who was at that time in command of the army of Peru, was named by the Cabildo as his successor. Alvear in his fall dragged with him the Assembly of the year 1813, and the Cabildo instructed the new government to call at once a National Congress elected by universal suffrage. The men of Mendoza applauded the deposition of Alvear, and declared that they would not in future recognise any national authority save one based upon the will of the entire people. In logical pursuance of which declaration they decreed that the nomination of their governor by the central power was null and void, and by acclamation named San Martin as the governor elected by themselves. The Cabildos of San Luis and San Juan confirmed this declaration and decree, so that the province of Cuyo became for the first time an independent state, ruled by a governor of its own selection. The problem now before San Martin was one of extreme difficulty. From this small society he proposed to raise an army and to replenish an empty treasury without exhausting the source of production and without waste, by inoculating all with his own ideas, and so leading them, each man in his own station, and according to his own capacity, to work zealously together for one end. He turned the whole province of Cuyo into an association of workers and fighters, whose cooperation should result in the reconquest of Chile. He commenced by the invocation of the war spirit among them, organizing their militia, and forming even the children into regiments, doing military exercise and carrying their own flags. He invited foreign residents to enlist, among whom the most forward were the English, who raised at their own cost a free company of light infantry, having the right to name their own officers. But the nucleus of his army he formed of well disciplined troops. This spirit he kept alive by exaggerated reports of the strength of the enemy in Chile, and by alarms of an imminent invasion. The people seconded his efforts by voluntary contributions for the public service. They lent mules, horses and harness, whatever they were required, sure of receiving them back when the need had passed over. Cartmen and muleteers carried ammunition and supplies, and the landowners pastured his troop horses free of charge, seeking no other payment than general approbation. Punishment for minor offences was inflicted in fines, which were paid into the public treasury. The ordinary taxes were rigidly enforced. Cuyo bled money at every pore for the redemption of South America. To give to his exactions the character of legal contributions, authorized by the will of the people, he used the Cabildos as his agents, their authority as a sort of parliament, giving a moral support to measures which were in reality arbitrary decrees, and he was well supported by the lieutenant governors of San Luis and San Juan, men of inflexible will in everything related to the public service. In 1814 the general revenues of the province, raised by customs duties and municipal taxes, amounted to nearly $180,000.
The reconquest of Chile by the Spaniards, which put an end to the Trans-Andine trade, cut off 2/3 of this revenue, so that in 1815 it was insufficient to meet current expenses. Voluntary subscriptions failed to supply the deficiency, a forced loan was levied upon the Spanish residents, but these were mere expedients. Export duties were imposed, a monthly war contribution was established, the tithes and the fund for the redemption of Indian captives and the intestate estates of deceased Spaniards were sequestered, a general property tax was levied, and forced loans from Spaniards and Portuguese were frequently exacted. Unpaid volunteers were never wanting when assistance was required in preparing the outfit for the army. News was received that an expedition of 10,000 men had left Spain for the River Plate under the command of Morillo. San Martin called for a public subscription in aid of the Federal Government. The ladies of Mendoza, headed by his own wife, set a noble example by throwing their jewels into the public chest. The fall of Montevideo diverted the course of the expedition, but the funds collected remained in the treasury. Amid all the din of military preparation, the material interests of the province were never neglected. Education was studiously fomented, vaccination was introduced, much attention was bestowed upon the public promenades and upon the system of irrigation, and the most rigid economy was enforced in every branch of the administration. The people saw in San Martin a father whom they loved, and a ruler whom they respected. His manners contributed to this authority and to the popularity gained by his deeds. His austere figure aptly symbolized the paternal despotism he established, and gave him a certain mysterious prestige. Alone among his friends, but without one confidant, nor even a councillor, he looked after everything himself, with no more help than that of one secretary and 2 clerks. His want of education has caused some historians to decry his talents. It was the same with William of Orange and with Washington. They shone not by their intellect, but by their deeds and by their personal character. As Macaulay says of Cromwell, he spoke folly and did great things. Or as Pascal says, the heart has reason of which reason knows nothing. In San Martin the will was the dominant characteristic. He worked not by inspiration but by calculation, searching carefully first for the thing necessary to be done, and then doing it. It has been said of him that he was not a person but a system. He wore almost constantly the plain uniform of the mounted grenadiers, with the Argentine cockade on his cocked hat. He was an early riser, and usually spent all the morning at his desk. At midday he went to the kitchen, chose 2 plates of the food prepared, and frequently ate it there standing, washing it down with 2 glasses of wine. In the winter he would afterwards take a short walk and smoke a cigarette of black tobacco. In summer he would sleep for 2 hours on a skin stretched on the verandah. All the year round he drank coffee which he prepared himself, then, after another spell at his desk, would spend the afternoon inspecting the public offices. In the evening his house was open to visitors, who were forbidden to talk politics, but if invited to a game of chess, found in him a doughty adversary. At 10 o'clock he wished them good night, and after a light supper retired to his couch, but if illness prevented him from sleeping he would rise and repair to his desk. The system of government followed by San Martin in Cuyo somewhat resembled that of Sancho Panza in his island of Barrataria, or that of the legendary King Zafadola, who visited his taxpayers in their houses, asking them how they could expect him to govern if they did not pay the taxes. An officer presented a petition for extra rations as his salary was not enough to live on. "All officers are in the same case," was the answer. A man of San Juan who had been made prisoner by the Spaniards in Chile and released on parole, claimed exemption from service in the army on that account. "The Government takes that responsibility upon himself. You are at liberty to attack the enemy, but if your hands are tied by a ridiculous prejudice they shall be united by a platoon." The wife of a sergeant asked pardon for some neglect of duty by her husband. "I have nothing to do with women, but with soldiers subject to military discipline." A prisoner applied for his release in the name of the patron saint of the army.
He did enough for you in saving your life." A farmer being accused of speaking against La Patria, he annulled the sentence on condition that the accused should send 10 dozen pumpkins for the supply of the troops. To try the temper of his officers, he got up a bull fight and sent them into the rings as "torreadores." As he applauded their courage, he turned to O'Higgins, who was beside him, and said: "These lunatics are the men we want to smash up the Spaniards." One day he went to the powder factory in full uniform, booted and spurred, and was refused admission by the sentry. He came back in a linen suit and slippers on, and was admitted, after which he gave orders that the sentry should be relieved, and with great formality presented him with an ounce of gold. One day an officer presented himself asking for the citizen Don José de San Martin, and being admitted, confessed to him that he had lost at play regimental money which had been entrusted to him. San Martin opened the cabinet, took out gold coins to the amount named, and gave them to him, saying: "Pay this money into the regimental chest, and keep the secret, for if General San Martin ever hears that you have told of it, he will have you shot upon the spot." Two Franciscan friars, who, according to him, had shown themselves unfriendly to "political regeneration," were forbidden by him to confess or to preach, and were put under arrest in their convent until further orders. He instructed the parish priests to preach of "the justice with which America had adopted the system of liberty," and seeing that they failed to do so, he further warned them that severe measures would be adopted if they neglected "so sacred a duty." Among his contemporaries there were at the time but few who estimated him at his real value. He himself indulged in no illusions on the matter, but stoically trusted to time and patience to give him his true place among them. As he wrote to Godoy Cruz concerning reports which were in circulation: "You will say that I was vexed. Yes, my friend, somewhat, but after reflection I followed the example of Diogenes. I dived into a butt of philosophy. A public man must suffer anything in order that the vessel may reach her port." At that time he suffered from chronic disease, and could only sleep for a few minutes at once seated on a chair, and was compelled to take opium to gain needful rest. On the 29th November, 1815, the army under Rondeau was completely defeated by Pezuela at Sipe Sipe in Upper Peru. Morillo's expedition was triumphant in Columbia, and the Royalists sang Te Deums both in Europe and in America. In these days of despair San Martin invited his officers to a banquet. Never did he appear in better spirits. When the dessert was placed on the board he rose to his feet, and in a loud voice proposed a toast: "To the first shot fired beyond the Andes against the oppressors of Chile." His words found echo in every heart. Confidence revived. From that moment the passage of the Andes and the reconquest of Chile ceased to be a vague idea, it became a plan of campaign which was to change the aspect of the war. Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 10. The Spy System of the Patriots, 1815 to 1816. The restoration of royalty in Chile was attended with such excesses as might have been expected had some foreign power triumphed over the country. A system of blood and fire was established for its pacification, which had the natural result of reanimating the spirit of resistance. The great majority of the people were tired of war, and failed to see that revolutionary anarchy was any improvement on colonial despotism. They were anxious only for peace, and welcomed their conqueror as a liberator. A moderate policy might have consolidated Spanish power in Chile for a considerable time, but these excesses fanned into a blaze the embers of the old patriotic spirit, which was buried under the ashes of Rancagua. Osorio was by nature inclined to clemency, but the instructions of Viceroy Abascal prohibited him from adopting any such course, and the Spaniards who surrounded him urged upon him the necessity of the most severe measures of repression. Yielding to these influences, he became the instrument of a pitiless persecution, the result of which was to arouse the spirit of insurrection in every Chilian heart. Forced loans and arbitrary contributions formed the source of his revenue, and so crushed all industry that soon even these sources dried up, and supplies could only be obtained by confiscation. All the civilizing reforms of the revolutionary epoch were abolished, and the old monopolies were re-established. The most distinguished Patriots were exiled to the island of Juan Fernandez. All the native inhabitants were classified as "suspects," and many were murdered in the prisons by the soldiery. A new spirit of patriotism was engendered by misery and despair. Spaniards again became a privileged class. They occupied all the public offices. They alone were allowed to carry arms. Their testimony only was received in the courts. Every native Chilian had to be in his own house at 9 o'clock at night, and could not travel even the shortest distance without a permit. Fights between the soldiery and the "rotos," as the men of the labouring class are called, were of daily occurrence. Many men of the Talavera regiment, which was particularly obnoxious, were murdered by the populace. Even the Chilian troops, which had done such good service under Sanchez and other leaders, were most thanklessly treated. Commissions won by their officers on the field of battle were not recognised, their pay was scanty, and the pensions of their widows were not paid at all. At the commencement of 1815 Osorio had 5,000 men, perfectly armed and equipped, under his orders. His instructions were, as soon as he had pacified the country, to cross the Andes with 3,000 men, and to act in Cuyo and Cordoba in combination with Pezuela. Abascal had the converse of the same idea, which was later on carried out by San Martin. Small bodies of armed men had frequently crossed the Andes, but it is not the number of the troops employed, nor the power of the peoples in conflict, which constitutes the fame of such achievements. That fame lies in their motives and results. In this lay the importance of the passage of the Alps by Hannibal and by Napoleon, and the passage of the Andes by San Martin and by Bolívar are famous as part of a great scheme for the emancipation of a continent. Osorio was not the man for such an enterprise, and his force was so weakened by detachments in aid of Pezuela that he never attempted it. The disasters suffered by the Patriots in this year were not fruitless. Time was gained, in which San Martin perfected his preparations, and this he lengthened by entering into a correspondence with Osorio, proposing some arrangements for the prevention of further bloodshed. He also took advantage of the correspondence so established to set on foot an extensive system of spies and secret agents all over Chile, by whose means he propagated false intelligence of such great military preparations in Mendoza as filled Osorio with fears of an immediate invasion, and had still more effect upon the feebler spirit of Marcó del Pont, who relieved him of the command in December. The secret agents who rendered the greatest service to San Martin he found among the Chilean refugees in Mendoza. When the talents or social position of any of these men inspired him with confidence, he put them under arrest on some charge of treachery, from which he aided them to escape and fly across the Andes, "from his tyranny." Their alleged sufferings disarmed the suspicions of the Spanish rulers of Chile to the extent that some of them were actually employed by them to procure information from the eastern side of the Andes. By their help San Martin discovered that several Spaniards in Mendoza held secret communications with Osorio. He arrested them, and by threats of immediate execution compelled them to show him all the letters they received, and to return answers dictated by him. His principal care was to persuade the Spaniards that the projected expedition would attack the south of Chile, in order to induce them to relax their vigilance in the quarter which was really menaced, and to concentrate their troops in positions where they could be of no service. His agents were incessantly occupied in furnishing him with details concerning the number, armament, and positions of the Royalist forces, and in stirring up the Chilian people to co operate with the invading army. Thus the whole country was soon on the watch for the moment when their liberators would pass the Andes. The name of San Martin became so popular that his agents had no difficulty in obtaining all the help they needed. Horses were always to be had when they wanted them, and they were warned in time of any danger which threatened them. Chilean patriots, among whom the most active was Manuel Rodriguez, also secretly organized bands of volunteers, who waited but the signal to raise in arms. Some of them gave their lives for the cause on the gallows. Marcó del Pont adopted the most severe measures of repression, which only served to fan the flame of discontent. In September 1816, Rodriguez imprudently raised the flag of insurrection in the south of Chile. His raw troops were speedily dispersed, but San Martin made good use of his mistake by writing him an angry despatch, telling him that he had ruined his plans by drawing the Royalist forces to the south and causing them to occupy the passes by which he had hoped to cross the Cordillera. This despatch he caused to fall into the hands of Marcó del Pont, whose attention he thus again diverted from the real point of danger. At this time Brown, the gallant Irishman who had driven the Spanish naval forces from the River Plate, and who had been rewarded by the gift of his flagship, the Hercules, again offered his ship and his services to the Argentine Government. He was well supplied with guns, small arms, and ammunition, and was granted letters of marque as a privateer. On the 15th of October, 1815, he sailed from Buenos Aires for the Pacific with Captain Bouchardo, a Frenchman, as his second in command. His squadron consisted of 4 vessels: the Hercules, of 20 guns, commanded by Michael Brown; the Trinidad, of 16 guns, commanded by Walter Chitty; the Halcon, commanded by Bouchardo, which 3 vessels were brigs; and the armed ketch Uribe, named after its commander, a Chilian, who had been a colleague of Carrera in the late revolution. The crews of the 2 first were almost entirely English. The Halcon had a mixed crew of Chilians and Argentines, and her marines were commanded by Ramon Freire. The crew of the ketch were all Chilians, and she carried a black flag as a sign of no quarter. It was stipulated that any prizes they might make should be sold in Buenos Aires, 1/9 the prize money to go to the Government, 2/9 to the Commodore, and the rest to be divided among the officers and crews. San Martin took care to inform Marcó of this expedition by means of his secret agents, and at the same time spread through Chile a rumour that an army from 4,000 to 7,000 men was assembled in Mendoza for the passage of the Andes. Marcó, terrified at the idea of being attacked both by land and sea, issued the most injudicious orders to his subordinates, scattered his forces, and applied to the Viceroy for naval support. The Hercules and the Trinidad, in the attempt to double Cape Horn, were driven into the Straits of Magellan by a tempest, where they both received serious injuries from sunken rocks, but, being repaired, reached the barren island of Mocha in the Southern Sea, where they were joined by the Halcon. The ketch was wrecked, the captain and master being drowned. Brown with his 2 ships, and Bouchardo with 1, then sailed by different courses to Callao, where they reunited to blockade the port, and captured 2 large prizes, one of which, the Consequencia, was armed and added to the squadron. On the 21st of January, 1816, they sailed boldly into the harbour, and forced the Spanish ships to take refuge under the guns of the batteries. On the night of the 22nd, the gallant Commodore attacked the Royalist flotilla with 5 armed boats, but was beaten off with a loss of 30 killed and wounded. After maintaining the blockade for 3 weeks, they sailed for Guayaquil. The fort at the entrance to this port was taken by assault by Freyre with the crew of the Halcon, who effected a landing under the fire of the guns of the squadron. The Commodore then entered the port with the Trinidad, captured a schooner carrying marines, and took the first battery with 4 brass guns, which were transferred to the schooner. He then attacked another battery, but a sudden squall drove the Trinidad ashore, and he was forced to haul down his flag to prevent the massacre of his men by the Spanish infantry. He himself stripped off his clothes and sprang overboard, intending to swim to the schooner, but seeing that the Spaniards were commencing to kill their prisoners, he climbed on board again, seized a lighted match, ran down to the magazine, and threatened to blow up the ship with all on board, unless the laws of war were respected. This daring action brought the Spaniards to their senses, the slaughter was stopped, and Brown, with no other clothing than the Argentine flag which he wrapped round him, was led a prisoner on shore. Buchardo, with the rest of the squadron, attacked another battery, in the hope of rescuing his comrades, but was beaten off. One of the prisoners taken on the Consequencia of Callao was Mendiburo, the governor of this province, and the commandant of Guayaquil was so eager to get rid of his enemies that he proposed an exchange of prisoners, which was at once accepted. The 3 remaining vessels with the schooner then left the port. On the open sea, the jealousy latent in the hearts of the 2 commanders broke into an open flame. Each of these 2 adventurers considered that the other deserved hanging at the yardarm, but in times of danger they had most nobly supported each other. Now they agreed to separate, dividing the plunder between them, and Buchardo returned with the Consequencia to Buenos Aires. Brown sailed on to Santa Fe in New Granada, but, finding that city occupied by Royalist troops, he followed his late comrade to the Atlantic. The Argentine Government had hoped great things from this expedition, and had written to San Martin to hold himself ready to take advantage of any movement it might occasion in Chile. But the astute general replied that a naval force, to be of any effective aid to an invading general, must consist of ships of war, not of privateers, and must be under his orders. The result showed that it was but of slight service to the cause, and was a waste of material which might have been much more usefully employed. Chapter 11 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 11. The idea of the passage of the Andes, 1815 to 1816. The plans of San Martin were not in accordance with the ideas which prevailed in the military circles of the United Provinces. The many disasters which had befallen Argentine armies in Upper Peru had failed to show either the leaders of those armies or Government that the true road to Lima did not lie through those mountain passes. He did not obtrude his opinions upon anyone, still his idea at times leaked out in despatches, and after the fate of Alvear met with a somewhat better reception at headquarters. Carrera had made a proposal to Government for a foolhardy attempt upon Coquimbo, which was rejected after a consultation with San Martin, but his application for permission to assume the offensive had also been refused. He then caused a report to be circulated in Chile that he was about to march his army to the north, to reinforce the routed forces of Rondeau, in the hope that Marcó might be induced to cross the Andes and attack Mendoza, and by representing this danger to Government, he succeeded in persuading them to send him some light field guns and other war material of which he was in need, and also to grant him power to assume the offensive in spring. He also prevailed upon them to unite the scattered squadrons of the mounted grenadiers, and to place them under his orders as the nucleus of a cavalry brigade. In March 1816, a detachment of the grenadiers under Aldao made a successful reconnaissance by the Uspallata Pass of the Royalist position on the western slopes of the Andes, and brought back much useful information. But true to his principle of concealing his plans, San Martin reported to Government that the central passes were so well defended that the only practical course was by those to the south of Mendoza, and also that advanced field works were necessary about Uspallata in order to secure the province of Cuyo as the base of operations. This procured him a further much needed supply of guns. In April, General Balcarce, the hero of Suipacha, succeeded Alvarez as provisional director, and San Martin was thenceforward much better supported by the central power. Military supplies were sent to him on a much more liberal scale than under the previous administration. The power of the Lautaro Lodge had fallen with Alvear, but the society still existed, and San Martin now established a branch in Mendoza, in which the principal leaders of the Chilian refugees and many of the foremost men of Cuyo were affiliated. At this time he received most efficient assistance from his friend Don Tomas Guido, who had first met him in London, and who had afterwards in Tucuman learned from him something of his ideas in regard to the conduct of the war. Guido drew up a memorial and presented it to the Supreme Director, in which he warmly supported the idea of attacking Peru by way of Chile, and his aid became still more efficacious when the meeting of the Congress of Tucuman a few weeks later on placed the administration of affairs in new hands. End of chapter 11. Chapter 13 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 13 The Army of the Andes, 1816 to 1817. The organization of the Army of the Andes is one of the most extraordinary feats recorded in military history. It was a war machine composed of men filled with the spirit of the Argentine Revolution, and with a passion for things American, without which spirit and without which passion it could never have achieved the task before it. Never was the military automaton more thoroughly imbued with human energy. The auxiliary corps of Las Heras formed the nucleus of the army, to which was soon added 2 companies of the 8th Regiment from Buenos Aires with 4 field guns. In 1815 Colonel Zapiola joined it with 2 squadrons of the Grenadiers. These corps were greatly strengthened by volunteers who joined them in Cuyo. In 1816 the new government appointed by the Congress of Tucuman constituted it formally as the Army of the Andes, under the command of San Martin as Captain General, with General Soler as Chief of the Staff, and further strengthened it with the 7th Regiment of Infantry from Buenos Aires, and additions to the 8th, Colonel Conde being placed in command of the 8th, and Colonel Kramer, a Frenchman, who had served under Napoleon, in command of the 7th. The 11th, under Las Heras, was divided into 2 battalions, of which the 2nd became the 1st Light Infantry under Lieutenant Colonel Alvarado. A 5th squadron under Necochoa was added to the Grenadiers. Thus, early in September, the army numbered 2,300 men with the flags, a force still insufficient for the work, but recruiting went on briskly. The question of giving freedom to all slaves who would enlist being under discussion at Tucuman, San Martin spread the report in Cuyo that the idea was to be carried out, and advised the Cabildos to prevail upon the slave owners to set their slaves free before the project became law. There was much unwillingness to accede to this proposition, but at length it was resolved to set 2/3 of the slaves free, the manumission not to be effective until the army crossed the Andes. This gave a further reinforcement of 710 men to the infantry. Before the end of the year the army numbered 4,000 men, almost all of whom were Argentines. The Chilean emigrants were organized into a reserve as the nucleus for the future army of Chile. This reserve was placed under command of O'Higgins, who received a commission as a general of the United Provinces, but within it were many partisans of Carrera, upon whom San Martin looked with suspicion. The army was sustained by a combination of patriotic subscriptions, gratuitous services, and of regular and arbitrary taxes. Some carried arms, others gave money or labour. All the inhabitants of Cuyo contributed in some way or another to the great work. For the furnishings of arms, powder, and equipments, special measures were adopted. San Martin found the man he wanted for this work in a mendicant friar named Luis Beltran. This Beltran was a native of Mendoza, and being in Chile at the time of the revolution, had joined the Patriots and served as an artilleryman at the siege of Chillán. After Rancagua he returned on foot to his own country, with a bag of tools of his own making on his shoulders. Self-taught, he was at once a mathematician and a chemist, an artilleryman and a maker of watches or of fireworks, a carpenter, an architect, a blacksmith, a draughtsman, a cobbler, and a physician. In addition he was of a robust constitution and of soldierly bearing. He became one of the chaplains of the new army. San Martin soon discovered his extraordinary talents, and entrusted him with the establishment of an arsenal. Soon he had 300 workmen under his orders, all of whom were taught by himself. He cast cannon, shot, and shell, melting down the church bells when other metal was not to be had. He made limbers for the guns, saddles for the cavalry, knapsacks and shoes for the infantry, and all other kinds of necessary equipment; forged horseshoes and bayonets, repaired damaged muskets, and in his leisure moments drew on the walls of his grimy workshop designs for carriages specially adapted for the conveyance of war material over the steep passes of the Andes. In 1816 he took off his friar's frock, donned the uniform of a lieutenant of artillery, with a monthly salary of $25, and became the Archimedes of the Army of the Andes. In addition to this arsenal, San Martin established a laboratory of saltpetre and a powder factory in charge of his aide-de-camp Major Condarco, using water power to work the machines. This factory produced excellent gunpowder, sufficient for the supply of the army at very small cost. He also set up a manufactory of army cloth, which cloth was dyed blue, and uniforms for the troops were made of it by the women of Mendoza free of charge. A military tribunal was created, and the medical staff was organized under Dr. Paroissien, a naturalized Englishman. The commissariat and treasury were also placed under the strictest regulations. Everything was prepared for an offensive war and for the distant operations. In May 1816 the scheme was almost upset by the persistence of the central government in prosecuting the war in Upper Peru. San Martin had taken great interest in the projected Congress of Tucuman since the idea was first mooted, looking upon it as the last hope of the revolution. 4 deputies were sent from Cuyo, who were all friends of his, and who took deep interest in his plan. One of them, Don Juan Martin Pueyrredon, was elected president. The majority of this Congress were in favour of the establishment of a constitutional monarchy. San Martin and Belgrano, who commanded the armies of Cuyo and the north, were the pillars of the state edifice, and though San Martin was in theory a republican, they both shared in this opinion, but both were equally convinced that the first step should be a declaration of independence, in order to put an end to the present anomalous position, in which they, still nominally subject to the King of Spain, made war upon Spain under a flag of their own. Thus the declaration of independence on the 9th of July was welcomed by San Martin as a master stroke of policy. Don Juan Martin Pueyrredon, now President of the United Provinces, had already so far adopted the military ideas of San Martin, that on the 16th of June he had given orders for the dispatch of men and arms to Cuyo. But San Martin was not content with mere acquiescence in his plans. He wanted the hearty approval and concurrence of the chief of the state. He accordingly left Mendoza for Cordoba on the 15th of July, and there met the President. The conference lasted 3 days, and resulted in a complete understanding between them. Then, as no maps existed of the passes of the Andes, he sent his aide-de-camp, Condarco, who was a skilful engineer, with a copy of the Declaration of Independence to the Governor of Chile. "But," he said to him as he gave him his instructions, "your real errand is to reconnoitre for me the roads by Los Patos and Uspallata. Without making a note, you must bring back in your head a plan of them both. I shall send you by Los Patos, which is the longest road, and as they are certain to send you back at once, if they don't hang you, you will return by Uspallata, which is the nearest way." As San Martin had anticipated, the copy of the declaration which Condarco presented to Marco del Pont was burned by the public hangman of Santiago, and the messenger was sent back at once with scant courtesy. But in his receptive brain he brought with him plans of both roads, which he drew out on paper at his leisure, and these plans so obtained became the chart of the first operations of the Army of the Andes. In the early spring, San Martin brought the various corps of his army from their cantonments, and encamped them on an open plain about a league to the north of Mendoza, where the recruits were thoroughly drilled, and the whole force was taught to act in concert. Every hour of the day had its allotted work, and in the evening the officers attended classes for instruction in tactics. To complete its organization, a printing press was added to the stores, from which bulletins of victory were to be issued to the world, teaching to the liberated people the principles of the Argentine Revolution, which the soldiery supported with their bayonets. On the 17th of January, 1817, there was high holiday in the city of Mendoza. The streets and plaza were decorated with flags and streamers. The whole army marched in to salute the Virgen del Carmen as its patron saint, and to receive a special army flag embroidered by the ladies of the city. When the usual formalities were over, San Martin ascended a platform in the great square with the flag in his hand, and waving it over his head, said in a voice which could be heard by all: "Soldiers, this is the first independent flag which has been blessed in America." One great shout of "Viva la Patria!" rose from the people and the troops in answer. Then he added: "Soldiers, swear to sustain it and to die in defence of it, as I swear to do." "We swear," was the answer from 4,000 throats. A triple discharge of musketry and 25 guns then saluted this new flag, the flag of redemption for one half of South America, which passed the Cordillera, waved in triumph along the Pacific coast, floated over the foundations of 2 new republics, aided in the liberation of another, and after 64 years served as a funeral pall to the body of the hero who thus delivered it to the care of the immortal army of the Andes. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE. Translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Passage of the Andes, 1817. Quote, "What spoils my sleep is not the strength of the enemy, but how to pass those immense mountains," said San Martin as from Mendoza he gazed upon the snow-clad summits of the Andes, which as a mighty barrier separate the wide plains of the Argentine Pampa from the smiling valleys of Chile, through 22 degrees of latitude, from the desert of Atacama to Cape Horn. These mountains, at 33 degrees south latitude, divide into 2 parallel ranges, one running southward along the borders of the Pacific Ocean, the other forming the Grand Cordillera, upon which San Martin gazed from Mendoza. The coast range is a succession of granite hills, with rounded summits and gentle slopes, like to the waves of a petrified sea. The great Cordillera is in its centre composed of 3 or 4 ranges of conical and sharply defined peaks, which rise one over the other to a height of 21,000 feet above the level of the sea, crowned with perpetual snow. At its feet lie deep valleys, from which perpendicular precipices rise up to the clouds, and the mighty condors wheeling in airy circles at that dizzy heights are the only living things to be seen. There are also lakes, fed by torrents of melted snow, which pouring down the mountain sides into these valleys, find at times no exit, their path being closed by immense heaps of debris hurled from the lofty summits by the force of ice and winter. These immense groups of mountains are traversed by rugged defiles and narrow paths, the result of volcanic action, wind along the edges of precipices, while below roar the mountain streams carrying great rocks along with them, tossing them about as though they were straws. Here Nature displays her giant strength as an artificer, decking herself with no other ornaments than the cactus, mosses, and thorny plants. Everywhere are seen traces of the world in embryo, as it emerged from chaos in the process of creation. Between the Cordillera and the coast range stretches a great central valley, cut across in places by spurs from the higher mountains, which take an oblique line to the south till they lose themselves in the ocean, or reappear as solitary islands or as clusters of islands, which are the summits of mountains springing from the bed of the sea. The great Cordillera can only be crossed at certain passes. Those which have connection with our history are: in the centre those of Uspallata and Los Patos, in front of Mendoza and San Juan; to the north those of La Ramada and Comecabayos, by which the Argentine province of La Rioja communicates with Coquimbo and Copiapó; and to the south that of the Planchon, which gives access to the valley of Talca, and that of the Portillo, which leads to the plain of Maipó and to the capital of Chile. These passes, from 9,000 feet to 12,000 feet above the level of the sea, are covered with snow in winter, and are practicable only in the height of summer. Until then they had been crossed only by small detachments of soldiery or by troops of mules, the paths being in many places so narrow as only to give room for one mounted man at a time. The passage of a numerous army with guns and baggage was held to be impossible, and had never been thought of till the feat was accomplished by San Martin. Food and forage for men, mules, and horses had to be carried with them, and it was necessary to reach the other side in force sufficient to overcome a watchful enemy, to concentrate the different columns upon his weak points, and to make all the preparations secretly, so that the army might rush like a thunderbolt from the western slopes of the mountains and do battle in the open plain. San Martin, by his complex spy system, had deluded the enemy into the belief that the invasion would come from the passes of the south. His real intentions he had kept from friends and enemies alike. In September 1816 he invited the Pehuenche Indians, who occupied the eastern slopes of the Andes commanding the entrances to the passes of the Planchon and Portillo, to a conference at the fort of San Carlos to the south of Mendoza. With the invitation he sent them many mules laden with spirits and wine, with sweetmeats, cloth, and glass beads for the women, horse gear and clothes for the men. In savage pomp they came, the warriors, followed by their women, rode up to the fort on the day appointed in full war costume, flourishing their long lances, and commenced proceedings by a sham fight in the Indian fashion, dashing at full speed round the fort, from whose walls a gun was fired every 5 minutes, and was answered by Indian yells. Then the chiefs entered the fort and were told by San Martin that the Spaniards were foreigners who intended to rob them of their lands, their cattle, their women and children, and that he desired to pass through their country with an army, to go by the Planchon and Portillo passes to the country the other side of the mountains, there to destroy these Spaniards. The Indian chiefs listened to his request and granted him the permission he required, after which they with their warriors gave themselves up to an orgy which lasted 8 days. On the 6th day San Martin returned to Mendoza satisfied that the Indians, with their usual perfidy, would at once inform Marcó of his project, and took care that their information was confirmed by the agents of Marcó in Mendoza, who sent him despatches to the same purport, dictated by San Martin. At the same time San Martin advised the Government and his friend Guido that he had arranged with the Indians for supplies of cattle and horses, and for help in his expedition, without in any case giving a hint of his real intentions. Marcó, harassed by the alarming news sent him by his supposed spies in Mendoza, and annoyed by the guerillas under Martin Rodriguez, who infested the country between the Maule and the Maipó, and sacked villages even in the vicinity of the capital itself, adopted most ill-conceived and contradictory measures. He fortified the ports and organized a flotilla to act against an imaginary naval force, which his spies in Cuyo informed him had already left Buenos Aires. He cut trenches in the pass of Uspallata, made a map of the southern provinces and a survey of the mouths of the passes in that district, strengthened the guards at all the passes. After concentrating his troops, scattered them again all over the country, and followed the example of San Martin by holding a great conference with the Indians of Arauco. The policy of San Martin was successful. The Captain General of Chile attempted to defend the whole of his frontier, and had no idea where the real attack was to come from. One only of his many councillors advised him to concentrate the army on the capital, and there make ready for whatever might happen. Instead of that, he increased the general discontent by arbitrary exactions, till all classes of the people longed for the appearance of San Martin, and made ready to help him as best they could. Small parties of troops were on several occasions attacked and routed by armed bands of the peasantry, and the bandit Neira made himself famous by similar exploits. In the encampment at Mendoza matters were far different. There methodical activity and automatic obedience blended with intelligent enthusiasm. There one far-seeing will reigned supreme. There everything was known that Marcó had either thought or did. Each man worked diligently at his appointed task, and all trusted blindly in their chief. The forges blazed day and night, the arsenal turned out cartridges by the 100,000. Fray Beltran made special carriages for the artillery, adapted to the mountain passes. The guns themselves were to be carried on the backs of mules. Slings were prepared for carrying them over dangerous places, and sleds of raw hide in which they might be hauled up by men when the gradients were too steep for the mules. The General in Chief, silent and reserved, thought for all, inspected everything, and provided for every contingency. Large provision was made of charquicán, a food much in vogue among the muleteers, composed of beef dried in the sun, roasted and ground to powder, then mixed with fat and Chile pepper, and pounded into small compass. A soldier could carry enough of this in his knapsack to last him 8 days. Mixed up with hot water and maize meal ready roasted, it formed a soup at once nutritious and appetizing. San Luis alone furnished 2,000 arrobas, and the total provision amounted to 3,500 arrobas, 87,200 pounds. The soldiers made for themselves closed sandals of raw hide called tamangos, which were lined with fragments of old clothes collected for that purpose from all the province. Water bottles were made from the horns of the animals slaughtered in the encampment, and slings were made for them out of the rough edges of the cloth from which their uniforms were made. The sabres of the cavalry were carefully sharpened, but they had only 3 trumpets, till Government sent them 2 more. 30,000 horseshoes were prepared, which was a great innovation, as the Argentines were not accustomed to shoe their horses. Without them the hoofs of the cavalry horses would have been worn down in the transit over the stony passes. 4 cables, each 170 feet long, and 2 anchors formed a portable bridge. Cuyo alone furnished 13,000 mules, but the promise of Government to replenish the exhausted treasury were not fulfilled. A rebellion had broken out in Cordoba, which taxed the resources of Pueyrredon to the utmost to repress. But he aided San Martin in every way he possibly could, with clothes, saddles, tents and arms, and wrote him: "Don't ask me for anything more unless you wish to hear that I have hung myself to a beam in the fort." And also, "You may well say that among us there has never been seen an army so well fitted out, but neither has there been seen a director who had equal confidence in a general, and, it must be added, never a general who so well merited that confidence as yourself. After all, my mind would be easier if you had another 1,000 good soldiers with you." Everything was ready. The army consisted of 3,000 infantry in 4 battalions, led by Alvarado, Kramer, Conde and Las Heras, 5 squadrons of the mounted grenadiers, 1,700 sabres, led by Zapiola, Melian, Ramallo, Escalada and Necochea, and 250 artillery, with 10 6-pounders, 2 howitzers, and 9 4-pounder mountain guns, under command of La Plaza. 1,200 mounted militia from Cuyo accompanied the army, besides muleteers and artisans. The army was arranged in 3 divisions, each entirely independent of the others. The vanguard under Soler and the reserve under O'Higgins marched by the pass of Los Patos. Las Heras, with the artillery, marched by that of Uspallata, which was the only one practicable for guns and ammunition. All the food necessary for 15 days they took with them, also 600 bullocks for slaughter, and a special supply of onions and garlic, very necessary at high levels both for man and beast. As flankers to the main army, a detachment of militia and Chilian immigrants left San Juan under Cabot by the pass of La Ramada, marching upon Coquimbo, and another left Rioja by the pass of Vinchina, marching on Copiapó and Huasco. To the south another detachment composed of mounted infantry, grenadiers, and Chilians marched under the Chilian Capitan Freyre by the Planchon Pass in support of the Chilian guerillas, and were aided by a party of 30 dragoons under Captain Lemos, who went by the Portillo Pass. Both the main body and the detachments had orders to debouch on Chilian territory from the 6th to the 8th of February, 1817. Each general of division was given by San Martin himself a pen and ink plan of the route he was to follow, with notes and written instructions. San Martin himself went by the pass of Los Patos, but had arranged a system of flag signals by which Las Heras could communicate with him across the intervening valleys. His last instructions from Government were: "The consolidation of the independence of America from the Kings of Spain and their successors, and the glory of the United Provinces of the South, are the only motives of this campaign. This you will make public in your proclamations, by your agents in the cities, and by all possible means. The army must be impressed with this principle, and shall have no thought of pillage, oppression, or of conquest, or that there is any idea of holding the country of those we help." He was also authorized to raise a national army in Chile, which should remain under his orders even when a new government was established, was prohibited from capitulating with the enemy under any circumstances, and was charged to avoid any interference in party questions among the Chilians. He was also authorized, after the re-establishment of the municipality of Santiago, to preside over the free election of a provisional president. He was instructed to use his influence to postpone the election of a Congress until Chile was entirely free from the enemy, and to persuade the Chilians to send deputies to the Congress of the United Provinces, in order to establish a perpetual alliance between the two countries. As the leading files of the army entered the passes, San Martin, on the 24th of January, 1817, wrote to Godoy Cruz: "This afternoon I leave to join the army. God grant me success in this great enterprise." The plan of the campaign, as drawn up by San Martin on the 15th of June, 1816, was to cross the Cordillera by the passes of Uspallata and Los Patos, to reunite his forces in the plain beyond, there to beat the principal force of the enemy, and to seize the capital. The principal spur from the main range, which cuts the central valley of Chile, is that which springs from the great peak of Aconcagua. From this spur a smaller one branches off, which is called the Sierra of Chacabuco, and runs parallel to the main spur, enclosing between them the parallel valleys of Putaendo and Aconcagua, watered by two streams bearing the same names, which ultimately unite to form the river Aconcagua, which empties itself in the ocean beyond the coast range of hills. The road by Uspallata passes to the south of the great peak, and through the valley of Aconcagua to the frontier town of Santa Rosa. The road by Los Patos is much longer, and passing to the north of Aconcagua, leads by the valley of Putaendo to the narrow pass of Achupallas, which lies to the west of Santa Rosa. Thus any force stationed at this point would be placed between two fires by the convergence of the two divisions, and if it retreated to the Sierra of Chacabuco, which lay to the south, would leave the plain of Chacabuco available for the concentration of the army. Chacabuco was thus the strategic point upon the occupation of which depended the issue of the whole campaign. Meantime Cabot had left San Juan on the 12th of January, and on the 8th of February issued from the northern passes. The whole province of Coquimbo rose in arms to welcome him. Captain Ceballos, detached by him, routed a Royalist force of 100 men on the plains of Salala, capturing 2 small guns and 40 prisoners. By the 12th, Cabot was master of the entire province. On the same day Davila, with the detachment from Rioja, took the city of Copiapó. The whole of the north of Chile was in the power of the invaders. On that same 12th February, Freyre, at the other extreme of the line of operations, occupied the city of Talca, after a skirmish on the plains, cutting all communication between the capital and the south. He represented himself to the vanguard of the main army, and was joined at once by the Chilian guerillas and by Neyra. It was only on the eve of departure that San Martin explained his plan in its entirety to his generals. On the 18th of January, Las Heras marched with a flying column by Uspallata, with instructions to entrench himself at Chacabuco, but to retreat if attacked by superior forces. 2 days in his rear marched Beltran with the artillery. The main body marched on the 19th by Los Patos. The vanguard was commanded by Soler, and 1 day's march in his rear came the reserve under O'Higgins. Groups of pioneers preceded the columns, clearing the way for them. Soler had instructions to debouch on the 8th of February into the valley of Putaendo, to seize the bridge which crosses the river Aconcagua in front of the town of San Felipe, to occupy that position, thence to open communication with Las Heras, and if possible to attack the enemy in the rear at Santa Rosa. All the troops were mounted on mules, and marched in single file along the narrow paths, each 20 men being in care of a muleteer, the length of each day's march being decided by the facilities for grass and water at the halting places. Not only was the road itself by Los Patos more difficult than that by Uspallata, but on account of the greater elevation, and of its vicinity to the eternal snow of the higher peaks, the cold was very much more intense. It freezes hard there every night, even at midsummer, and the rarefaction of the air caused many of the men to drop from the ranks. Marcó had despatched 1,000 men under Colonel Atero to reconnoitre the pass of Uspallata, and on the 24th of January the advanced posts of Las Heras were attacked by the enemy at Pichueta, on the eastern slope of the Cordillera. A reinforcement under Major Martinez drove the Royalists, after 2 hours' fighting, across the summit. San Martin, on hearing of this, at once despatched Major Arcos with 200 men to seize the pass of Achupallas. On the 4th of February Arcos found the guard there strongly reinforced. He attacked at once, and the day was decided by Lieutenant Juan Lavalle of the Mounted Grenadiers, who here led the first of those desperate charges of cavalry for which he was afterwards so renowned. At 3 in the morning of the 2nd of February, Las Heras crossed the summit of the Cordillera, and on the 4th, at sundown, an advanced post of the Royalists at Guardia Vieja was attacked by Major Martinez, and carried at the point of the bayonet, after which Las Heras, in obedience to express orders from San Martin, retired upon his reserve. On the 5th the alarm was given in the valleys of Putaendo and Aconcagua by the fugitives from Guardia Vieja and Achupallas, but Atero, deceived by the countermarch of Las Heras into the idea that he was in full retreat, left the pass of Uspallata open, and marched with 700 men to meet the invaders at Achupallas. Thus, without further trouble, Las Heras debouched on the 8th on to the plain and occupied Santa Rosa. Soler, with the escort and 2 squadrons of grenadiers, had hurried on to the assistance of the small force at Achupallas, and thence on the 6th descended into the valley of Putaendo with all his cavalry. Necochea was then detached with 100 men of the escort against the town of San Felipe. On the morning of the 7th he was met by Atero, and by feigning to retreat in the face of such superior numbers, induced the Royalist leader to follow him up the valley with 300 horsemen, leaving his guns and infantry in a strong position on high ground behind him. When he had drawn him well away from his reserve, Necochea suddenly wheeled his men into line and charged, breaking up the enemy completely, and driving him back to the shelter of his guns, with a loss of 30 killed and 4 prisoners. Atero, after this repulse, retreated with all speed to San Felipe, destroying the bridge over the Aconcagua River. Fugitives reported that the enemy were tall men armed with very long swords, whose charge no cavalry in Chile could resist. On the 8th the 2 divisions encamped in the valley of Putaendo, and were welcomed with enthusiasm by the inhabitants. On the 9th the broken bridge was repaired by the sappers, and while the whole army crossed, a squadron of grenadiers under Melian advanced to the hill of Chacabuco, and were there met by advanced parties of the column under Las Heras. Beltran had lost 6,000 mules out of 10,000, and 2/3 of his horses, but he brought all his guns with him. Thus the preliminary operations were crowned with success. A strategic combination of movements over a frontage of 1,300 miles was completed in every point on the day prefixed by the author of the plan. He had reason to be proud of the exploit, but neither then or at any later date was he ever known to boast of it. He had at that time much else to think of. His cavalry horses were for the most part foundered by the passage of the rugged defiles, and he had no time to lose if he was to fight a decisive battle on the 15th as he had promised. The judgment of posterity is unanimous in respect to the importance of the passage of the Andes by San Martin, not alone as a great military feat, but also for the influence it had upon the final result of the struggle for emancipation. Spanish historians speak of it as the turning point of the contest between Spain and her colonies. In German military schools it is cited as an example of the importance of discipline in the army, and of the value of foresight and attention to details on the part of a general. The passage of the Andes by San Martin was a feat requiring greater strategy and skill than the passage of the Alps by Hannibal and by Napoleon. It was unequalled till Bolívar repeated the exploit on the Equator. If compared with the 2 former, it is seen to be a much greater achievement than either of them from its effects upon the destinies of the human race. In place of vengeance, greed, or of ambition, San Martin was animated by the hope of giving liberty and independence to a new world. The passage of the Andes by San Martin resulted in Maipó. The passage of the Andes by Bolívar resulted in Boyacá, 2 decisive victories which liberated entire peoples from the slavery of foreign despotism. The passage of the Alps by Hannibal and by Napoleon resulted only in the sterile victories of Trebia and of Marengo. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 14. Chacabuco, 1817. From San Felipe, San Martin sent off a trusty spy to Santiago with instructions to bring him back, on the 3rd day, information of the movements of the enemy. He then set himself to work to prepare for battle, mounting his artillery and concentrating the different divisions. On the 10th of February all the army was united on the open plain at the foot of the slope of Chacabuco. On the 10th and 11th the engineers, protected by skirmishers, reconnoitred the roads and passes leading across the Sierra. On the 11th the spy returned, bringing answers to San Martin from his agents in the capital, and copies of the secret orders of Marcó. The spy had visited the barracks of the Royalist troops, and had counted those on the march for Chacabuco. San Martin then summoned a council of war. The Sierra of Chacabuco rises to a height of 4,300 feet above the level of the sea. About 3 miles before reaching the summit, the main road from Santa Rosa to Santiago divides into 2 paths. That to the left, which is the shortest but also the steeper of the 2, is still only a bridle path. The other is now the main road, but was at that time little known. Both lead to the plain of Chacabuco, but the point at which they descended from the heights are nearly 2 miles distant one from the other.
The left-hand path first reaches the lower ground near the head of a valley about 3 miles long, down which it winds until it joins the other path at the farmhouse of Chacabuco, which stands at the head of the plain. From the summit of the Sierra the whole country is seen spreading out as a beautiful panorama. The plain at the foot, extending southwards some 7 miles in the direction of Santiago, is shut in by the hills of Colina, through which there is a path. Behind lie the great masses of the Cordillera, to the west the spur runs on till it joins the coast range, as yet unseen. San Martin informed his officers that he had determined to advance without waiting for the rest of his artillery, and to fight the decisive battle before the enemy had time to concentrate his forces. The army was to march in 2 columns by the diverging paths, which columns should debouch simultaneously upon the plain beyond, and attack the Royalist position in front and on the flank. The column on the right was put under command of Soler, and consisted of 2,100 men, with 7 light guns. That on the left, under command of Higgins, consisted of 1,500 men with 2 guns. The latter was to engage the attention of the enemy in front, without attacking the position, while Soler marched upon his left flank and rear, when a general advance would decide the day. Atero, after the skirmish in the valley of Putaendo, had retreated to Chacabuco, and Marcó hurriedly sent reinforcements, offering the soldiery a reward of $20 for each one of the enemy killed, and 12 for each prisoner, but at the same time he secretly sent off his baggage to Valparaiso, and not until the 10th did he appoint a commander for the army assembling at Chacabuco. He then selected Colonel Maroto of the Talavera regiment, who reached the headquarters at the farmhouse on the evening of the 11th. Maroto found under his orders 1,500 infantry, 500 cavalry, and 5 guns, a force far inferior in numbers to that of the invaders, and depressed in spirit, but they were the flower of the Spanish army. All that he had time to do that evening was to strengthen an outpost which was stationed on the summit in a position which commanded the eastern pass, purposing to occupy the heights with his entire force on the following day. At 2 in the morning on the 12th of February, under a bright moon, the Argentine army commenced their advance, the infantry leaving their knapsacks behind them. Flanking parties from Soler's division were the first to meet the enemy, but had barely time to exchange a few shots when the position was attacked by O'Higgins, who drove this advanced guard before him over the summit. The Royalists retreated in good order upon the main body, which had advanced 3 miles up the valley at dawn of day. Maroto, believing that the whole force of the Patriots was in pursuit of his vanguard by the main road, withdrew his army across the valley, which was intersected by a muddy stream, and took up a strong position on the opposite slope, placing 2 of his guns so as to command the mouth of the pass, and extending his line to a hill on his extreme left, where he established a strong force of infantry with the cavalry in the rear. Zapiola, with 3 squadrons of the grenadiers, harassed the retreat of the Royalist vanguard, but could make no impression upon it, the ground being unfavourable for cavalry, but he succeeded in preventing the enemy from occupying 2 hills at the mouth of the pass, where they might have seriously injured the advance of O'Higgins, and advanced into the valley till forced to retire by the fire of the 2 guns in position in front. At 11 a.m. O'Higgins debouched from the pass and drew up his infantry in line on the open ground under fire of the enemy. For an hour he contented himself with returning their fire and beating off their skirmishers, till, as he afterwards said himself, his blood was boiling to be at them. In his excitement he forgot the positive orders of San Martin to wait for Soler before attacking the enemy, and gave the word to charge. His men advanced with alacrity, but were soon entangled in the muddy stream, which they in vain attempted to cross under the fire of the enemy, and finally retreated in disorder to the mouth of the pass. San Martin, sitting on his war horse, saw from the heights above the repulse of his lieutenant. At once he sent off his aide-de-camp Condarco to hasten the march of Soler. This is the incident in his life which is commemorated in the equestrian statue which now graces the Plaza San Martin in Buenos Aires. He then galloped down the slope and joined O'Higgins. As he reached the lower ground he noticed an extraordinary movement in the ranks of the enemy, and then descried the head of Soler's column advancing rapidly on his flank. O'Higgins again advanced, while the grenadiers under Zapiola charged the centre of the enemy, and sabred his artillerymen at their guns. The position was carried by the bayonet, and the Royalist infantry formed square on their centre. Colonel Alvarado, with the vanguard of the right wing, at the same time captured the hill on the left flank of the Royalists, while Necochea and Escalada charged the cavalry in the rear. The victors then fell simultaneously upon the square, which was speedily broken. Some of the fugitives made for the farmhouse in the rear, but found their retreat cut off by Soler, and were forced to surrender at discretion. Others tried to escape by the valley, and there fell under the sabres of the grenadiers. The Royalists lost in this action 500 killed, 600 prisoners, all their artillery, a standard and 2 flags, while the loss of the Patriots was 12 killed and 120 wounded. But the moral effects of the victory were still greater. The disaster of Chacabuco spread panic among the adherents of the royal cause all over Chile. Only 3 men were undismayed, Barañao, Ordóñez, and Sánchez. Barañao, on the march with his hussars to join the army, was met at the entrance to the plain of Chacabuco by news of the disaster. He countermarched to Santiago, and offered Marcó to take up an infantry soldier behind each of his horsemen, and to fall upon the Patriot camp by night. But Marcó thought of nothing but his own safety, and fled to Valparaiso, leaving the capital in the hands of the populace. On the 13th the Patriot army was in full march upon Santiago, Necochea with his squadron of grenadiers being sent in advance to maintain order in the city, where the next day the army entered amid the enthusiastic plaudits of the inhabitants. As a Chilean historian says, "San Martin, occupied in carrying out his vast plans, cared little for these futile manifestations. He thought only of the resources for carrying on the work which he had gained by the victory." On the 15th he issued a proclamation, convoking an assembly of notables, who should name 3 electors for each of the provinces of Santiago, Concepcion, and Coquimbo, in order that they might appoint a chief for the State. The assembly, to the number of 100, met under the presidency of Don Francisco Ruiz Tagle, the provisional governor, and declared that "they were unanimous in naming Don José de San Martin as Governor of Chile with full powers." San Martin refused to accept the appointment, and summoned another assembly to the number of 210, which by acclamation named General O'Higgins Supreme Director of the State, which was what San Martin desired. The new Director appointed Don Miguel Zañartu his Minister of the Interior, and Lieutenant Colonel Centero, San Martin's secretary, Minister of War and Marine, and then issued a proclamation to the people and addressed a note to the foreign powers. When Marcó left the capital, his troops at once dispersed. Some of them, with Maroto at their head, reached Valparaiso, and at once embarked. The rest were made prisoners, among them Marcó himself, who had not even energy sufficient for a rapid flight. San Martin received the late Governor General with great affability. "Give me that white hand," said he with bluff sarcasm, and leading him to an inner room he conversed privately with him for 2 hours, and then dismissed him. San Bruno, who had murdered prisoners in the public jail, was also taken prisoner, and being sent at once for trial, was quickly sentenced, and shot in the great square, which was an act of simple justice. News of the victory of Chacabuco was received in Buenos Aires on the 24th of February. All day shouts of triumph echoed through the streets, while cannon roared from the fort and from the ships of the squadron anchored in the roadstead. The captured flags were hung out from the balconies of the Cabildo, grouped round a portrait of the victorious general. Medals were decreed to the soldiers who had fought under him, and to himself a special badge of honour, while his daughter, Maria Mercedes, received a life pension of $600 per annum, which her father devoted to her education. Government also sent San Martin his commission as Brigadier General, the highest military grade in the Argentine service. He, in accordance with his previously expressed determination, declined the honour, but asked for further supplies of men, arms, and money, to carry on the campaign, and appointed himself General in Chief of the united Argentine and Chilian armies. After arranging with the Chilian authorities for the formation of a naval squadron, and establishing in Santiago a Supreme Council of the Lautaro Lodge, half Chilians and half Argentines, he announced his intention of returning to Buenos Aires to concert measures with Government for the prosecution of the war. The Cabildo of Santiago offered him 10,000 ounces of gold for the expenses of his journey, which he declined to accept for himself, but devoted it to the establishment of a public library in that city. 1 month after the battle he passed by the scene of his late victory, and saw there a mound of earth, under which lay the dead of the 12th of February of the Patriot army, most of them negroes from Cuyo, liberated slaves. This mound was the first landmark of the War of Emancipation. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The first campaign in the south of Chile, 1817. After the victory of Chacabuco, San Martin made 3 mistakes, 2 of mere detail, but 1 of importance, which had an evil influence upon his later operations. The campaign, which ought to have finished immediately, was thus prolonged, and he was compelled to fight 4 more battles to accomplish the reconquest of Chile, retarding by 3 years the prosecution of his great enterprise. On the 12th of February he remained encamped on the field of battle instead of pursuing the enemy at least to the end of the plain of Chacabuco. The following day, instead of marching upon the capital, he ought to have pursued the fugitives to Valparaiso. By this mistake 1,600 veteran troops escaped to Peru to act against him later on. But his great mistake consisted in his neglect to secure the fruits of his victory by an immediate campaign in the south. The military strength of Chile lay in the south, the people were warlike, the royal cause had there many partisans, and the country was full of strong military positions, in especial the fortress of Valdivia, backed by the islands of Chiloe, a seaport by which reinforcements from Peru could be poured into the country. Looking far ahead, the victor of Chacabuco overlooked that which was close at hand. Ordoñez was an officer of great talent, who up to that time had had no opportunity of distinguishing himself. He and San Martin had fought side by side against Napoleon. At the close of the war he was a colonel, and with this rank he came to America in 1815 as Governor of Concepcion. He was there still, and now came forward as the most doughty opponent of his old comrade. He had no regular troops with him, but ably seconded by Sanchez, he summoned the militia, collected the soldiery dispersed to the north of the Maule, garrisoned the frontier of Arauco, fortified the peninsula of Talcahuano aided by the royal squadron, made large provision of supplies, and scoured the country from the Biobio to the Maule with his light troops. For 2 months he was unmolested, and had time to organize a division of 1,000 men, and to receive a reinforcement from Lima of 1,600 regulars. Freyre, after his successes at Talca, had contented himself with intercepting communications, and his force was weakened by Rodriguez, who marched his guerillas to the north, while his instructions from San Martin to collect horses and cattle for the main army were neglected. At the same time several smaller parties of the Patriots were cut up by the Royalists. San Martin did not totally neglect the south. On the 18th of February a column of 1,000 men under Las Heras left Santiago, and on the 4th of March crossed the Maule and joined Freyre at Diguillin, but he marched so slowly that the enemy had plenty of time to prepare for him. O'Higgins, who was left in supreme command by San Martin, was greatly irritated at this delay, and in April marched himself to his assistance with 800 men. But his progress was just as slow as that of Las Heras, who in the meantime, after calling a council of his officers to attest the meagreness of his equipment for such an expedition, marched resolutely on Concepcion, encamping on the 4th of April at a farmhouse near to that city. Ordoñez, who had been watching his movements, fell upon him at night with 700 light troops, but was beaten off with the loss of 2 guns, and the next day Las Heras occupied Concepcion. Concepcion lies on the northern bank of the Bio Bio, at the head of the peninsula of Talcahuano, and about 500 miles distant from the fortified town of the same name. Las Heras was thus in a critical position. He dare not retreat, and his force was insufficient to attack Ordoñez in his entrenchments. He built a small fort on the Gavilan Hill, to the south west of Concepcion, and waited for O'Higgins. On the 1st of May 4 Spanish vessels anchored in the bay of Talcahuano, bringing the 1,600 fugitives from Chacabuco, who had been sent back from Peru to reinforce the garrison, and Ordoñez thought himself strong enough to resume the offensive. On the night of the 4th he sallied out with 700 men and 4 guns to attack the left flank of the position held by Las Heras, while Colonel Morgado, with 400 men and 2 guns, attacked on the right, and a small force in boats rowed up the Bio Bio to menace the city from the river. The action commenced at daybreak, and was hotly contested for 3 hours, until Freyre, who commanded on the right of the position, having routed Morgado and captured his 2 guns, came to the assistance of Las Heras, and Ordoñez was compelled to retreat, hotly pursued by the grenadiers under Medina, who captured 1 of his guns. The flotilla was beaten off by 2 companies of the 7th Regiment, which arrived during the action. The loss of the Royalists in this smart affair was 192 killed and 80 prisoners. The Patriots had 6 killed and 62 wounded. When all was over, O'Higgins arrived upon the scene, and in his satisfaction at the victory forgot all the displeasure. He took the command, and at once commenced operations against Talcahuano. Ordoñez, having command of the sea and the Bio Bio, had easy communication with the ports of Arauco, which both furnished supplies and harassed the left flank of the Patriots. Freyre, with a flying column of 300 men, was detached to capture these forts. On the 12th of May, Captain Cienfuegos, with 60 men, crossed the Bio Bio and took the fort of El Nacimiento, after which 2 other forts nearer to Concepcion surrendered. The key of this line was the fortress of Arauco, situate at its western extremity on the sea coast. Freyre incorporated the detachment under Cienfuegos, and on the 26th of May encamped on the river Campaghe in the vicinity of this fort. The garrison, to the number of 200 men, sallied out to dispute the passage of the river. Freyre, with 50 grenadiers and 50 infantry, mounted en croupe, crossed the river lower down, and fell upon the Royalists with such impetuosity, while the rest of his force attacked them in front, that he completely routed them, and the following day captured the fort with 11 guns and large stores of ammunition, having lost 11 men drowned in the passage of the river and 1 man wounded. A militia captain named Diaz rallied the dispersed soldiery, and adding to them some 400 Indians, returned to the attack. Cienfuegos, who had been left in command, met this new foe on the open, but was completely beaten, and Arauco was reoccupied by the Royalists on the 3rd of June, to be retaken by Freyre on the 17th of July. O'Higgins then made a treaty with the Indians of Arauco, and so secured their neutrality. Meantime an advanced post had been established in the vicinity of Talcahuano, and frequent skirmishes took place with the garrison, in which the Patriots had always the advantage. On the 22nd of July the army advanced within cannon shot of the line of forts which crossed the peninsula, but was compelled by heavy rain to retire on the 24th. Ordoñez kept his main force within the line of his entrenchments, but officers of his raised bodies of guerillas in the rear of the Patriots, cutting off supplies, while detachments in boats made frequent descents on the coastline of Arauco, losing many men, but greatly harassing the Patriots. Talcahuano was by nature a strong position, but was made stronger still by art. The garrison consisted of 1,700 men, and 70 heavy guns were mounted on the forts, while a frigate, a brig of war, and 5 gunboats in the bay, and a boat with 1 heavy gun on the western side of the peninsula, enfiladed the approach from the south. It was called by O'Higgins the Chilean Gibraltar, and here it was that Ordoñez, by far-seeing prudence, held the united forces of Chile and the United Provinces in check for 3 years. During the winter O'Higgins had strengthened his army with several battalions of Chilean recruits. In October he had nearly 4,000 men under his immediate command, and was also joined by 2 French officers of distinction. The first, General Brayer, came with a great military reputation gained in the wars of the French Republic and under Napoleon, but his arrogance soon lost him the sympathy and confidence of his new comrades. The other, Alberto D'Albe, captain of engineers, was also a man of great experience, and being of a more modest character, rendered great service to the American cause. Heavy rains paralysed operations until spring was well advanced, but on the 25th of November O'Higgins again moved forward to some high ground within cannon shot of the line of entrenchments. The plan of attack was drawn up by General Brayer. On the extreme left of the Royalist position was an outwork called the Morro. Against this the main attack was to be directed, while the attention of the enemy was diverted by false attacks on the rest of the line. O'Higgins and most of his officers were in favour of an attack upon the other flank, but San Martin being consulted, gave his opinion in favour of Brayer's plans, which was accordingly adopted. A desultory cannonade was maintained for several days, when a north wind springing up, which prevented the Spanish men of war from aiding in the defence of the line, the columns marched to the attack in the early morning on the 6th of December. The attack on the Morro was led by Major Beauchef and Captain Videla, and a mixed force of Chilians and Argentines. Mounting on the shoulders of their men, they scaled the outer wall, and tore down a portion of the stockade behind, when such a heavy fire was poured upon them that Videla being killed and Beauchef severely wounded, the column could advance no further, till Las Heras brought up the supports, when the position was carried by the bayonet. At the same time a Spanish gunboat on the Bio Bio was captured by some boats led by an Englishman named Manning, and an authorized attack by Condé on the centre was repulsed. At daybreak Las Heras found to his dismay that the Morro was merely an advanced work, and that he was still outside of the line of entrenchments. Colonel Boedo fell in attempting to force his way beyond. The guns of 2 forts on the heights, those of the frigate Venganza, and those of some gunboats converged their fire upon the conquered outwork, causing heavy losses, in spite of which Las Heras maintained his position till O'Higgins sent him orders to retire, which he did in good order, after spiking the guns he had captured, and carrying with him his wounded and prisoners. The loss of the Patriots were 150 killed and 280 wounded. This disaster put an end for the time to all offensive operations, and on the day of the assault another strong reinforcement of Royalist troops embarked at Callao for Talcahuano. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 16. Argentine-Chileno Alliance, 1817. The alliance between Argentina and Chile, sealed with the blood of her soldiers in the assault of Talcahuano, is the most important factor of this epoch in the struggle for the emancipation of America, whether the objects of the alliance be spoken of or whether its results be summed up. This alliance, the first celebrated in the New World between independent nations, was no artificial combination. It arose from the natural tendencies and from the reciprocal interests of 2 peoples, and its effects were felt from Cape Horn to the equator. Never did 2 allied nations work more cordially together for one end. Never were greater deeds accomplished with such feeble resources. Without this alliance, the struggle for independence would either have failed or would have been indefinitely retarded. It originated in the help given by each country to the other in the first years of the struggle, from 1811 to 1814. The fall of Chile in the latter year only strengthened the bond. It was then seen to be an absolute necessity to both. Chile alone could not free herself from her oppressors, and Argentina without her had no military road by which she could reach her enemy, while she herself lay open to assault. The Argentine Republic undertook the conquest of Chile for three reasons: first, as a measure of self defence; second, to secure the dominion of the Pacific; as a means to the complete emancipation of South America, which was the third reason for, and the final object of, the undertaking. San Martin was the soul of the alliance. O'Higgins was the connecting link; the Army of the Andes, the muscle and sinew; and the Lautaro Lodge, the secret mechanism. It was to establish this alliance that San Martin had so hurriedly left for Buenos Aires after the victory of Chacabuco. San Martin recrossed the Andes without other company than his favourite aide de camp O'Brien and a guide. As he left Mendoza on the 19th March, he received a letter from Pueyrredon, telling him that a war was imminent with the Portuguese of the Banda Oriental, for which arms and money would be required from Chile, and that in a few days he expected 5 armed ships, which Carrera was bringing from North America, which he would send on to Valparaiso and place at his orders. The Portuguese had occupied the Banda Oriental in 1816, with the tacit connivance of the Argentine Government, and Pueyrredon was at that time striving to avoid a rupture by diplomacy. But a war with the Portuguese formed no part of the plans of San Martin, who at the end of March reached Buenos Aires, and avoiding a triumphal entry which was preparing for him, went to business at once. 15 days afterwards he commenced his return journey, having made such arrangements as he could for the equipment and support of a naval squadron on the Pacific, promising, as General in Chief, help from Chile to the extent of $300,000. Don José Miguel Carrera had in the year 1815 managed to raise $20,000 among his personal friends in Buenos Aires, and with this had gone off to the United States to raise a naval squadron for an expedition to Chile. By lavish promises he had prevailed upon some merchants in New York and Baltimore to sell him 5 ships, fully equipped. In one of these, the corvette Clifton, he reached Buenos Aires on the 9th February, 1817. Pueyrredon not only refused to pay for the ships, but also prohibited the further progress of the expedition, knowing that the presence of the Carreras in Chile would be most prejudicial to the cause of the alliance. A few days afterwards the brig Savage arrived from Baltimore, and Carrera formed a plan for escaping with the 2 ships, but his intention being denounced to Pueyrredon by one of the French adventurers who had come with him, he was arrested as a conspirator and confined in the Retiro barracks, where San Martin visited him on the 12th April. Carrera haughtily refused to shake hands with him, and rejected his repeated offers to arrange matters for him with Pueyrredon. They never met again. San Martin and Pueyrredon both wrote to O'Higgins proposing that Chile should pension the 3 brothers Carrera in recognition of their former services, but O'Higgins considered that such a measure would offer a reward to crime. Carrera soon afterwards escaped from prison and fled to Montevideo. Later on he became conspicuous in the ranks of the enemies of Buenos Aires. On the 11th May San Martin was again in Chile, and was received in triumph at the capital, the enthusiasm of the people being increased by the news received the same day of the victory of Las Heras at Gavilan. The same day he sent his friend and aide de camp Alvarez Condarco off by way of Buenos Aires to London with money to purchase another ship of war. Condarco had also another mission which is enveloped in mystery, and is pointed to as a stain on the reputation of San Martin and O'Higgins. A certain sum was to be left in deposit in London for their private account. The documents relating to this matter are written in cipher, and have remained secret for more than 60 years. Only 3 persons have read them, of whom 2 are dead, the third is the author of this history. Translator's note. It appears that Condarco, when in London, purchased the ship Cumberland, mounting 60 guns, for $160,000, giving an order for that amount on the Government of Chile, and paying as a deposit $25,000, which sum, being returned to him on payment of his draft, he placed in the hands of someone in whom he had confidence on account of O'Higgins and San Martin. His confidence was misplaced. His English friend lost the money in gambling on the Stock Exchange, and San Martin found himself penniless when he landed in England in 1824. The amount cannot have exceeded $29,500, a sum which San Martin had most certainly earned, while the rigid exactness of all his dealings with public money placed in his hands is unquestioned. He steadily refused all recompense for his services. He did accept the hospitality of the city of Santiago when there, but the yearly expenses of his establishment did not exceed $3,000. In pursuance of the alliance, the Government of Chile remitted $40,000 to Buenos Aires for the army of Upper Peru, and the Argentine Government sent 1,000 new muskets for the use of the Chilean army. The maintenance of the Army of the Andes, and the filling up of death vacancies, was assumed by Chile, and there was no further question on either side of pecuniary responsibility. When O'Higgins, in April, went to take command of the Army of the South, he left Colonel Don Hilarion de la Quintana as his deputy at Santiago. Quintana was an Argentine, a family connection and an aide-de-camp of San Martin. Thus the supreme power in the State was made subject to Argentine influence, under the direction of the Lautaro Lodge. This appointment wounded the national susceptibilities of the people, was contrary to the policy adopted by the Argentine Government, and provoked open declaration that "Chile owed nothing to the Army of the Andes." To destroy this impression, Government, on establishing a military school, reserved 12 nominations of cadets for natives of the province of Cuyo, professing "eternal gratitude to the illustrious peoples of the Rio de la Plata." But international gratitude is always a burden, and the Chilians saw in it no reason for confiding the highest post in the State to a foreigner. Such was the position of affairs when San Martin returned from Buenos Aires. Quintana and O'Higgins then both wished him to take charge of the administration. He refused, and advised O'Higgins to appoint a Chilian in place of Quintana. One of the chief administrative acts of Quintana was to commence the coinage of Chilean money with an appropriate inscription indicative of the establishment of Chile as a sovereign state. $1,000 of this coinage were given to San Martin and Belgrano for distribution as medals among the Argentine troops. At that time Pueyrredón appointed Don Tomás Guido Argentine representative in Chile, and his official reception at Santiago on the 17th of May was one of the great events of the year. Quintana, as one result of these renewed relations, sent Irizarry to Europe as the diplomatic agent of Chile, with instructions to act in conjunction with the diplomatic agent of the United Provinces, wherever he might be. Rivadavia was at that time Argentine representative in Europe, and to him were sent fresh powers and instructions to treat for the establishment of an independent monarchy in America. O'Higgins, from his headquarters at Concepcion, issued a decree creating a Legion of Merit, in imitation of the Legion of Honour created by Napoleon. This institution had an aristocratic tendency, as its members enjoyed special privileges. It was therefore unpopular, and the Argentine Government would permit no privileges to such Argentine citizens as received the distinction. San Martin looked more favourably upon it, as it responded to his idea of creating a special military class, independent of local influences. One of the results of the restoration of Chile by Argentine arms was to give preponderance to one of the parties into which the country was divided. The Argentines, while recognising the independence of the country and establishing a national government, had imposed a dictator upon the country, postponing indefinitely its constitutional organization. The government of O'Higgins had against it not only its old adversaries, but also a large number of Chilians who were jealous of foreign influence. They took Carrera as their chief, and national autonomy as their watchword, while they were animated only by personal ambition. Doña Javiera de Valdés, sister of the Carreras, resided at that time in Buenos Ayres. At her house there were daily meetings of Chilian emigrants who were hostile to O'Higgins. Among them a plot was hatched. She herself was the life and soul of the conspiracy. It was decided that several of the conspirators should cross the Andes to prepare their friends in Chile for an outbreak, and should be followed by Don Luis and by Don Juan José Carrera, who should keep quiet until joined by Don José Miguel, who would go round Cape Horn from Montevideo in the ship General Scott, which he was expecting from New York. They thought they had only to land in the country to be received with acclamation and placed in charge of her destinies. All that they feared was the Argentine army, which was to be expelled, O'Higgins was to be banished from the country as a traitor, San Martin was to be tried by court martial as a criminal, and all who resisted them were to be put to death. It was an absurd and criminal project, which, if only partially successful, would have ruined Chile for the second time. The first party of the conspirators crossed the Andes in July. Luis Carrera, disguised as a peon, was arrested at Mendoza for robbing the mails. Juan José, travelling under a false name and accompanied by a postboy, was caught in a hailstorm during the night near San Luis. The boy died, he was arrested on suspicion of murder, and afterwards sent on to Mendoza and imprisoned with his brother. Luzuriaga, governor of Mendoza, sent full accounts of these occurrences to Santiago. Meantime the other conspirators had arrived at a farmhouse belonging to the Carrera family, and had been put under arrest as a measure of precaution, in consequence of warnings from Buenos Ayres. These news from Mendoza made it certain that some conspiracy was on foot. Numerous arrests among the partisans of Carrera followed, the most notable among the prisoners being Dr. Don Manuel Rodriguez. Some said that the Government was the author of the conspiracy. The general excitement was so great that Quintana could no longer maintain his position, and eventually Don Luis de la Cruz, a native Chilian chosen by the Lautaro Lodge, was appointed deputy director. San Martin, the guest of the Chilean people, residing in a palace, still continued the simple, hard-working manner of life he had adopted in Mendoza. He dined alone at 1 P.M., but at 4 P.M. a state dinner was served, at which Guido presided. At dessert he joined the company and took coffee with them. In the evening his saloon was a favourite resort of the best society of the city, the soirée being invariably opened by singing the Argentine national anthem. After which San Martin led off the first minuet. These tertulias were celebrated in the society annals of the day, and not a few of the Argentine officers fell captive to the beauty and grace of the girls of Santiago, Las Heras and Guido among the numbers. San Martin had small sympathy for the Chilean people. Their manners and character did not please his austere mind, and he was not the sort of man to make many friends. In his own country he had but three, Belgrano, Pueyrredon, and Godoy Cruz. In Chile he had but one, O'Higgins. He also suffered much at this time from neuralgia and rheumatism, and could only sleep by an immoderate use of morphia. He thought that he could not live much longer. Those about him thought the same, and sent notice of their fears to Buenos Ayres, in consequence of which General Antonio González Balcarce, the hero of Suipacha, was sent to join him as his second in command. In spite of his forebodings, San Martin did not falter in the prosecution of his great enterprise, and taking advantage of his friendship with Captain Bowles, Commodore of the British Pacific Squadron, he sent, under his care, a trusty agent to Lima, with letters to the Viceroy proposing an exchange of prisoners. This he was anxious to effect, not only for the sake of the prisoners and their friends in both countries, but also for the purpose of procuring an official recognition of Chile as a belligerent power. But under these was a third purpose, to him of more importance than either of the others. His messenger was a confidential agent, who might thus have a pretext for meeting the leaders of the society in Lima, and opportunity for sounding them and for spreading among them the Argentine ideas, of which he was the champion. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. CANCHA-RAYADA, 1817 to 1818. The year 1817 had commenced with a victory and ended with a defeat. The year 1818 was to commence with a defeat, to be followed by a victory, which would decide the fate of Chile. From this moment all the forces of the revolution in South America would converge from the extremities towards the centre, shutting up the colonial power of Spain in its last stronghold, Peru, where the two great liberators of the South and the North, San Martin and Bolívar, would join hands. In the epoch at which we have now arrived, Chile had as yet no definite form, but possessed all the elements of a vigorous nationality, patriotism, energy, and a pronounced tendency to independence. A democracy yet in embryo, combined with an aristocracy, at once territorial and political. The instincts of the masses decided them for the cause of independence, while their political organization assumed the most elemental form, that of a people become an army, under the direction of a class and under a military dictatorship to which all were subject. The revolution and the levelling pressure of despotic rule had destroyed provincialism and the social inequalities which stood in the way of national unity. Common misfortunes and common efforts had created public spirit. Independence thus became a fact, and the establishment of a republic the necessary sequence. With the assent of all, the convocation of a Congress was still postponed, but the political situation was compact. Yet there was some resistance to this system of government. The educated classes accepted it only as a transient necessity, and there were still some partisans of the royal cause in the South. Among the rulers themselves there were still some who clung to the fallen party of the Carreras, but for the presence of Argentine bayonets and the influence of San Martin, the intestine dispute would have broken out afresh. Viceroy Abascal, who had crushed the revolution in Upper Peru, in Quito, and in Chile, had in 1815 been replaced by General Pezuela, and the army of Upper Peru was put under the command of General La Serna. Pezuela lacked the talents of his predecessor, but he continued his policy. Seeing Chile threatened by an invasion from Mendoza, he ordered La Serna to effect a diversion by marching on Tucuman. But La Serna was held in check by the Gauchos of Salta and Jujuy under Martin Güemes, and the successful passage of the Andes by San Martin forced upon him a disastrous retreat. Pezuela did not fully appreciate the importance of the victory of Chacabuco, and contented himself with sending back the fugitives in the belief that the Royalist army was still able to hold the country unaided. The defeat of Ordoñez at Gavilan opened his eyes to the danger, and the arrival of reinforcements from Spain enabled him to fit out a fourth expedition. While busied in these preparations, the British ship of war Amphion, Captain Bowles, anchored at Callao, bringing Don Domingo Torres as special envoy from San Martin. So far as its ostensible object was concerned, the mission was a complete failure, but Torres succeeded in communicating with the Patriots of Peru, and took back with him in January 1818 full particulars of the expedition, which followed close upon his heels. 3,400 well-equipped men reached Talcahuano early in January, in 4 ships mounting 234 guns. Most of these were veteran troops, and were commanded by General Osorio, the conqueror of Chile in 1814, who was sent to supersede Ordoñez. His instructions were, after driving the Patriot army to the north of the Maule, to re-embark his entire force, land in the neighbourhood of Valparaiso, and march on the capital. The plan was apparently a good one, but was drawn out in ignorance of the strength of the Patriots. The losses in the Army of the Andes had all been made up, and the new Chilian army by this time almost equalled it in number. The united army now consisted of 9,000 men, of whom 3/4 were well drilled troops, while the total force collected at Talcahuano did not much exceed 5,000 men, with 12 guns. The cannon which roared a welcome to the Spanish squadron at Talcahuano were heard by the Patriot army then in full retreat upon the capital. Osorio saw at once that he had failed to surprise the enemy, and that all chance of an easy landing in the neighbourhood of Valparaiso was at an end. He despatched the squadron to blockade that port, and after 15 days spent in organizing his forces at Concepcion, he marched for the north, stimulated to activity by Ordoñez. On the 12th February his advanced posts on the Maule heard the salute fired by O'Higgins at Talca, in celebration of the first anniversary of Chacabuco. The roles were now changed. The general of the Army of the Andes, instead of choosing the place of invasion on a line of 1,300 miles of Cordillera, had now to defend 1,300 miles of coast. He expected the enemy to land near Valparaiso, and in December had written to O'Higgins to make every preparation for a rapid retreat, leaving the country behind him destitute of horses and supplies. O'Higgins commenced his retreat on the 1st January 1818, and on the 20th reached Talca, accompanied by more than 50,000 people with their cattle and horses, and there proclaimed triumphantly the independence of the Chilean Republic, which in default of a Congress had been decreed by a general vote of the Chilean people on the 17th November previous. At Santiago, Don Luis de la Cruz, Deputy Director, presided at a solemn ceremony in the great square. Guido was the bearer of the standard of the new nation. Beside it the President of the municipality carried that of the United Provinces. The Declaration of Independence being read, de la Cruz was the first to swear to maintain it. He was followed by the Bishop and by San Martin. Then the people kneeling down repeated the oath, and commemorative medals were distributed among them. Meantime San Martin had drawn the greater part of his troops from the city, and had established an encampment at Las Tablas, near the coast, in readiness to meet the enemy at any point, giving the command there to Balcarce, and looking himself to the construction of bridges over the rivers to the south of Santiago, to facilitate the concentration of the different corps when requisite. By the end of February he was no longer in doubt as to the intentions of the enemy. O'Higgins was directed to evacuate Talca and retreat 60 miles to the north. Early in March the concentration was complete. The San Martin had under his command 4,500 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, and 33 guns. On the 4th March Osorio crossed the Maule and encamped at Talca. On the 14th the united army broke up from quarters and marched against him. The same day the Royalist army left Talca, and Primo de Rivera, chief of the staff, crossed the river Lontue with a strong detachment of infantry and cavalry to reconnoitre the position and force of the Patriots, of which Osorio as yet knew nothing, recrossing the river the same night. On the 15th, Freyre, supported by Brayer, with the bulk of the cavalry and 8 guns, crossed the river with 200 light horse, advanced to Quecheraguas, where the Royalist vanguard was quartered, and summoned Primo de Rivera to surrender, but receiving no support from Brayer, who did not even cross the river, he was forced to retire with the loss of 17 men. Rivera after this success retreated upon his reserves at Camarico. On the 16th the entire Patriot army crossed the Lontue and encamped at Quecheraguas, while Osorio retired precipitately. San Martin, afraid that he would repass the Maule, marched inland to cut him off. The two armies marched on parallel lines at a distance of only 7 miles one from the other. Both crossed the Lircay on the 19th. On the afternoon of the same day, Osorio, whose rear was greatly harassed by the Patriot cavalry under Balcarce, wheeled into line in an excellent position, his right resting on the suburbs of Talca, his left on the Claro River, and his front defended by a stretch of broken ground known as the Cancha-Rayada, which he occupied with 500 horse. Balcarce, ignorant of the nature of the ground, charged this advanced corps, and coming under fire of the Royalist artillery, was compelled to retire in disorder. O'Higgins, with 20 guns, forced back the enemy's right wing into the suburbs of Talca, but as darkness came on, decisive action had to be postponed till next day. In the twilight the Royalist generals, after gazing upon the Patriot army from the church towers of Talca, held a council of war. Before them was an enemy greatly superior in numbers; behind them flowed a deep and rapid river. Osorio talked of continuing the retreat to Talcahuano, but was overruled by Ordoñez, who said that the attempt could only result in the total destruction of the army, and advised a night attack upon the Patriot position. Most of the officers supported him, and Osorio retired to a convent, leaving him in command. At 8 P.M., under a cloudy sky, Ordoñez drew up his army in line of battle, with cavalry on the wings and guns in the intervals between the different battalions. He himself took charge of the centre, Primo de Rivera led the right wing, and Colonel Latorre the left. So, in deep silence, they marched across the Cancha-Rayada, straight upon the watchfires of the Patriot vanguard. Meantime San Martin, warned by a spy of what was going forward in the Royalist camp, and seeing that his troops were in the worst possible position to resist a night attack, had marched several battalions and the Chilian artillery from his front to a strong position on his extreme right. The broken nature of the ground much retarded the manoeuvre, and the rest of the army had not moved at all when the cavalry outposts gave warning of the approach of the enemy. The right of the Royalist army, having the least distance to march, was the first to come into action, and was received by O'Higgins with so heavy a fire, whilst at the same time a detached company under Captain Dehesa opened fire on their left, that for a moment the advance was checked, till Ordoñez in person led them again to the charge. O'Higgins had his horse killed under him and received a ball in the elbow. From this moment all was confusion in the Patriot camp. The artillery was abandoned, and the grenadiers on the extreme left, roused from sleep by the firing, fled in a panic. The cavalry of the right retired upon the reserves, and were received by a volley of musketry under the belief that they were Spaniards. Alvarado, with the first light infantry, passed behind the Royalist line and joined the right wing, being also taken for a Spanish corps and losing 21 men by the fire of his own friends before the mistake was discovered. The 2nd Chilian infantry, under command of an Italian officer, moved to the rear, and also reached the right wing in safety. Ordoñez pushed on to a hill in the rear of the Patriot position, then halted and opened fire in every direction. One of these chance shots killed an aide-de-camp of San Martin at his side, and after some fruitless efforts to restore order, he was forced to repass the Lircay with the fugitives, and was followed by O'Higgins with the remains of his division and the reserve artillery. All seemed lost. It was 11 o'clock, and the autumn moon shone down through the heavy clouds upon the plain so lately occupied by an army. In the distance were heard occasional shots and the gallop of Spanish horse in pursuit, while the right wing in its secure position listened in silence, receiving no orders and knowing nothing of what had happened. The commander, Colonel Quintana, had gone off for orders and had not returned. The officers held a council of war and put themselves under command of Las Heras. He found himself with 3,500 men, but had no ammunition for his guns and no cavalry. He placed his guns in front, and forming his infantry into one compact column, commenced his retreat soon after midnight, pursued by a squadron of Royalist horse, which did not dare to attack him. At daybreak he was 16 miles from the field of battle. He rested for an hour, and found that 500 men had deserted during the night. At 10 A.M. he continued his march, and at 5 in the afternoon reached Quecheraguas, where he remained till midnight, when he crossed the Lontue, and resuming his march next morning, reached Chimbarongo at midday, where he received news that San Martin and O'Higgins were at San Fernando with the 8th Battalion, occupied in collecting the dispersed cavalry. San Martin came to meet him, and praised the soldiers for their steady behaviour. he was by no means cast down, and directed Las Heras to continue his march to Santiago. O'Higgins suffered much from his wound, but was more determined than ever. By the dispersion of Cancha-Rayada, the Patriots lost 120 killed, 22 guns, and 4 flags, but the nucleus of the army was saved, and with it the independence of America. The Royalists had more than 200 killed and wounded, and had so many missing that they could not at once follow up their victory. News of the disaster reached Santiago on the afternoon of the 21st, carried there by some of the principal officers, among them being Brayer. According to them everything was lost, San Martin killed, and O'Higgins mortally wounded. Consternation spread over the city, and shouts of "Viva el Rey!" were heard occasionally in the streets. Some talked of flying to Mendoza, or to the ships at Valparaiso. The Royalists and some of the leading citizens opened communications with the conqueror. One of them even had a horse shod with silver to present to him on his arrival. No one slept that night in Santiago. Government hastily resolved to erect a fort on the southern road, and to send the public treasure to the north for safety, while they called in outlying detachments of troops and summoned the National Guard. The next day news was received that San Martin was at San Fernando. Brayer, interrogated by the Deputy Director, affirmed that the country could never recover from such a defeat, an opinion which was warmly disputed by Guido. On the 23rd of April a despatch was received from San Martin announcing the safe retreat of Las Heras, and stating that he had 4,000 men under his orders. Still the panic was not allayed, and Dr. Rodriguez, taking advantage of the circumstances, rode on horseback through the streets, haranguing the people till he induced them to meet in an open cabildo and appoint him the coadjutor to La Cruz. His fantastic measures were of no real use, but they served the temporary purpose of raising the spirits of the people till the real leaders arrived upon the scene. Early the next morning O'Higgins reached the city. He soon put an end to disorder, purchased horses, and prepared supplies of ammunition. On the 25th he was joined by San Martin, who, worn out by fatigue and want of sleep, yet found strength, as he drew rein at the gate of his palace, to make the one speech of his life, in which he assured the excited people that the cause of Chile would yet triumph, and promised them soon a day of glory for America. On the same day a council of war was held in his apartments, at which O'Higgins was present, when it was resolved to establish a camp on the plain of Maipó, about 7 miles to the south of the city, there to await the approach of the enemy. On the 28th Las Heras joined the army with his division, and day and night were spent in active preparation. Public confidence revived, but San Martin trusted nothing to fortune. He prepared for any contingency, gave secret orders for concentration on Coquimbo in case of a second reverse, established stores of supplies on the way there, and despatched Colonel de la Cruz to organize the northern provinces. He also established guards at the entrances to the passes of the Andes, and a park at Santa Rosa, so as to secure his retreat to the east. Further, he stationed a strong corps of cavalry at Rancagua, 15 miles to the south of his camp. 10 days after the dispersion the united army was reorganized and ready for the fray. It consisted of 5 battalions of Chilian and 4 of Argentine infantry, in all nearly 4,000 strong, 2 regiments of Argentine and 1 of Chilian cavalry with 1,000 sabres, and 22 guns, in all more than 5,000 men. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Maipó, 1818. At daybreak on the 20th of March the Royalist army, although triumphant, was in utter confusion. Only one battalion, that of Arequipa under Rodil, had not dispersed. Osorio, leaving his convent, rode over the field of battle, endeavouring to estimate the value of the victory he had done nothing to win. The orderly retreat of Las Heras filled him with apprehension, and his own cavalry was worn out. He crossed the Lircay and advanced to Pangue, from whence he despatched Ordoñez with a flying column in pursuit, and returned with the rest of his force to Talca to reorganize. Ordoñez reached Quecheraguas the next day, when Las Heras had already crossed the Lontue. On the 24th he was joined by Osorio with the rest of the army. The country was a desert. The roads were inundated by the waters from the irrigating ditches which the Patriots had cut as they retreated. The Royalist general could learn nothing of the position or condition of the Patriot army. Marching blindly on, he reached San Fernando on the 28th, and sent forward a detachment of 200 horse, which, being attacked and dispersed by 60 grenadiers, under Captain Cajaravilla, on the 30th, were the first to give him certain information that there still remained an enemy in front of him. On the 31st the Royal Army, 5,500 strong, crossed the Cachapoal and advanced so cautiously that only on the afternoon of the 2nd of April did it encamp on the left bank of the Maipó. Leaving the main road, Osorio crossed by a ford lower down, and encamped at Calera on the 3rd, moving on in the afternoon to the farmhouse of Espejo, where he established his headquarters, with the Patriot army close at hand. On the 4th he held a council of war, and proposed to retire on Valparaiso. Ordoñez, Rivera, and the principal officers opposed this idea, so it was resolved to fight the next day. The scene of the decisive battle of the 5th of April 1818 is a plain bounded on the east by the river Mapocho, which divides the city of Santiago, on the north by a range of hills which separates it from the valley of Aconcagua, and on the south by the river Maipó, which gives it its name. The west of this plain consists of a series of downs, with some low hills, covered with natural grasses and occasional clumps of thorny trees. From Santiago there runs in this direction a stretch of high land called the Loma Blanca, from the chalky nature of the soil. On the crest of this loma the Patriot army was encamped. In front of the western extremity of this loma rose another of triangular form, beyond the south western angle of which stood the farmhouse of Espejo, communicating with the higher ground by a sloping road of about 25 yards in width, shut in by vineyards and by the mud walls of enclosures, and crossed at the foot by a ditch. This loma was occupied by the Royalist army. Between the two lomas lay a stretch of low ground, varying in width from 300 to 1,250 yards, which was shut in on the west by a hillock, which formed a sort of advanced work on the left of the Royalist position. The position held by the Patriot army commanded the three roads from the capital to the passes of the Maipó, and the road to Valparaiso. For its further security San Martin entrenched the city and garrisoned it with 1,000 militia and 2 battalions of infantry, under command of O'Higgins, whose wound precluded him from service in the field. The army was in 3 divisions, the first under Las Heras on the right, the second under Alvarado on the left, and a reserve in a second line under Quintana. Balcarce was in general command of the infantry, San Martin keeping the cavalry and the reserve under his own orders. San Martin issued the most precise orders for the regulation of the troops in action, especially enjoining upon every corps, whether cavalry or infantry, that they should never await a charge from the enemy, but that, when 50 paces distant, they should rush forward with sabre or bayonet. During the whole day of the 4th of April, skirmishers of the Patriot army were constantly engaged with the enemy advancing from the fords of the Maipó. Early on the morning of the 5th, San Martin, attended by O'Brien and D'Albe with a small escort, rode to the edge of the Loma to watch for himself the movements of the foe. He feared that they would go far to the west and secure the road to Valparaiso for a retreat in case of a reverse. As he saw them occupy the high ground in front of him, with their left only extending to the road, he exclaimed, "What brutes these Spaniards are! Osorio is a greater fool than I thought him. I take the sun for witness that the day is ours." At that moment the sun shone forth over the snowy crests of the Andes from the cloudless sky upon him. At 10:30 the Patriot army advanced by the crest of the Loma from its camping ground. On the march, Marshal Brayer presented himself to San Martin asking permission to retire to the Baths of Colina. "You have the same permission you took on the field of Talca," replied San Martin, "but as half an hour will decide the fate of Chile, as the enemy is in sight and the Baths are 13 leagues off, you may stay if you can." The Marshal answered that he could not, "because of an old wound in the leg." "Señor General," replied San Martin, "the lowest drummer in the united army has more honour than you." And turning rein, he gave orders to Balcarce to announce to the army that the general of 20 years of warfare was cashiered for unworthy conduct. On reaching the edge of the Loma, the army was drawn up in order of battle, 4 heavy guns in the centre, the light pieces and the cavalry on the wings, and the reserve 200 yards in the rear. The first movement of the Royalist general was to detach Primo de Rivera with 8 companies of infantry and 4 guns to occupy the detached hill on the left, threatening the right of the Patriots, taking them in flank if they crossed the low ground, and securing, as he thought, the road to Valparaiso. Morgado, with some cavalry, keeping up the connection with the main body. The crest of the Loma was occupied by the infantry in 2 divisions with 4 guns each, the rest of the cavalry being stationed on the extreme right. Both armies were in such excellent positions that neither could attack except at a disadvantage. San Martin, uncertain of the whereabouts of the enemy's artillery, was the first to open fire with his 4 heavy guns from the centre. The reply gave him the information he required, and he at once ordered the 2 divisions to attack the enemy. Las Heras advanced resolutely with the 11th battalion, under the fire of the 4 guns on the hill, to another hill to the right of Primo de Rivera, while the grenadiers, under Escalada, Medina, and Zapiola, drove Morgado and his horsemen in confusion from the field. Rivera was thus cut off from the main body. At the same time the left wing crossed the hollow, ascended the slope in front of them, and reached the high ground without seeing an enemy, but were then vigorously charged by the bulk of the Royalist infantry under Ordoñez and Morla, and driven back with heavy loss. But the Royalists pursuing them down the slope were in their turn forced to retire by a withering fire from the Chilian guns under Borgoño, which had remained on the crest of the Loma Blanca. San Martin now sent orders to the reserve to advance at once, in support of the left wing, by an oblique movement across the low ground, so as to fall upon the flank of the Spanish infantry. On his way Quintana was joined by 3 battalions of these that had been driven back, and fell with great impetuosity upon the Royalists, who, however, held their ground most tenaciously. Meantime Freyre with the Chilian cavalry had charged and put to flight the Royalist cavalry on the right, and now came back upon the other flank of the Spanish infantry. Alvarado, having rallied his broken division, came to the assistance of Quintana with Borgoño and his 8 guns. Osorio, after sending orders to Rivera to withdraw from his advanced position, fled, leaving Ordoñez in command, who at once commenced to retreat in excellent order upon the farmhouse of Espejo. At this moment O'Higgins, wounded as he was, appeared upon the field, and, meeting San Martin, greeted him as the saviour of Chile. But it was already 5 o'clock, and the battle was not yet won. Ordoñez, with heavy loss, had made good his retreat to the farmhouse, where he made the most active preparations for defence. Las Heras, in pursuit of the left wing, was the first to arrive there, but found several detached corps there before him. He immediately ordered the occupation of the high ground around it, which commanded the position, but Balcarce coming up ordered an immediate attack by the road. Colonel Thompson, with a battalion of Chilian light infantry, led the assault, but was beaten back with grape and musketry, losing 250 killed and all his officers wounded. Borgoño and Blanco Encalada from the high ground then opened fire with 17 guns, and soon drove the enemy from his outer defences into the houses and vineyards. Then the 11th battalion, supported by pickets of the 7th and 8th, broke their way through the mud walls and took the houses by assault. The carnage was frightful till Las Heras succeeded in putting a stop to it. Ordoñez and all his principal officers, with the exception of Rodil, who escaped, gave up their swords to Las Heras, and the victory was complete. This was the hardest fought battle in all the War of Independence. The Royalists lost 100 killed, 12 guns, 4 flags, and a great quantity of small arms, ammunition, and baggage captured; and 1 general, 4 colonels, 7 lieutenant colonels, 150 officers, and 2,200 men were made prisoners. The Patriots lost more than 1,000 men killed and wounded, the greatest sufferers being the freed negroes of Cuyo, of whom more than half remained upon the field. Great tactical skill was displayed by San Martin in this battle. The victory was achieved by the opportune attack of the reserve upon the weakest flank of the enemy. Like Epaminondas, he won only 2 great battles, and both by the oblique movement invented by the Greek general. Its importance was only equalled by that of Boyacá and that of Ayacucho, and without Maipó neither the one nor the other would have been fought. Maipó crushed the spirit of the Spanish army in America, and that of all adherents to the cause of royalty from Mexico to Peru. It had, further, the singular merit of being won by a beaten army 15 days after its defeat. The Arequipa battalion retreated in good order under Rodil, but dispersed after crossing the Maule. This battalion and the dispersed cavalry were all who escaped from the field. San Martin had witnessed the flight of Osorio, and sent O'Brien after him with a party of cavalry. However, he escaped by the coast, leaving his carriage with all his correspondence in the hands of his pursuer, and reached Talcahuano on the 14th of April with 14 men. There he was joined by 600 more of the fugitives, all that remained of the victors of Cancha-Rayada. San Martin made small use of his victory. He at once despatched Freyre in pursuit with a party of cavalry, but not until the guerillas began to commit depredations did he send Zapiola with 250 grenadiers to maintain order in the south. Osorio made use of this respite to strengthen himself in Concepcion and Talcahuano, and by calling in outlying detachments, succeeded in collecting 1,200 men by the middle of May. Pezuela, who fully appreciated the magnitude of the disaster, wrote to the Viceroy of New Granada and Venezuela for reinforcements. Sámano sent him the Numancia battalion, 1,200 strong, weakening himself at the time that he was threatened by Bolívar, but Morillo could send him none from Venezuela, and he confined his efforts to making preparations against invasion, leaving Osorio unaided to sustain himself in Chile as he could. On the 21st of May Osorio sent 2 detachments across the Nuble, one of which surprised the town of Parrol. Zapiola sent off Captain Cajaravilla with 200 horse to retake the town, which task he gallantly accomplished, capturing 70 prisoners, while Lieutenant Rodriguez of the Grenadiers cut off the other detachment to pieces at Quirihue. This put a stop to the efforts of the Royalists for that time, and Zapiola, being reinforced, determined to attack Chillán, where Colonel Lantaño was in command with a garrison of 500 men. The expedition was confided to Cajaravilla, who attempted to carry the place by assault, but was beaten off and compelled to retire. Osorio, fearing that he would be attacked in the spring by the whole united army, resolved to evacuate Talcahuano and to return to Peru. Accordingly, on the 5th of September, he left Colonel Sanchez, in command of the Chilean Royalists, and after dismantling the fortifications, sailed for Callao on the 8th, with 35 heavy guns, a great quantity of war material, and 700 Spanish troops, all that remained of the strong reinforcement he had brought with him. Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre. translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 19. After Maipó, 1818. The same day on which the dispatch announcing the victory of Maipó reached Mendoza, Don Luis and Don Juan José Carrera were shot in that city. The suit against them had been carried on in a most irregular manner, both in Mendoza and in Santiago. Don Luis was accused and convicted of having violated a mail bag. Don Juan José was accused of the murder of a boy, of which there was no proof. Both were indicted for conspiracy against Chile in Argentine territory, and in Chile for high treason. It was at once an international, criminal, and political case, and was tried by two courts of different nationalities and totally independent of one another. The Argentine Government was by accident, and San Martin indirectly mixed up in it. Questions of jurisdiction arose, and the case was still pending, when in February 1818 Don Luis was discovered to be engaged in a conspiracy against the Government of Cuyo. After the disaster of CANCHA-RAYADA, fugitives from Chile spread panic through the province, and Luzuriaga, the governor, asked permission to send the accused to Buenos Aires. He was apprehensive of what might happen should another defeat bring upon him a flood of Chilean immigrants, but the municipality called upon him in the name of the people to finish the case at once. He then appointed 3 judges to try the case, of whom one was Dr. Monteagudo, who was one of the fugitives from Chile. On the 8th of April, at 3 P.M., both the accused were sentenced to death. At 5 P.M. they were shot. They fell not so much in expiation of crimes committed as in sacrifice to the necessities of the Argentine-Chileno alliance. San Martin, writing of this affair, says: "After the action of Maipó, I used all my influence with the Government of Chile in favour of the Carreras, and I procured a pardon for them, but it was then too late." O'Higgins had acceded to his request when they were no longer dangerous. Now that the victory of Maipó had secured the independence of Chile, the latent spirit of opposition to the dictatorial government of O'Higgins again broke out. The most moderate desired the establishment of a constitutional regime. The most extreme deemed that the time had come for a radical reform. Among these were the old adherents of the Carreras, who from local patriotism were inimical to the Argentine-Chileno alliance, and to the influence of San Martin. Dr. Rodriguez was one of them, and aspired to be their leader. During the 48 hours of his rule, in the confusion which followed the disaster of Cancha-Rayada, he had raised a squadron of horse, which he styled the Hussars of Death, entirely composed of men disaffected to the government. He now declared that they would bring the rulers of the people to order. O'Higgins saw in this corps a focus of sedition, and ordered it to be disbanded. Rodriguez protested, but was compelled to submit. Rodriguez was at once a guerilla chief and a demagogue. He was a lawyer who wore the epaulets of a colonel. He was a true patriot, but had neither judgment nor foresight, and infused his own disorderly spirit into the agitation. The municipality of the capital called upon the Director to convene an open cabildo. It met on the 17th of April. Rodriguez called upon the Assembly to declare itself a representative body until the convocation of a Congress, and as such superior in authority to the actual rulers of the State. The motion was carried. O'Higgins ordered the arrest of Rodriguez, and the ferment subsided. O'Higgins then decreed the appointment of 7 principal citizens as a committee to draw up a plan of a provisional constitution, which "should define the powers of each authority, and should establish on a solid basis the rights of citizens." A constitution was accordingly drawn up and promulgated. Rodriguez was sent under arrest to the barracks of Alvarado's battalion, under charge of a Spanish officer named Navarro, who was told by Alvarado and Monteagudo that Government desired "the extermination of Rodriguez," for the sake of public tranquillity and the existence of the army. On the 23rd of May the battalion left Santiago for Quillota, where Rodriguez was to be tried by court martial as a disturber of public order. On the march an officer presented Rodriguez with a cigarette on which was written, It would be well for you to fly." On the evening of the 24th the party encamped on the banks of a stream. As night fell, Rodriguez, with a corporal and 2 men carrying carbines, walked with Rodriguez to a gorge near by. Soon after a shot was fired. "Rodriguez is dead," said some officers in the encampment. Next morning his body was found covered with stones and twigs, his escort said he had tried to escape, and the affair was hushed up. Of all the trophies of victory of Maipó, San Martin had reserved only one for himself. This was the portfolio containing the secret correspondence of Osorio, which was found in his carriage when it was captured by O'Brien. On the morning of Sunday, the 12th of April, San Martin, attended only by O'Brien, and taking the portfolio with him, rode out from Santiago some 7 miles to a secluded spot called El Salto. Procuring a chair from a house close by, he seated himself under the shade of a tree, opened the portfolio, and read the contents carefully. They were letters written by several of the leading citizens of Santiago to Osorio after the affair of Cancha-Rayada, declarations of their loyalty. Then, asking for a small fire of sticks to be lighted in front of him, he burned them one by one, the wind carrying away their ashes. Proofs of treachery which arose only from panic were burned in oblivion. No one but himself ever knew who were the writers of these letters. The next day he left for Buenos Aires, on the same errand which had caused his sudden journey after Chacabuco, to concert measures for an expedition to Peru. On the 11th of May, again avoiding a triumphal entry, he quietly took up his residence in his own house in the Argentine capital. Again the Argentine Government decreed him a commission as Brigadier General, again he declined all promotion, but Congress insisted upon giving him a public vote of thanks, and a crowd of Argentine poets celebrated his victory in verse. San Martin spent the whole of June in consultation with the members of the Lautaro Lodge upon the means of fitting out a squadron for the Pacific. In July it was resolved that $500,000 should be raised by a loan for that object, and soon afterwards Don Miguel Zañartu was officially received in Buenos Aires as the representative of Chile. San Martin then returned to Mendoza and made 2 attempts to cross the Cordillera, but was driven back by snowstorms, and remained there all the winter, nothing loth, for he found himself much more at home among the simple, bluff-spoken Cuyanos than in a more polished society of Santiago. About the end of July he received a letter from Pueyrredon telling him not to draw upon the treasury as he had been authorized to do, for it was found impossible to raise the projected loan. San Martin at once sent in his resignation, which caused such consternation in official circles that he was again authorized to draw for the full amount specified. At that time there arrived in Mendoza various remittances of coin from Chile to merchants in Buenos Aires. San Martin seized this money on the pretext that transit was not safe, which was quite true, and gave the owners drafts on the national treasury in exchange. Pueyrredon with great difficulty managed to pay these drafts on presentation, but wrote to San Martin, "If you do that again I am bankrupt and we are lost." With these resources and other remittances which followed, San Martin replenished the empty chest of the Army of the Andes with $200,000, and the situation was saved. His spare time in Mendoza he filled up by making elaborate calculations concerning the men, arms, and equipment necessary for his projected expedition to Peru, while Pueyrredon and the diplomatic corps were as fully occupied in the construction of a scheme which was to render the expedition unnecessary. It was proposed that a conference of European powers should nominate a sovereign who should unite all the Spanish colonies south of the equator under his sway. Of this monarchy San Martin and his army was to be the right arm. Of all this San Martin was fully informed, and to the scheme he made no opposition, but went on all the same with his calculations, till he crossed the Andes in October, and on the 29th of that month dismounted at the gate of his palace in Santiago full of hope, for his last letter from Pueyrredon announced the despatch of 2 vessels of war for service on the Pacific. Bolívar, victorious in Venezuela, and encouraged by the victory of Maipó, was at that time preparing for another passage of the Andes. Spain, in 8 years of warfare, had sent 16 expeditions to America, with more than 40,000 veteran troops, had expended $75 millions, and seemed in no way as yet inclined to relinquish the attempt to subdue her rebellious colonies. She had yet 100,000 soldiers and militia in America, and was preparing a fresh expedition of 20,000 men for despatch to the River Plate. Thus, while diplomatists amused themselves and the world with visionary schemes for securing the independence of America, those more nearly interested in the question thought only of settling it by fire and sword. CHAPTER XX. Chapter 20 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The first naval campaign on the Pacific, 1818. When San Martin, in 1814, at Tucuman, first made a sketch of his continental campaign, he saw that the true road from Chile to Lima was by sea. At that time both oceans, from California on the Pacific to the Gulf of Mexico on the Atlantic, were dominated by the Spanish navy. Chile had but a few fishing boats among the islands of the South Pacific, yet from the extent of her sea line to the number of her ports, and by her geographical position, shut in on a narrow strip of land between the Andes and the sea, Chile was eminently fitted to be a great naval power. Travelling by land was so difficult that the sea was the natural road of communication between the different districts. In the forests of Arauco the pine and the oak tree flourished luxuriantly. Her valleys produced hemp and flax in abundance. In the bowels of the earth were stored up vast supplies of copper, iron, and coal. Chacabuco and Maipó had secured an independence of Chile, but without a fleet further progress was impossible. After Chacabuco, the Spanish flag was still kept flying on the forts of Valparaiso. Deceived by this stratagem, the Spanish brig Aguila entered the harbour and was captured. She was armed with 16 guns and named the Pueyrredon, and an Irishman named Morris was put in command. His first exploit was to sail to the island of Juan Fernandez to the rescue of the Patriots, there imprisoned by Marcó and by Osorio. Some months afterwards the Wyndham frigate of 44 guns anchored at Valparaiso. She belonged to the East India Company, and at the suggestion of Alvarez Condarco, then in London, had been sent there for sale. Guido raised a loan among the merchants of Valparaiso and gave the guarantee of the Argentine government for $50,000, so that the government of Chile, in spite of the exhausted state of the treasury just before Maipó, purchased the ship for $180,000 and named her the Lautaro. She shipped a crew of 100 sailors of various nationalities, and 250 Chilians, soldiers, boatmen, and fishermen. The marines were placed under the command of Captain Miller, an Englishman, and command of the ship was given to Captain O'Brien. Translator's note. No relation to O'Brien the aide-de-camp. End of note. Who had served in the English navy with Turner as lieutenant. All the officers were either English or North American, except Miller. Not one of them could give orders in Spanish. Nevertheless, says Miller in his memoirs, 10 hours after sailing she fought, and fought well. The Spanish Pacific Squadron at this time consisted of 17 ships, mounting 331 guns. After the victory of Maipó, O'Higgins ordered his 2 ships to put to sea in search of the Spanish ships which had been blockading Valparaiso. They sailed on the afternoon of the 26th of April. At daybreak on the 27th, the Lautaro sighted the 44-gun frigate Esmeralda making for the port, followed at some miles distance by the 18-gun brig Pezuela. O'Brien hoisted the English flag and sailed straight for her, till off her quarter and to the windward, when he hauled down the English flag, hoisted the Chilian, and ran into her, exchanging a broadside. Followed by 30 or 40 men, he then leaped on board, driving the Spaniards from the upper deck and hauling down her flag. A shot from the lower deck killed him, and he fell, shouting, "Stick to her, boys, the ship's ours!" But while the fighting went on the ships had separated. Turner, thinking the enemy was captured, sent off a boat with 18 men to assist, and sailed off in the Lautaro against the Pezuela, which hauled down her flag without firing a shot. Meantime Coig, commander of the Esmeralda, had rallied his men, recaptured the upper deck, drove the rest of the assailants overboard, and on the return of the Lautaro made off, accompanied by the Pezuela, for Talcahuano, both of them being swifter ships than the Lautaro. On their way back to port the Chilian vessels captured a Spanish brig, whose value more than covered the cost of the Lautaro. Government then bought an American privateer mounting 20 guns, and named her the Chacabuco. Soon afterwards an American brig mounting 16 guns was purchased, and named the Araucano. In August the ship Cumberland, purchased by Condarco in London, arrived, and was named the San Martin. Chile had thus rapidly acquired a small fleet of her own, and looking about for an admiral, she chose Don Manuel Blanco Encalada, a young officer of artillery. Born in Buenos Aires of a Chilean mother, Encalada had adopted Chile as his country. He had held a separate command before the disaster of Rancagua, was among the Patriot prisoners rescued by the Pueyrredon from the island of Juan Fernandez, was present at CANCHA-RAYADA, and had distinguished himself at Maipó. He had previously served in the Spanish Navy as a junior officer, and was at this time 28 years of age. On the 21st of May, a Spanish expedition of 11 transports, 2 of which were armed vessels, under convoy of the 50-gun ship Maria Isabel, sailed from Cadiz to the Pacific, carrying 2 battalions of the regiment of Cantabria, 1,600 strong, a regiment of cavalry of 300 sabres, 180 artillerymen and pioneers, with 8,000 spare muskets. One of the transports was in such bad conditions that they were forced to leave her at Tenerife, and distribute her men among the other ships. 5 degrees north of the equator, the convoy was dispersed by adverse winds. On the 25th of July the British brig Lady Warren reached Buenos Aires, and reported having seen them about a month before. In consequence of this information, the Argentine Government sent off the brig Lucy, flying the Chilean flag, and the brig Intrepido, flying the Argentine flag, each carrying 18 guns, with orders to double Cape Horn and join the Chilean squadron. At the same time word was sent to San Martin to invite the Chilean Government to despatch all their squadron against the expedition. On the 26th of August one of the transports, named the Trinidad, with 180 soldiers on board, cast anchor at Ensenada, a port on the River Plate, some 40 miles to the south of Buenos Aires. She had separated from the convoy to the north of the equator, when the troops, headed by 2 sergeants and a corporal, had mutinied, shot their officers, and had compelled the master to sail for Buenos Aires. The Argentine Government thus came to know the signals and the point of reunion of the expedition, which information they at once sent on to Chile. Soon after this, the 36-gun frigate Horacio, which had been purchased in the United States by Aguirre, the Argentine commissioner, reached Buenos Aires and announced that she was followed by the Curacio of the same armament. On the 19th of October the San Martin, Captain Wilkinson, the Lautaro, Captain Worcester, and Chacabuco, Captain Diaz, and the Araucano, Lieutenant Morris, sailed from Valparaiso. The squadron mounted 142 guns, and was manned by 1,100 men, most of whom were Chileans. The officers were nearly all English or North Americans. As O'Higgins, who had gone to the port to hurry on their departure, rode up the hill on his return to Santiago, he looked upon the 4 ships spreading their sails to a fresh southwester, while the Chilean flag fluttered in the breeze from their mastheads, and exclaimed, "4 ships gave the western continent to Spain, these 4 ships will take it from her." On losing sight of land, Blanco Encalada opened the sealed instructions which had been given him, and found that he was ordered to the island of Mocha to await the Spanish convoy. The native Chilians were for the most part quite fresh to the service, but Miller, who sailed with the squadron, writes of them: "The native marines and sailors showed their good qualities, both as soldiers and sailors, by ready obedience. Soon afterwards they showed bravery also." A strong wind separated the Chacabuco from her consorts, who cast anchor on the 26th October at the island of Santa Maria to await her, while the Araucano was sent back to reconnoitre the bay of Talcahuano, about 40 miles to the north. As the ships flew the Spanish flag, a boat came off bringing a letter from the admiral of the Spanish convoy to any transport that might touch there. This letter confirmed information already received from a whaler, that the Maria Isabel had been there 5 days before, accompanied by 4 transports, and had gone on to Talcahuano, while the rest of the convoy, with crews sick and out of provisions, had been unable to double Cape Horn. Blanco Encalada sailed at once for Talcahuano. On the night of the 27th he arrived there with 2 ships, and learned that the Maria Isabel was alone in the bay. The transports, after landing 800 men, had gone on to Callao. On the morning of the 28th, with a fresh breeze, the 2 Chilian ships entered the bay and saw the Spanish ship at anchor under the batteries. The Maria Isabel fired a blank cartridge and hoisted her flag. The San Martin replied with another blank cartridge and hoisted the English flag. When within musket shot, both the Chilian ships hoisted their own flag with loud cheers, which immediately produced a broadside from the Spaniard. The San Martin replied with another, and cast anchor within pistol shot of the enemy, on which the Spaniard cut his cables and ran aground. Part of the crew landed in boats, while the rest kept up a fire from the poop. The Chilian ships continued to fire till her flag was hauled down, when 2 boats put off to her with 50 men under Lieutenants Compton and Velez, and took prisoners 70 men and 5 officers of the Cantabria regiment. Encalada then landed 2 companies of marines to dislodge the Royalist troops on shore, who kept up a fire on the prize from behind walls on the beach, but Sanchez coming up with a strong force from Concepcion compelled them to re-embark. In spite of the fire from shore, every effort was made to set the prize afloat, but without success on account of the wind which blew from the sea. During the following night preparations were made by both parties to continue the struggle next day. Sanchez placed 4 guns in battery on the beach, while Encalada swung the Lautaro round by an anchor from the poop, and brought her guns to bear on this battery and on the fort of San Agustin, which commanded the entrance of the bay. At daybreak on the 29th both sides opened fire within pistol shot of each other. About 11 o'clock a stiff breeze came up from the south, a cable was passed from San Martin to the prize, the anchor was weighed, the sails spread with great rapidity, and she was towed off amid shouts of "Viva la Patria" from the Chilians, mingled with loud hurrahs from the English sailors. The Chilian squadron celebrated their victory by a salute of 21 guns, and sailed out of the bay in triumph with their prize, which they at once named O'Higgins. The 4 ships of the Chilian squadron met again at the island of Santa Maria, and were there joined by the Argentine brig Intrepido, Captain Carter, and the Galvarino, under Captains Guise and Spry, who had both served in the English navy. The squadron now consisted of 9 vessels, including the O'Higgins, with 234 guns. One after another the rest of the transports fell into the hands of the Patriots, to the number of 5, with 700 prisoners. 4 only, with 800 men, had reached Callao. From that day Spain lost for ever the dominion of the Pacific. The road for the expedition to Peru lay open. 38 days after the 4 ships had sailed from Valparaiso, 13 vessels carrying the Chilian flag anchored in line in the bay, amid the enthusiastic acclamations of the people. On the 28th November, 1818, there anchored in the bay of Valparaiso a ship bringing as passenger one of the first sailors of Great Britain, who was yet to increase his fame by exploits in the New World. His name was Thomas Alexander Cochrane, a name made famous by extraordinary deeds of derring do. Born in Scotland of noble family, and lately a member of the British Parliament, he had been conspicuous among the Radical opposition, and was both hated and feared by the ruling party. Mixed up in Stock Exchange transactions of a doubtful character, he was condemned to a heavy fine and to exposure in the pillory, and was expelled from the House of Commons. The people paid his fine by subscription, Government remitted the degrading part of the sentence, and he was re elected by the county he had represented. But he had had enough, and more than enough, of political life. He preferred exile and heroic adventures, and accepted the offers which were made him by Condarco and Alvarez Jonte, the agents of Chile and of San Martin in London. He decided to devote his services to the cause of independence in South America. Ere leaving his native country, a farewell banquet was given to him by his admirers, at which he boldly proclaimed his radical principles in impassioned words, which gave the key to his character, extreme in everything, in heroism, in hatred, or in love. The Chilian Vice Admiral, in no way vainglorious of his recent triumph, acknowledged at once the superiority of Cochrane. He resigned the command of the squadron, and Cochrane was appointed Vice Admiral in his stead. Blanco Encalada was married to one of the most beautiful women in Chile. The wife of Cochrane, who came with him, was a most worthy type of British beauty, and was idolized by her husband. These two young wives became the stars of Chilean society on shore, whilst on the ocean the two admirals sustained in honour the star of the young Republic, which was emblazoned on the flag floating from the mastheads of the fleet which now dominated the Pacific. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé Mitre, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. The Repassage of the Andes, 1818 to 1819. While in the years 1818 and 1819 the independence of Chile became firmly established, and in the north of the continent the revolution crossed the Andes and invaded New Granada, the prospects of the United Provinces clouded over. Civil war blazed on the coasts of La Plata, and public opinion in Chile turned against the American policy of San Martin, while a fresh expedition of 20,000 men was assembling at Cadiz, destined for the River Plate. In the south of Chile, Chillán and Talcahuano were the strongholds of the Royalists. Concepcion was the centre of the reaction, while Valdivia and Chiloe gave them access to the sea. San Martin saw that no expedition to Peru was possible while this enemy remained in his rear. In September 1818 Zapiola was strongly reinforced, and was instructed to commence operations, but his force was still unequal to the task. In November Balcarce was sent south with an army of 3,400 men and 8 light field pieces. In order to avoid useless bloodshed, San Martin proposed an arrangement to Sanchez for the evacuation of the territory. Sanchez referred him to the Viceroy of Peru. In December Freire crossed the Nuble with the vanguard and occupied Chillán, which was evacuated on his approach. In January Balcarce arrived with the bulk of the army, but Sanchez had already retreated from Concepcion and Talcahuano, and in spite of an active pursuit by Escalada and Alvarado, crossed the Biobio with small loss, and shut himself up in the fortress of Valdivia. This is spoken of as the last campaign in Chile, but bands of Indians and banditti still for 3 years infested the southern provinces. José Miguel Carrera, still in Montevideo, fulminating vows of vengeance against Pueyrredón, San Martin and O'Higgins, there met some French adventurers, whom he succeeded in interesting in his cause. They went on to Buenos Aires, and after many secret consultations in the house of Doña Javiera, 3 of them left for Chile in November with a troop of bullock carts. Pueyrredón received secret information that another conspiracy was on foot, and sent a party after them to arrest them. One of them, named Young, attempting to resist, was shot. The other 2, with some of their accomplices who had remained in Buenos Aires, were tried by court-martial on a charge of conspiracy to assassinate. 3 were acquitted, the other 2, Robert and Lagresse, were shot on the Plaza del Retiro on the 3rd of April, 1819, protesting their innocence to the last. San Martin, on his return to Chile, found that the successes of the Chilian fleet had greatly relaxed the eagerness of the Government for the projected expedition. Now that they had command of the sea they were safe from invasion, and the treasury was so exhausted that the pay of his soldiers was very irregular. The people also murmured against the Government, which relied for support upon Argentine bayonets. Nevertheless, he and O'Higgins both issued proclamations to the Peruvian people announcing an expedition for the purpose of giving liberty to Peru, "so that they would become a nation with a government established by themselves in accordance with their own customs, with their situation, and with their inclinations." Further, the Chilian envoy Irizarry, passing through Buenos Aires on his way to England, there signed a treaty of alliance with the Argentine Government, "to put an end to Spanish domination in Peru by means of a combined expedition." In June, 1818, Bolívar stretched out the right hand of fellowship to the Argentine people by an official letter to the Government, and by a proclamation to "the inhabitants of the River Plate," in which he sets forth his favourite policy of a union of all the peoples of South America. Some months later on O'Higgins wrote to Bolívar proposing to him an alliance based upon the continental ideas of San Martin. San Martin had written from Mendoza to the Government of Chile and to Balcarce, informing them of his plans for the expedition to Peru, giving 3 months for collecting the necessary supplies. When he reached Santiago nothing had been done, and the revenues were mortgaged for months to come. He then wrote to the Argentine Government, giving a most miserable account of the financial state of Chile, and the consequent inefficiency of the Army of the Andes, which he suggested should be withdrawn from Chile, as the projected expedition was for the time impossible. He also wrote to the Government of Chile, expressing his fears of the speedy dissolution of the united army, and proposed that a part of it should be employed in desultory attacks on the coasts of Peru, while he himself resigned the command. On receiving no satisfactory reply, he concentrated the Army of the Andes at the upper part of the valley of Aconcagua, crossed over himself with a small detachment to Mendoza, and was soon after followed by a division of 1,200 men, by which operation he brought pressure to bear on the Chilian Government by leaving them to their own resources, while he recruited his cavalry in their own country, and preserved Cuyo from being drawn into the vortex of anarchy which at that time desolated the United Provinces. In this internecine strife he took no part whatever, but the presence of a portion of his army in Mendoza strengthened the hands of Government and aided greatly in bringing about a truce. The first news which San Martin heard on his arrival in Mendoza was an account of a terrible tragedy which had just occurred in San Luis. This city was the prison of the principal captives of Maipó and Chacabuco. They were well treated by Dupuy, the Deputy Governor, who had only a picket of militia under his orders, and who trusted more to the white pampa which surrounded them than to prison walls for their security. The officers were not confined in the public prison, but lived in houses and mixed freely with the people. They were so many that they thought they would have no difficulty in overpowering the small garrison. A plan of escape had been for months discussed among them, when, on the 1st of February, 1819, Dupuy, on account of the disturbed state of the country around, issued an order that they were not to leave their houses after sundown. Captain Carretero, of the Burgos regiment, was the head of the conspirators. On the evening of the 7th he invited a number of his comrades to breakfast with him the next morning, proposing to spend the day killing vermin in his orchard. At 6 o'clock next morning 20 officers met at his house. He led them into the orchard and gave them a light breakfast of bread and cheese, washed down with brandy. Then, drawing a poniard, he told them that in an hour they would all be free or dead, and distributed 10 knives among them, telling the rest to arm themselves with sticks. Captain Lamadrid was sent with 10 men to seize the barracks, Captain Salvador with 6 to capture the prison and set the prisoners at liberty, while he left off to join Ordoñez, Primo de Rivera and Morla, who, with their orderlies, would make sure of the Deputy Governor. The first party reached the barracks, disarmed the sentry, and overpowered the guard. In an inner yard were a number of Gaucho rebels under arrest, among them being one who afterwards acquired terrible notoriety as a Gaucho chieftain, Juan Facundo Quiroga. Quiroga led his fellow prisoners to the assistance of the soldiers, and, armed only with the broken shaft of a lance, fought so fiercely that all the assailants except one were killed and he was badly wounded. The party sent against the prison, on crossing the great square, were met by the officer in command of the militia, who was galloping about with his sabre drawn, calling the people to arms. Armed men poured out of the houses upon them. Only one escaped, the rest being killed. Meantime Carretero, Morgado, and Morla had gone to Dupuy's house and asked to see him. Being admitted, they set upon him and after a short struggle threw him down, when Ordoñez and Primo de Rivera entered with their orderlies, bringing the sentry with them, after shutting the outer door. But a militia captain and a doctor who were with Dupuy had escaped and gave the alarm. A number of the townspeople, headed by a young officer named Pringles, surrounded the house with shouts of "Death to the Goths!" Dupuy rushed to the door and opened it. The crowd poured in. Ordoñez, Morla, Carretero and Morgado were killed. Primo de Rivera, finding a loaded carbine in an anteroom, shot himself through the head. Of 40 conspirators, 22 were killed, the rest were tried by a court-martial, of which Dr. Monteagudo was president. 8 were acquitted, 7 were shot, but young Ordoñez, a nephew of the general, was spared, partly on account of his youth, and partly because he was engaged to a young lady of the city, whose relatives interfered on his behalf. He was afterwards set at liberty by San Martin, who also gave Quiroga his freedom as a reward for his bravery, a favour which Quiroga never forgot. Marcó del Pont, ex-governor of Chile, was also at that time a prisoner in San Luis, but took no part in the conspiracy and was not molested. The repassage of the Andes by a portion of the army had the effect San Martin expected upon the Government of Chile. On his return from San Luis to Mendoza, he found despatches awaiting him from Guido, from O'Higgins, and from the Lautaro Lodge, informing him that all were convinced that the safety of the country depended upon the despatch of the expedition to Peru. At the end of March, Major Borgoño arrived as the representative of the Lodge, fully authorized to arrange all the details with him. San Martin required an army of from 4,000 to 6,000 men, and a supply of $500,000, of which he would provide $200,000 furnished by the Argentine government. He also accepted the rank of Brigadier General in the Chilean army, which was again offered to him. By return of post he received the ratification by the Lodge of the arrangement made with Borgoño, and an order to proceed at once to Chile to superintend the preparations. It was in these circumstances, when he gave himself up entirely to the great work of his life, that he separated from his wife for the last time. She returned to Buenos Aires, never to see him again in this world. When he again saw his native land she was dead, leaving him one only daughter, who went with him into exile. On the 19th of June 1819, Pueyrredón returned from public life into that obscurity which is the fate of great men when their appointed task is accomplished. CHAPTER 22 of The Emancipation of South America by Bartolomé MITRE, translated by William Pilling. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Piotr. Cochrane, Callao, Valdivia, 1819 to 1820. The new admiral, when hoisting his pennant on the O'Higgins, might, after the manner of the old Dutch admirals, have nailed a broom to his masthead. His commission was to sweep the Spanish fleet from the Pacific. This ideal hero was one of the first sailors of the first navy of the world, and became indisputably the first in the naval annals of 3 nations of South America. yet he never was master of his own destiny. He founded no school which should endue posterity with his spirit. With great faculties, both moral and intellectual, he had no political talent; there was no method in what he did. His exploits were performed under many flags, and in both the old and in the new world, but he made no country his own. He left his native land with curses. He parted from Chile, from Peru, from Brazil, and from Greece in anger, stigmatizing them as ungrateful. He valued his deeds in gold as though they had been merchandise, yet in the abstract he was a lover of liberty; he placed his sword and his genius only at the service of some noble cause. On the 14th January, 1819, he sailed from Valparaiso with 4 ships, the San Martin, O'Higgins, Lautaro, and Chacabuco, leaving Rear Admiral Blanco Encalada to follow him. On the 10th February he was off Callao. The Bay of Callao is one of the largest on the South Pacific. Near its centre stands the city of Callao, on the shore at the foot of the coast range of the Cordillera, 3 miles from the pass through it, which gives access to the beautiful valley of Rimac, in which stands the city of Lima. The port of Callao is a roadstead shut in by 2 islands. One of them, named San Lorenzo, is 7 miles in length, and shelters the roadstead from all winds except those which blow from the west. Off its southern point lies a smaller island called the Fronton. The open water between the 2 islands is the main entrance to the inner bay, but between the Fronton and the land there is a much narrower passage, called the Boqueron, in which there are only 5 fathoms of water and many rocks. To the north of the island of San Lorenzo lies a sandbank off the mouth of the river Rimac, which is called the Boca Negra. The old walls of the city of Callao were destroyed by an earthquake in 1746. In their place 3 great circular castles were erected, crowned with lofty towers. Between them stretched the batteries of the arsenal and of San Joaquin, mounted with 165 heavy guns, which swept the whole of the roadstead. Under their fire the Spanish squadron lay at anchor, consisting of the Esmeralda and Venganza, 44-gun frigates, the corvette Sebastiana of 36 guns, the brigs Pezuela, Maipó, and Portillo, each of 18 guns, the schooner Montezuma of 7 guns, the Aranzazu of 5 guns, and 26 gunboats, besides 6 armed merchant vessels. The 28th February was the day fixed upon by Cochrane for the attack. The same day Pezuela had arranged for a review of the squadron and a sham fight. At daybreak a thick fog covered the bay, and the Viceroy embarked on the brig Maipó, the better to watch the manoeuvres. At 11 o'clock, as the fog commenced to lift, the sailors of the Maipó, then near to the island of San Lorenzo, saw a fine ship flying the Spanish flag skirting the sandbank of the Boca Negra. The Viceroy wished to speak to her, but the commander of the brig refused to go nearer as he would lose the wind. Pezuela was thus saved from falling a prisoner to Cochrane. This strange ship was the O'Higgins, which sailed on into the bay and captured a gunboat, followed only by the Lautaro, the other 2 ships being unable to enter the harbour for want of wind. Favoured by the fog, the 2 ships anchored within range of the batteries, hoisted the Chilian flag and opened fire, but at nightfall slowly retired, with a few killed and wounded, and some damage to spars and rigging. The next day the 2 ships again approached and drove the gunboats under shelter of the batteries, the Spaniards not daring to do more than remain on the defensive, when they heard who was in command. Cochrane had hoped to take the enemy by surprise, but having failed to do so, he now tried to repeat his exploit of the Basque Roads, for which purpose he took possession of the island of San Lorenzo, and set to work to make 2 fire ships. On the night of the 22nd of March he engaged the attention of the batteries with his 4 ships, while one of his fire ships drifted down on to the Spanish squadron, but the fire ship ran aground and was struck by a shot from batteries, when the wind dying away he was forced to leave her to sink. On the 24th he again attacked and succeeded in capturing the schooner Montezuma and some merchant vessels and gunboats. The O'Higgins, at some distance from her consorts, was becalmed in a fog, and the Spaniards put off from shore in boats with the intention of boarding her. Fortunately a light wind sprang up before they reached her, and they were seen in time and beaten off. Cochrane then retired to the neighbouring port of Huacho in search of fresh water, and was there joined by Blanco Encalada with the Galvarino and the Pueyrredon. Leaving the rear admiral with 4 ships to blockade Callao, Cochrane sailed northwards, distributing proclamations from O'Higgins and San Martin, and also one from himself, among the people along the coast. At one place he landed and captured some brass cannon. Then returning to Callao, he found that Blanco Encalada had gone south in search of provisions, and seeing nothing more was to be done at present, he followed him. Cochrane had brought with him from England a mechanic who had worked with Congreve at the arsenal at Woolwich. He now set him at work to make rockets, and made trial of them in the Bay of Valparaiso, expressing himself as perfectly satisfied with them. Government also furnished him with a 9-inch mortar which had been sent from Buenos Aires, and a 28-gun frigate, purchased in the United States and named the Independencia, was added to the squadron. A brigade of 400 marines was also organized under the command of an English officer of experience named Charles, with Major Miller as his second. The Pueyrredon, the Intrepido, and the Montezuma were sent southward on a cruise in search of some Spanish ships which were reported to be on the way from Europe, and on the 12th of September, Cochrane and Blanco Encalada again sailed from Valparaiso with 6 ships of war, and 2 of the transports which had been captured by Blanco Encalada on his first cruise, and which were intended for fireships. Cochrane had such faith in the terrible power of his new rockets that he was confident of success, and wrote to O'Higgins that at 8 o'clock on the night of the 24th the Spanish squadron at Callao would be in flames. On the 24th of September he anchored off the island of San Lorenzo, and on the 30th sent a challenge on shore to the enemy to come out and fight ship to ship. The Spaniards, who had in the meantime greatly strengthened their defences by surrounding their ships with a boom, and had prepared furnaces to heat shot, returned a laconic refusal. This time the attack was to be made by 4 pontoon batteries, one carrying the mortar, 2 carrying rocket tubes, and the other the ammunition. On the night of the 2nd of October, Miller led the van in the Galvarino, with the mortar in tow, the Pueyrredon followed, towing the ammunition. Then came the other 2 pontoons towed by the Araucano, Captain Hind, and the Independencia, Captain Charles. All the crews on the pontoons wore life belts. The action was commenced by the mortar, which opened fire at less than 800 yards distance from the boom and sunk a gunboat. But after throwing several shells into the batteries, the mortar had broke away from its bearings and no more could be done. The distance was too great for the rockets, which fell harmlessly into the water, and under the heavy fire from the batteries it was impossible to run closer in. A red-hot shot struck the pontoon commanded by Hind, and caused an explosion, by which 12 men were badly burned. The Galvarino was struck several times, and Lieutenant Bailey was cut in 2 by a shot. At dawn the pontoons were recalled. In a subsequent attack an attempt was made to destroy the boom by a fire ship, but the wind dying away she became a target for the enemy guns. She was already sinking when the match was lighted by Lieutenant Morgall, and she blew up before reaching the boom. The rockets were found to be so inefficient that Cochrane desisted for the time from any further attempt. Note: it has been stated that the filling of the tubes was, from motives of parsimony, entrusted to Spanish prisoners, who, as was found on examination, had embraced every opportunity of inserting handfuls of sand, sawdust, and even manure at intervals in the tubes, thus impeding the progress of combustion, whilst in the majority of instances they had so thoroughly mixed the neutralizing matter with the ingredients supplied, that the charge would not ignite at all, the result being complete failure in the object of the expedition. Autobiography of a Seaman, by Lord Macdonald. The day after the last attack, a large ship was seen making for the port, which on sighting the Chilian squadron sheered off again. Cochrane followed, but taking her for a whaler, he returned to his anchorage and afterwards sailed to Arica. On his return he again saw the same ship, which sent a boat on shore. This ship was the 50-gun frigate Prueba, one of the vessels which had been reported to be on the way from Europe. 3 had left Spain in company bound for Callao, but one being found to be unseaworthy had put back on reaching the line, and the other had foundered off Cape Horn. Cochrane decided upon pursuing the Prueba, but as he had many sick he first sent Blanco Encalada with them to Valparaiso in the San Martin and Independencia, and despatched Captain Guise with the Lautaro, the Galvarino, and a transport with 350 marines on board to Pisco, with orders to land there and procure a supply of fresh provisions. He then with the other 3 ships sailed for Guayaquil, where he captured 2 transports, each of which mounted 20 guns. From his prisoners he learned that the Prueba had been there, but after sending her guns on shore to lighten her, had gone up the river, and was now at anchor in shallow water, under the protection of some shore batteries. Soon after this he was rejoined by Guise, who had successfully accomplished the task allotted to him, but with some loss. He had found Pisco garrisoned by a force of 800 men, who were driven out by the marines at the point of the bayonet after some hard fighting, in which Colonel Charles was killed and Miller received 3 wounds. After holding the town for 4 days he re-embarked the marines and sailed for Guayaquil. Cochrane then sent the Lautaro to Valparaiso in charge of the prizes, and leaving the Pueyrredon and the Galvarino at the island of Puna, which commands the Gulf of Guayaquil, to keep watch over the Prueba, he sailed for the port of Santa, which lies to the north of Callao. Here he was soon joined by other ships of the squadron, which he sent back to Valparaiso, and sailed away south by himself in the O'Higgins. He was sorely disappointed with the ill success of his attempts on Callao, and would not return to Valparaiso till he could return in triumph. He was turning over in his mind a daring scheme equal to any that he had so far accomplished. Pacing to and fro one day on his quarter deck, as the good ship sailed steadily on towards the colder regions of the south, he met Miller, who in spite of his wounds had taken command of the marines on the O'Higgins, and asked him, what would they say if with this one ship I took Valdivia? As Miller made no answer, he added, they would call me a lunatic. Lunatic or not, this was the exploit he had determined on attempting, and he further explained himself, operations which the enemy does not expect are almost certain to succeed if well carried out. Victory is always an answer to a charge of rashness. Valdivia, from its fortifications and from its natural strength, was looked upon as the Gibraltar of America. The Bay of Valdivia is an estuary into which the river Valdivia falls by 2 channels, forming an island known as the Isla del Rey. This estuary, which runs nearly due east and west, is about 7 miles long, and its width at the mouth is about 3 miles, gradually diminishing until the width is little more than 1 mile, when the bay itself opens out in a magnificent sheet of water. In the centre of this bay, and in front of the western point of the Isla del Rey, stands a small island called the Mancera. On this bay there are several landing places, but only one port, the Corral, and the coasts on both sides are fringed with steep or perpendicular rocks, and covered with dense brushwood. The bay has thus 2 coasts, one to the south and other to the north, which are separated by a wide space of open water, by the river Valdivia and by the Isla del Rey. The northern part is inaccessible from the ocean, but at the western extremity of the southern part there is a landing place where ships were accustomed to take in water. At this time Valdivia was defended by 9 forts and batteries, distributed on both sides of the bay, and armed with 128 guns. 2 of these forts stood on the island, and commanded both mouths of the river. On the north the entrance to the bay was guarded by an impregnable castle called the Niebla, cut out of the solid rock, and by a battery called Fort Piojo. On the south were the English fort, which commanded the watering place, the fort of San Carlos, on a small peninsula, and Fort Amargos, whose fire crossed that of the Niebla. The entrance was further defended by the Chorocomayo redoubt and by the castle of the Corral. Both these forts were masked by a dense forest, and the ground about them is so broken that their only communication by land was by a narrow path winding among the rocks and through the forest, and crossing a gully which was commanded by the guns of both forts. Valdivia was ordinarily garrisoned by 800 troops and by as many militia, but at this time the militia were absent. On the 18th of January 1820, the O'Higgins sailed into the bay flying the Spanish flag. The Spaniards believed her to be the Prueba. Cochrane signalled for a pilot, who was sent off to him with a guard of honour whom he made prisoners, and learned from them that the Portillo was expected with money to pay the troops. He then proceeded in his gig to inspect the entrance to the river, under fire of the forts, for by this time his true character was discovered. 2 days afterwards he captured the Portillo, which had $20,000 on board, but seeing that he had not men enough for an attack upon the place, he then went off for Talcahuano in search of more. On the 22nd the O'Higgins reached Talcahuano, and was fortunate enough to find there the Intrepido and the Montezuma. Colonel Freire, who was then in command of the fortress, eagerly entered into Cochrane's plans, and gave him 250 men under command of Major Beauchef. With this reinforcement he sailed again for Valdivia. On leaving the harbour the O'Higgins struck on a rock and commenced to make water rapidly, but the leak was patched up, Cochrane infusing his own spirit into his men, and declaring that she would float as far as Valdivia. When out of sight of land, he transhipped the marines from his flagship to the other 2 vessels, and went on with them, flying the Spanish flag till he arrived off the bay of Valdivia on the 3rd of February, and signalled to the English fort for a pilot. But his ruse was discovered, and the fort opened fire on him. Then, in spite of a heavy sea running, he determined to effect a landing in 2 long boats and a gig in which he went himself. At the sound of the cannonade reinforcements had come up from the other forts, so that the garrison now numbered 360 men, of whom a detachment of 65 was thrown forward to protect the landing place. At sundown Miller landed with 75 marines and drove in this detachment. He was followed by Beauchef with his 250 infantry, who pushed on up a narrow path, and drew on himself the fire of the garrison, while Sub-Lieutenant Vidal skirted the wall of the fort, and finding a side entrance, fired a volley in their rear, which so alarmed the defenders that they fled in panic, carrying with them the reserve, who were drawn up on an open space behind. Beauchef vigorously pursued the fugitives from fort to fort along the narrow path, till at daybreak the English fort, San Carlos, Amargos, Chorocomayo and Corral were all in the hands of the Patriots, who had only 9 men killed and 34 wounded. 100 of the enemy escaped in boats, as many more were killed, the rest were either prisoners or dispersed. At daybreak on the 4th, the Montezuma and Intrepido sailed into the bay under the fire of the northern ports. To dislodge the enemy from these positions 200 men were re-embarked, but the Intrepido ran on a sandbank off the island of Mancera and sank. Thus ended the career of the only Argentine ship which figured in the celebrated Chilean squadron of the Pacific. Soon afterwards the O'Higgins appeared, and the Spaniards, abandoning the northern forts and the islands, fled to the city. The O'Higgins was leaking so badly that she was ran aground in the mud to keep her from sinking. The next day the city was taken without resistance. Spain lost her last base of operations in the south of Chile, and Chile was now in possession of all her territory except the islands of Chiloe. Cochrane thought to finish his cruise by the capture of these islands, but Colonel Quintanilla, who was in command, was better prepared than was the garrison of Valdivia. A landing was effected on the 17th, a body of infantry was driven back, and a battery was captured, but Miller, who led the assault on the principal fort, was again wounded, and the attack was repulsed. But the dominion of the Pacific was secured, and Cochrane returned in triumph. At Santiago he met San Martin, who, leaving Mendoza on the 20th of January, had again crossed the Andes in pursuit of his great enterprise, and now found the road to Peru opened for him by the heroism of the great admiral. CHAPTER XXIII.